heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know if time's supposed to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Mercy, mercy, none from my head down to my toes. Immobilized, as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go, colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I feel. Now I feel. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. If I heard that if I heard that if I heard that if I heard that way I live life.
是主持人妮妮。2025 EWC 电竞世界杯穿越火线项目将在沙特阿拉伯首都利雅得展开火热较量，来自世界各地的6大赛区，总计16支队伍将参与到其中，在炙热的沙漠王国中一较高下，捧起万众瞩目的冠军奖杯。现在让我们一起来看目前5大赛区的种子情况。
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hello and welcome to Crossfire at the Esports World Cup. We are here live at the B stream and going to be bringing you some awesome action for Crossfire today. I am Valdez, joined by Scriv and Bench today. How are you guys doing here at the wonderful B stream?
Yeah, feeling good. Excited to get into it. I think we've got some great games coming up for today and ultimately to get into the tournament towards the tail end of EWC here as well.
Yeah, it feels absolutely great to be back here in Riyadh, heart of Boulevard. Like you said, Scriv, a lot of things are on the line, the teams for the club championship. I think Crossfire will be the game changer for some of the teams that are on the 3rd, 4th ranking. If they're able to rake up some points here, they can take the money home.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, you know, it's getting pretty active, pretty competitive here at the club championship. So let's get into the club championship explainer and let you know a little bit more about that.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
So there you have it. There is so much on the line here for the EWC Club Championship. It is presented by STC. The update here for the Club Championship. Currently, we do have Team Falcons up towards the top and Team Liquid and Virtus Pro up there. You notice Twisted Minds, you know, some of these Crossfire teams that we do have at our Crossfire tournaments are going to be vying for those top spots at the Club Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it could be a very, very big tournament here. A couple of those names you mentioned are also playing in some of the other games going on this week. So I think that if they perform well here in Crossfire, it's going to set them up with a very, very good chance. And a couple of those names that you mentioned as well, particularly towards the top end already, have some good Crossfire teams this week.
And like I said, Team Falcons is currently on the leaderboard as number 1, but you know, Team Liquid, not a far shot away. It's just about 500 points away, and if they're able to take down the Crossfire tournament, then they're going to overthrow the crown.
Yeah, you'll notice that we have a lot of teams that have already collected a bunch of points and a bunch of prize money on the line. It just feels like it's so awesome to be part of this Esports World Cup, and even if you don't have a ton of teams or players and stuff like that, you can still get involved and earn a decent amount of money. So yeah, definitely a lot on the line there. And Team Falcons definitely looking like the favorites. They did win last year, of course, the club championship. So expecting them to take it here once again, guys? Yeah,
I think so. I feel like, you know, obviously they're able to field a lot of teams. And when it comes to tournaments like Crossfire, when it comes to some of the other games going on as well, they have some really good rosters. But here, particularly in Crossfire, I think that they have a chance to sort of squeak in as a bit of a dark horse and could place pretty highly to solidify that top spot.
Yeah, and roster doesn't necessarily explain everything, and like the title of EWC, nothing is granted, and everyone is going to try dying hard. So yeah, anything could happen. You know, any underdogs could come out on top, and that's what we're about to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have, of course, this awesome situation here at the EWC where everybody's got a key and a trophy, and let's get into the key and trophy explainer right now.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
So there you have it. It's pretty heartbreaking to see your key get crushed, but it's also so glorious to be up there and have your key, carved into the golden stone, as it was explained there in the, explainer. Let's take a look at the tournament prize pool, as we do have a lot of money on the line here for CROSSFIRE. $750,000 for first place, and I know a lot of the teams here are going to be vying for that first place spot.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a good number of teams I think they're going to be capable of getting there. Quite a big jump as well from second to first. So, you get all the bragging rights, but of course, I think just going to keep you going for an awfully long time. $500,000 would be nice in my back pocket if I was good enough at CROSSFIRE, but ultimately, a lot on the line here, of course.
And also can't leave out the losers as well. I mean, they still do have to get to earn a bit of money, $25,000, as they are going to be able to take it if they place 13th to 16th.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody that gets involved is going to be feeling good about their position. Even the $25,000 you were talking about just feels very, very cool. We do have a awesome format explainer as well. If you're just a little bit confused about what's going on here at EWC and for CROSSFIRE, let's jump into that video right now.
For the first time ever, CROSSFIRE steps onto the global stage at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. 16 of the world's best teams have qualified for this historic showdown. From August 19th to the 23rd, 80 players will clash for pride, for glory, and a share of the $2 million prize pool. The battleground begins with the group stage, starting August 19th. 4 groups, 4 teams in each, and each group plays in a GSL-style double elimination format, with every match being a best of 3. There's no room for error. Only the top 2 from each group will survive and advance. The 8 survivors will march into the playoffs beginning August 22nd. A single elimination bracket awaits, where every match is do or die. The quarterfinals and semifinals remain a tense best of 3. But for the ultimate prize, the stakes are raised. The grand final on August 23rd will be an epic best of 5 clash to crown the first ever CROSSFIRE Esports World Cup champion. A final battle for bronze will also decide the 3rd team to make the podium. This is CROSSFIRE's biggest international moment, and this is its debut at the Esports World Cup. Who will rise? Who will fall? And who will make history? One game, one world, one champion. Let the battle begin.
So there you have it with the format. 4 groups of 4 teams and a GSL format, meaning that you have 2 chances in 2 best of 3s to make it through. If you win 2 of those, you move on to the playoffs, which is single elimination best of 3s, until the finals, which is best of 5. But if you do get knocked out twice in those 2 best of 3s in the GSL format, then you are out of the tournament and you do not make playoffs. So definitely pretty brutal, but also at the same time feels like the most fair format here for CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, it generally, GSL tends to separate the wheat from the chaff, as it were, and you end up with the better teams getting through, and some of those, upset potential, things like that, you have a bit more time to survive it. And yeah, I think generally it'll deliver a playoffs that we should all be pretty happy with.
So fun facts about the GSL format, it really just comes down to which group you get placed into, and especially for CROSSFIRE, certain regions do perform better under certain conditions. As you can see on the attending teams, a lot of big names like Evolution Power, you can see all gamers in there as well. So yeah, it's a tough shot if you get placed in one of those groups with those 2 teams. If not, then you have a pretty good chance of climbing out from the group stages.
Yeah, it just feels like, as you mentioned, sometimes the group seeding can come into play in this one because, there's a lot of strong teams, but also we have a lot of up-and-comers and dark horses who are trying to make their names, but if you get into 2 best-of-3s early on, you might just get knocked out. So you mentioned a couple of big names. We also have Baisha Gaming, Al Qadsiya Esports. They're looking really strong. Team Liquid as well, Team Falcons. And a lot of these teams, those last 2 that I mentioned, definitely vying for the points in the club championship. So I would definitely be having my eyes on those 2, Team Falcons and Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, the points that they are able to accrue here are going to be very, very important. And, if they end up meeting as well relatively early on, it could be a pretty big matchup even ahead of what could be a semi-final or even a grand final here. But I think there is going to be a decent amount of time before they end up meeting, which works out quite nicely for the storylines. But yeah, Group A side of things here, of course. This, I think, for me, is one of the groups where there's a bit of a clear winner in Al Qadsiya, but ultimately that second spot is kind of up for grabs.
Yeah, Al Qadsiya versus King Zero, which is going to be happening over at Stream A, as we are getting ready to get into Twisted Minds versus Gaiman Gladiators for Group A. So let's go take a look at Group B, and let's see which teams are going to be competing.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a group where you would see there is a big favorite, I would say, in Team Liquid. Us here on the B stream, we are going to be covering Team Liquid versus EWC Esports, which actually is a very big matchup, and I feel like those 2 could be the top 2 teams in the group. There's also Q9, though, who, yes, they're not the top Chinese team, but they're still a Chinese team, and in CROSSFIRE, that definitely means that generally you're feeling pretty good about your chances.
Yeah, for sure. There's Rock over there as well. I think I got to mention them. They were looking very, very clean in the West League. But this is the group that I think has been the talk of the town. Group C is pretty stacked, to say the least, right? And, Falcon's one of those teams that we've mentioned as being really important for them to make it through to playoffs and whatnot for the club championship. Well, they're going to have a hard time. They open up against Baisha, then they've got, EP in there as well. So really, really scary group there in Group C.
But definitely can't leave out Group D. It's going to be All Gamers and Virtus Pro, followed by Team Stallions versus Na'Vi, which is also going to be casted over at Stream B. And for this group as well, Virtus Pro, definitely the underdog here, but they do have the caliber to take down All Gamers, the longtime veteran of CROSSFIRE. So you never know what really could happen in this tournament here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of veterans in both of those squads that we're going to be covering, and definitely want to get into that with Adrian going up against the Team Stallions roster. Definitely one that I'm looking forward to personally, as I've casted that guy for so many years, and also going up against basically a rookie, a very young player over there for Team Stallions. So will be a lot of fun. Let's throw up our Aramco player rankings and power rankings and talk about who we think are the best teams in the tournament. So this is actually done by the guys over on Stream A and has been given to us to kind of react to this list. How do we feel about this list, guys? Because there's definitely one name that's not up there in the favorites that's actually a couple of names that is surprising me quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe the angle that they might have taken is a little bit looking at the groups, trying to have like one team from each group in the favorite spot especially. But yeah, there's maybe a few missing. I think you maybe could have put Liquid a little bit higher, potentially. Not sure if they were, because of the number of groups and things locked into like 4 teams for each role. But I don't know, there's not too many disagreements for me, I think, at the end of the day. I think someone like Rock, for example, do they deserve to be in Dark Horses? I know there's a lot of like West League guys over on the A stream, so they're going to be backing them, for example. But CROSSFIRE always feels like a game for me where there's a lot of chances and a lot of potential for upset, for sure.
Yeah, kind of surprising to see Q9 at the underdogs of all things. I think they're a pretty big dark horse. Back in the Chinese league for CROSSFIRE, they were able to take down the top teams like Baisha. They won against Baisha back in 2022 Grand Finals. They were able to take down All Gamers as well. So yeah, putting them at the dark underdogs is a little bit surprising to me. Yeah,
I mean, it's hard, right? Because we have so many strong teams, and we can't have like 6 teams in the favorites category, because then that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I'm definitely looking at Team Falcons, Team Liquid to kind of break through that dark horse list. I feel like they definitely could make it to the top, but We'll just have to wait and see. But let's take a look at our SNB match of the day and talk about which match we want to zoom in on a little bit more than the others. Team Liquid up against EVOS Esports definitely feels like it could be the closest, but also has some of the bigger names from here at the B stream that we are going to be covering today.
Yeah, that is true. I think as well we wanted to really highlight the importance of the game for Liquid. They have to do well here. They have to, I think, open with a victory and just make sure that they're not kind of worrying about their tournament life and everything like that. I think that a lot of the conversation comes around how these teams will perform internationally. A lot of the time we're looking regionally. It's like, right, they've cleaned up the region, the game looks good. And then first day, they're not there. Second day, they're worrying about that result, and it can just really mess up the whole tournament for a team.
Yeah, and for the matchup of these two teams will be definitely one of the more interesting games to cast and watch at the same time, because I think it really just comes down to the map ban picks for these two teams. Team Liquid, they both have a really good performance in Ankara. 8-2 for Team Liquid, 5-1 for EVOS, so they're definitely going to pick into this map. Followed by Eagle Eye, which is one of the maps that are not usually played in CROSSFIRE tournaments all that often. So this might be the first best out of 3 to include Eagle Eye.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see what maps we actually do get into. But we're leading into day one here. Let's talk about the player expectations and watch a little hype video about this. Well, it's always really hyped to start out the first day, and our very first matchup, we're going to be talking about these two players going head-to-head from a Gaming Gladiators, Spoxy going up against Twisted Minds, Carrot. Thoughts on this matchup, guys? Who do you think is going to come out ahead in this 1v1?
Oh, well, I feel like Spoxy maybe has a little bit more of the pressure on the Gaming Gladiators side of things, so they'll lean on him a bit more. I feel that, you know, we sort of went for the two snipers, so really important head-to-head matchup there.
But the players are now arriving, and like you said, Spoxy definitely has a bit of an edge against Carrot, but it really just is the difference comes from the playstyles, because for Gaming Gladiators, their playstyle is more rigid. It's more formal, I would say. But for Twisted Minds, they do have a very high aggressive type of play. So the armor as well, the sniper, does also take very aggressive angles, so to speak. Whereas Spoxy, he's more of he would hold a certain angle and play based on it. So yeah, I guess it really just comes down to like who can just hit better shots.
Yeah, we're talking about Twisted Minds here. All the players we do have, definitely a lot of familiar names if you have been following the scene for quite a while. Bakute, definitely going to be another guy I'm looking at. Kim Bum has been around for a while. Mouse V as well. And yeah, these guys just looking really cool in this video and getting ready for this matchup. What do you think about this team, guys?
Yeah, I mean, they've been relatively solid within the Vietnamese league, placing second behind Falcons. I do feel that they have some decent play. It's just when it comes to, again, the international game, I think that Vietnam's maybe a region that has lagged behind a little bit. Falcons maybe as this sort of super team can come in and impress, but Twisted Minds are a squad that we have to kind of wait and see a little bit. Has there been enough preparation from them? Have they been able to match up on the international level? They do okay, not the highest placings usually, but they consistently make it to the international tournaments.
Yeah, local-wise in the Vietnamese league, sure, their aggressive styles do work, but let's go take a look at the roster of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, these guys they've been around for actually a while. They were making a lot of splashes in the West League and, you know, bringing in Raffin as well, RFF, and I feel like they've really rounded out their roster with this guy. And to me, you know, I feel like they could certainly make some splashes with a good performance here in this first match up against a strong Vietnamese team.
Yeah, it's a core that's been together for a very long time, and I feel like making changes is something that they have been sort of against or not massive fans of in the past. So the fact that they have brought in a couple new players, you know, this year is a pretty big deal, I think. So very interested to see what they can do with that. And again, it does speak to getting an organization behind you, a bit more security and whatnot, and therefore the decisions that you make are going to be future-proof, right? So I think that's what they're after.
But definitely this roster has some old names in it. Flex, Lineclaw, and Dezane, some old guys shooting guns, and was able to prove themselves in the West League, and looks like they're here back at Riyadh to prove themselves once again against a rather younger squad of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, well, we do have a video breaking this down just a little bit more. Let's jump into that right now.
I was playing CROSSFIRE since I was very young. Like, it was the game that I used to play at LAN houses that were over the country. CROSSFIRE was showing a good program for the professional players, and I thought it might be a good opportunity to start to try again and meet some old friends again. I think EWC is a very important event, and I think it's like one of the highlights of the year. I feel like EWC means a lot to me because it's another opportunity to show my level against the best teams, and it's just one more opportunity to prove that we can actually compete with the best. I mean, I think this version of me is obviously the best one. This is the time that I understand the most about the game. I think my time in Valorant was important to me to develop as a player. I learned a lot of stuff that can be applied to CROSSFIRE. I've been currently attending most of the international events for CROSSFIRE. Obviously, at some point I feel like there were other times where I was in a very interesting level, but I think this is the point that I'm reaching my highest point of my career, I would say. I hope it's the beginning of something beautiful.
It's just so cool to hear from one of the guys that really burst onto the scene with this squad back in the day at LCK when they used to be called that. Now, of course, Gaming Gladiators, and he, as he's really proven himself over the course of time. And I think that, trying to make something beautiful and play up against the best, and also talking about how he's in his best form is also really cool to hear, because maybe we get the best part of Lineclaw here at this tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully, I think that, tournaments like EWC as well are going to allow some of those players to remain in the teams for longer and sort of come back to the game and just find a new lease on life, as it were.
But do you think all those practices, the time they grinded into getting their, aims and hands back into, will come into play tonight here?
Yeah, we do have the map veto as well, starting off with Port, Band, and then Sub-Base, and straight into Black Widow and the Eagle Eye you were talking about there. Bench is going to be coming out, and then Ankara, Mexico, New Mexico Band, and we have Compound as the decider.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams are relatively flexible. Generally tends to be the case with some of the more, let's say, solid and consistent teams. Maybe a couple towards the bottom end of the pool, as it were. We'll have a few specialist maps, but yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Maybe no New Mexico kind of a map that I want to take a look at for sure.
Yeah.
But we'll see. A couple of teams are nervous to play that, I think, especially on day one.
Yeah, Mexico is definitely not the map you want to play in the best out of 3. A lot of lopsided rounds do happen on that map, but yeah, Black Widow, Eagle Eye, Compound, more of the rather even maps in terms of map balance. So yeah, can't wait to get into the first map, Black Widow. Didn't expect Gaiman to pick into this one, as Twisted Minds known very well to be the top performer of this map in the region.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more freedom when it comes to coming into the veto. Again, as we talk about, like, regionally, there might be a little bit of competition and figuring each other out, but it's a lot of, we like to say, play your own game, I suppose, coming into, especially, again, day one of EWC here.
Yeah, I think that also you've got a lot of time to prepare for a tournament like this and get some scrims in as you come over and you meet some of the best teams in the world. Actually, just the best teams in the world. And yeah, you can see all the players out there. A lot of discussion going on, maybe talking about strats, maybe talking about what they're going to do before they get into this match. And as you mentioned, really just trying to play your game and not trying to even focus too much on your opponents, because sometimes that can get in your head. It can be a little bit rough if you're going up against a very strong opponent that has a lot of titles under their belt. You kind of just want to say, no, we're a great team as well, and we want to take it down.
Yeah, I feel like Twisted Minds in particular, it's kind of interesting, as you briefly touched on, Bench. They're actually quite a young team. I think that we have a lot of the top-level CROSSFIRE teams and players tend to be made up by sort of legends and legacy players that, you know, have been able to remain consistent for so many years. Maybe they have a world championship under their belt. They're trying to sort of get back to that they the form that they had 5, 6, 7 years ago. But Twisted Minds, there's something fresh about them, and I think that a tournament like this could be a breakout opportunity for them, actually.
So the real question is, will the youngins get schooled by the old veterans, or will the young blood be able to take out the old blood?
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting kind of opening matchup here. Again, you got to start the tournament off, start the day off, which is a little bit scary, but I think ultimately it's playing in these types of environments. Nothing prepares you for this. You have to be here. You have to experience it, and that is something that Twisted Minds, you know, might be missing just a little bit for sure.
Yeah, you see a lot of the players over there on the side of Twisted Minds, you know, getting some jackets back on, getting the heat packs going. I think, you know, that could be, you know, we're coming into here. It's an air-conditioned venue, obviously, and just want to make sure that they're feeling as comfortable as they possibly can. The temperature, obviously, a big one, especially with the hands. You're playing FPS, you got cold hands. That's just not going to work, guys, right? So making sure that all of our players are at their top capabilities and that the match is as competitive as possible. The guys on the side of Gaming Gladiators don't seem too bothered by it. Maybe a little bit more accustomed to the temperature here in the building. But yeah, looking good and almost ready to go here, guys.
But yeah, like I said, like I've mentioned, experience definitely will be a key role here for the younger team here. Twisted Minds, they do have some international experience in the Grand Finals, but they were eventually thrown out pretty early in the group stages, if I can recall my memory correctly. For XLCK, Gaming Gladiators, they do have plenty of experience, so yeah, shouldn't be startled too much to be on one of the top stages of the world, EWC CROSSFIRE.
Well, it looks like, you know, we got some chants, we got some cheers from our teams. Might be almost ready to hop into the game, and this is very exciting. You know, we're starting off here at the CROSSFIRE for EWC, and it's the exact first match we got here for the B stream. So thank you so much, guys, for joining us, and it's going to be a really fun match. Well, with that, guys, I'm going to leave it to you two casters to break down the game and give us all the action as maybe a last-second issue, as I do see Flex is pointing at something over there. But I'll leave it to you guys, and take it away, gentlemen.
Yes, indeed. Excited to get into it. So here we kick things off as we are straight into the action, of course. Trying to see whether things start off well, particularly for Gaming Gladiators here on this BL side of things.
Twisted Minds over on the global risk side. As we say, we do have a quick pause coming in. We'll get things sorted out. But yeah, talk about the map itself. For the stat-wise, Gaming Gladiators do have a 13-3 whooping scoreline here in their previous tournaments. And for Twisted Minds as well, they do have 16-3, so it's a little bit better. But needless to say, it was played in the Vietnamese region, so.
Okay. Seems like we're halfway live here, folks, and we will be
halfway.
Yeah, we will be maybe on a little bit of a reset, but ultimately just getting things sorted. I think if I'm correct in thinking, there's no CROSSFIRE server out here, so you know there's a lot of setup required to get the game going. So maybe a little bit of
they might have actually brought some offline servers here.
Oh well, there you go. Goodness, cannot imagine the league op side of things. But either way, a little bit of action here as it looks like the B-bomb site might be the choice here. That chip, oh my goodness, looking strong straight out of the gate. Will be traded eventually, but a couple of really nice shots to just slow down the attack.
Flex also being able to take down Miles via all things now down to a 2v3. The C4 rotates in towards the B-bomb site, being held down by Kimbum. 40 seconds remaining onto the clock. The pop flash to Zane is going to start creeping in towards the connector. Kimbum comes in. Let's see if he's able to find a couple headshots. He does find one with the M14. New gun added here at EWC. So is the TRG as well, I believe.
Oh, nice angle, decent damage. Will finish off that kill onto Flex, but traded out into the 1 versus 1 here to kick us off in the first round. C4 going to go down nice and easy. Spoxy really, lacking the information, gets a little bit lucky there, just a spot in the window. Should be able to find this, but no, around the corner, it's Bokyu who takes it, and the first round will go the way of Twisted Minds.
What a pop flash. Was able to spot out the tip of the arm, peeking out from the window, but at the end of the day, Bokyu was able to use the vision advantage and take the kill, and the pause now comes into play.
Yep.
Looks like it's a technical one, I believe, as we can look at the stage down below us.
Okay, we're moving. We are moving quick, so maybe just sort of, as we say, sorting things out. And again, it's in this environment, a little bit different for a few of the players. Again, more of a B lean here to begin for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, a lot of utils being spent here by Twisted Minds out towards A long. Before Gaming Gladiators, after a failed take onto B, it was a rather slow one. They were able to trade out the kills pretty fast. It was down to 3-on-3, but eventually they spent just a tad bit more time than required, and it looks like Twisted Mind was able to take the bomb site back into their hands. Going to round number 2, C4 is dropped by the spawn, and players are looking to get into the catwalk area of A. Don't know where they want to take this one into. Carrot waiting with open arms. Is going to be able to find the tip of the head there. Spoxy goes down. And looks like Guyman's going to lose the armor of their squad.
Yeah, sharp shot. Really sharp. And obviously something that we pointed out early on was this head-to-head battle. Still early here. But the GR side of things looking pretty good for Twisted Minds. Feeling comfortable on the defense, which I think it's important. You know, you've got to make sure that your individuals are able to hold their particular spots, flex on a pickup, trying to get that trade, late trade, but just not happening. So the minute left here, Gaming Gladiators are somewhat out of ideas, just try and brute force their way in towards B, I suppose, but it's going to be easier said than done. The jump spot here, lovely and clean, and they've got a nice crossfire going at the moment.
Looks like they're going to full send it.
Yeah, this looks dangerous. Through the smokes, trying, failing, but it's Datchip at the back end who's able to take a couple down with him. Just 2 remaining now on that BL side of things, and yeah, the spam is just all too easy. As it looked like, difficult to get in, an attempt made by Dezane to be fair, but there's nothing really coming here for that Gaming Gladiators side.
Yeah, nice defensive setup, crossfires and all that, all the utils as well. And Twisted Minds is going to be able to lead out 2-0. And for Guyman, looks like they're going to need to put some gas in the pedal now. Otherwise, Black Widow is one of those maps where you get completely lopsided out if you do lose the driving force.
Okay.
Lexus Boxy going for the double TRG setup. And looks like it's going to pay off dividends. That chip and carrot taken out in a blink of an eye. Almost missed that too here, Scriv.
Yeah, to be fair. I think doing a good job of just sort of picking up the pace into this round. We've seen a lot of defaulting and prodding and poking in these earlier rounds. So really cleanly done there to just sort of change the pace up. And as you say, it pays off very, very well. So solid advantage right here for the BL side of things as they will look to move in towards this A bomb site. CROSSFIRE though at the back. It's a pretty tough angle to beat. He's got teammates on the way. And he's just trying to draw them in as best he possibly can. The trade is not there, though. Felt like a decent idea, just doesn't come off. Can't land the shots, and that should be the round.
Yeah, playing by the window side with the boxes, juggling your footsteps. It's tough to land your shots, especially when you're midair. But Kimbum, the last member alive, is going to be taken out by Flex. And it looks like Guyman's going to be able to find the deer needed first round for themselves. 2-1. Still Twisted Minds on the lead, and Scriv, to me, Guyman was able to direct themselves away from the B bomb site, which is basically kill house, and was able to find themselves, get the bomb planted on towards A. So do you think, are they going to be able to continue on with the trend of hitting A, maybe a split this time towards catwalk, or are they just going to brute force it down towards long?
Well, potentially, I think that there is a little bit more room on the A bomb site. I mean, it's still pretty early doors, is the thing for me. And it looks like what we're going for is a lot of pick-based action. You know, first kill is very, very important here. It feels like for these teams, we were talking about this a little bit. 2 of the more passive kind of regions in a sense that they don't really like to play super aggressive. So I think these first kills are going to really decide a lot of these rounds. In this particular round, it's Twisted Minds who were able to find the first. So is that going to be spawn-based? Is that going to be just off of who's a little warmer here this morning still?
This
but
morning.
All the same, yeah. It's all blending together at this point. But either way, Twisted Minds looking good here.
Yeah, Spoxy was taken out earlier in the round, and looks like they're going to force it down towards the B bomb site, but Kimbom has a good spray down, almost gets the second kill as well. Pistol out, not going to work. Flex and Zane gets into the bomb site. The C4 is down. The rotation from Twisted Minds is coming in as well, but the smoke is going to blur out the vision of the members of Gaiman to enter into the bomb site. Going a big flank here, though. Mousy and that chip. Will it pay off dividends here?
Well, yeah, that is the question. They do seem to smell a little bit of a rat. Flex is tagged up, but lives to fight another day here, and of course trained in on this Orm, but will go down. Zane then got the bomb back, but yeah, there's not really too much coming. They just couldn't get out. And as you say, as it keeps happening, this B bomb site, bit of a lockout.
Yeah, I feel like they want to drive a faster tempo into the B bomb site. As you can see from the utils being thrown out, they are trying to pop flash. They're trying to cover the window with the smoke and all that. But eventually, your body has to get into the bomb site, and it looks like, I don't know what's going on, but something is holding them back from just bum rushing into the bomb site.
Yeah.
So moving into round number 5, let's see what Gaiman wants to do here. They're set outside of B bomb site with a player on towards catwalk, possibly hinting to us a possible mid-hit. Haven't tried that yet.
Yeah, just sort of going through the basic Rolodex of strategies at the moment. It does seem Twisted Minds as well have just figured play a little bit safer, be careful about that first peak, right? The round that they lost was maybe down to the fact that they had 2 or 3 players all getting aggressive at the same time. So they just need to mitigate the risk with some of the early peaks, and they've done a good job of that so far.
C4 now being moved in towards A long. 3 players there being held down by Mousy. Can he find the opening frag? He's going to pop flash there with the support of that chip towards long. The Zane's going to swing and a miss as Kimbom takes one down. Lion Claw's going to be able to take Mousy out. And now the rest of Twisted Minds will have to start rotating. It's Spoxy, though, on towards Catwalk's going to get wall banged the heck out from him. The Zane trying to cross. That chip waiting by the staircase gets one. Can he clap the second player? Yes, he does! And it looks like Twisted Minds is going to be able to close out one more round in favor for themselves.
Yeah, big recovery there as well. You hear the cheers from behind. I think they feel good about that one. They know that it was a little closer, certainly chaotic. And a few missed fights, a few kills that really could have and should have gone the opposite way, you know, to the opposite player, but not the case. So yeah, Game of Gladiators maybe going to be kicking themselves a little after that round. And now TM really starting to stretch ahead. You know, the gap is growing, and some of these rounds looking more and more dominant.
Yeah, in the first couple of rounds, we were able to see players of Twisted Minds playing a little bit aggressive, players peeking out towards Catwalk with the TRG and all that. But after racking up 4 rounds, they're not playing aggressive anymore. They're playing very defensive. They're playing very formal, I would say, as they don't have to risk anything anymore. They do have the rounds in their pocket. Yeah,
ultimately, I think that they feel as well, yes, they've got the rounds, but also they're just able to hold the sites well in their basic setups. They don't need to take any chances or do anything unorthodox. The kills and the rounds are sort of coming to them. RFF struggling a little bit here as well as we just watch him as yet to frag. So we'll see if that continues to be the trend. But just a couple things to keep your eyes on. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, that chip, Kimbum really flying ahead.
Barrett, once again, waiting by Catwalk. Didn't see the players cross. Misses the first shot here. That chip is waiting, and looks like he's going to find a double kill for himself quick enough. Looking for the third. Juggling with the box is not going to quite hit that one this time. Carrot is there to wrap it up. The last kill onto a Spoxy. Can he hit the shot? Yes, he does! And that round was as quick as blinking of an eye here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they really do enjoy the double sniper setup as well. And that round is a real testament to how powerful it can be in the right hands. But Datchip continues farming, ultimately. Looking really, really solid here.
10 kills already.
Yeah, he's flying. He's flying. That's, you know, a good number of multi-kill rounds. So, and that last one included, again, having really, really solid impact, really quick with it.
Yeah, so the global risk side, they usually go for the double sniper setup, out towards long and out towards catwalk. To counter that for the blacklist side, I think they haven't tried just swinging out middle and split A through middle and cat. Don't know if Gaiman wants to do it this time. Haven't seen them even poke and prod out towards middle at all in the past 6 rounds, so we'll have to wait and see. Raffin takes a punch through the doors here to make things even worse for Gaiman.
Yeah, they're maybe in the just can't win mode at the moment. It all seems to be going against them.
It's like putting salt to your wound, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. There's maybe a chance here, if things do not improve, that, you know, we start to talk about map 2 a little prematurely, to be honest. But we'll see. Gaining bits of space as they will work their way through here and try and confuse things out. Are they going mid? Are they even going to try and split A, perhaps, with a small lurk out at long?
Still have a whole minute to work with. The C4, of course, is going to be down towards Catwalk. Bakut this time will be knocked out by Raffin, so first frag granted towards Raffin. And to open this round up, Raffin drops down. Datchip was completely unaware he gets knocked out. Although Kimbum is there to return some fire. Down to 3v2, the C4 now being planted. All down to the hands of Kimbum and Carrot.
Again, it's the A bomb site, isn't it? You know, it looks a little bit better for them, and they're able to perhaps find some more consistency there. Really difficult angle. I mean, Spoxy is pretty much invisible. Pete comes around, nice and easy. Kimbum going to go down. Not expecting too much from him, but yeah, we'll see here. We're still not getting super excited just yet, and you can see some size of relief that they're able to get back on the board, but there's still a gap that needs closing.
Diamond finally able to rack up a bit more round. 5-2 still in favor of Twisted Minds. And the opening frag is going to be down towards Lion Claw. 4v5. And Scrib, I feel like this time around, I think Gaiman with a member down, I think it's valid for them to try hit B once again, just brute force it.
Yeah.
I feel like they only failed because they took the tempo down a little bit slowly, so
yeah,
they're able to just put the gas to the pedal, then they might still take the round here.
Yeah, they do lack a little bit of the confidence over there, don't they? They kind of get into the entrance, and then there's a slight bit of resistance, maybe arguments over who goes first, you know. But the energy, not quite open. A bit of nervousness. It's something that, again, we have talked about, and maybe where the teams from China in particular just have a lot of confidence, a lot of aggression, right? And some of these other teams don't quite know how to match that. But this one does not start well, of course. So that's going to affect things just in the general field of play. Lose that player early. And again, they've felt confident with the A-bomb site previously. Maybe try and get one of those snipers in there and just get an entry, perhaps.
Yeah. Gaiman's going to go for the double arm setup. Flex has a pretty good angle, but he's going to back out as the flash is being thrown towards his face. Less than a minute left onto the clock here. The Zane takes a bunch of damage out of nowhere into Skyro. Probably leg shot with the TRG here. Carrot versus Spoxy. Carrot spots him out first. Down a player, and looks like Gaiman will have to fall back out from Catwalk. And then waiting in middle is going to be Mouseby to make things worse. Flex goes down to 2v5 with 30 seconds. This is a hard one to take, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just feels as well we've got a lot of slowdown from GG, and that allows some of the Twisted Minds players to just go prodding and poking. They're already a man up and whatnot, and they get those snipers in there in particular and just flatten off the opponent. Really, really cleanly done. Given the chance, given the opportunity, they are pulling out some very one-sided rounds right now.
Very one-sided indeed. Like I said, 6-2. We do have a quick technical pause. Looks like it will be sorted out pretty soon as the referees are stepping out from the stage. So yeah, looks like we're just
we're
back.
good, man. We're on it. Definitely on it here at EWC. but we'll see. They have not had that first kill come in, so always a plus, I think, for Gaming Gladiators when they're able to approach the round in a straight-up 5v5, not losing the early picks and whatnot. It's been a while since we've seen them, in fact, find that kind of success. Twisted Minds playing pretty far back in this round, actually. There is a lot of presence out towards long, which I think is going to be an area of contention in just a moment.
For Gaiman, if they're able to close the first half out with 30 rounds, they still do have some hopes and beliefs left in them. But if they do end up losing this round here, Twisted Minds can easily close this one out. Carrot gets completely sprayed out, and so is Mouseby. So, definitely being favored here by Gaiman is going to be able to go for a bit more aggression, but Kimbum says no to that, takes one down and does a bunch of damage as well. The Zane crosses with the C4. No, it gets chopped down, and Balkan on top of the bomb site will find one before going down.
A little bit close for just a moment there, but they have maybe lost a few of the key fights. Very, 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 very low HP here, though. And Datchip is going to know that. Patiently waiting. Ready for that C4 to go down. Here's him coming in, just tries to cover it off, but it's a keen find from RFF. Really, really important that he gets that kill and, you know, doesn't fluff his lines on that one. So, yes, indeed, on the board, but you can kind of see, again, the stress, the tension, still pretty high. Very, very close round there to close things out.
And since Black Widow is more of the global risk-sided map of all things, if Gaiman is able to, you know, just continue on with the trend of picking up rounds here and there, they do have a valid chance of taking the map down by themselves, as now we do get to switch the sides. Twisted Minds for themselves, I think they're going to go for the more aggressive tactics.
Okay.
Like they were able to showcase in the grand finals, even though it was completely halted down by the Chinese region, of all things.
Another little bit of a technical issue before we move into this second half, but yeah, it feels like things are heating up a little bit for the Gaming Gladiators. I will say Twisted Minds still had some very clean rounds, just a few changes in places as well, where it was like, right, do we need to take those aggressive peaks, take those risks? They did a very good job, I think, of adapting on the fly. Gaming, it's a bit flatter for me if they find that opening pick in a round, if an initial exchange like we saw there in the final round just kind of goes their way. There's a couple of guys just slightly off the angle or whatever, right? If they were a bit wider, they perhaps find their kills. So there's less consistency to the way that Gaming Gladiators have been playing for me.
Yeah, I mean, their aggressions in the first couple of rounds was not aggressive enough, I would say, on the Black side. Yeah. Opening frags, of course, was taken by Twisted Minds, so they will have to start a round off with a member down already. And with just 4, if you're able to isolate one bomb site to yourself, you can play 4v3 at max, since every team will leave at least one player towards the other bomb site. Nonetheless, they weren't. First of all, they weren't able to isolate the bomb site completely. Certain smokes weren't there in position in the right time. Second of all, the entry fragger wasn't able to get the trade kills in quick enough, so the aggression was definitely slow, I would say. But I think they were able to pick up their tempo coming to the latter rounds, so hopefully this change of things will help Gaiman to rack up some more rounds.
Indeed. This is never good, though. Take some of that momentum away, you know. I think just as we were starting to get into the flow of competition, it has unfortunately hit a wall here.
Probably better for Gaiman, isn't it?
I suppose it all depends. I think it's always very curious about like tech pauses and stuff, right? Like how do certain people deal with it? I know myself, for example, not that I'm anywhere near as good as these guys. I feel like sitting in my own thoughts, not being able to talk and all that kind of stuff maybe wouldn't do me the best. You start to perhaps doubt things or, you know, over-analyze, especially when you are on a stage of this caliber, right? So,
right.
But it depends. Some players, I'm sure, are able to stay zen. Maybe that's all part of the skill of being a professional player as well. It's not just in the mechanics. A lot of it is in the mental side of things. But, yeah, always very curious as to maybe do they practice this? Do they sit in silence for like 10 minutes or something, you know, when they're at the boot camps and whatnot, just to kind of get used to that feeling? But yeah, the big thing for me is just like not being able to talk and communicate at all. while you wait for the issue to get sorted.
But yeah, talking just a little bit more about the maps here. Black Widow 6-3, of course, Twisted Minds in the favor here, but Gaimin being able to pick up a bit more of a tempo, bit more of a precision here in their shots. Now that Gaimin is going to be able to play on the more favorite side of all things, do they have a pretty good shot at closing this map out by themselves, or is it going to go into the golden rounds?
I mean, I feel like it's a little bit difficult to say. Just from what I've seen, Twisted Minds look a little sharper, a little more originality to them. You know, maybe playing more confidently and with a bit more knowledge of the map, especially with it being their pick. That being said, things could change as we flip over here, but also you have to think individually. We've seen a bit more out from Twisted Minds. You know, when a round goes well for gaming, there's maybe a few more players getting involved. I think that it's pretty scary to see what Datchip is doing, especially if he can keep that up onto the blacklist side of things. I think that could be a really, really scary prospect. You know, get aggressive, find that entry frag. No one can compete with him necessarily.
Followed up by Black Widow is going to be Eagle Eye 2.0. Unfortunately, on the first BO3, we don't get to see the New Mexico update. But looks like we are back into the lobby live and ready. Opening frags here and there. Flex goes down to Carrot. And that chip is going to be taken down by Raffin. And eventually, looks like Twisted Minds is looking to get in towards the A-bomb side. A lot of interest being shown here. C4 rotates in as well. Carrot on the cross. Will he be able to find another frag through the tip of the smoke here, but the flash is going to work out some wonders. Carrot will have to fall back.
You can immediately see here, though, can't you? There's a lot of difference in from Twisted Minds playing a lot faster. Not afraid to take those fights. Maybe they should be, though. And some of the early ones not going well for them. Mouseby, though, where does he come from? He's just bursted in, picks up the double on Cat, and creates the space for the bomb plant. Really, really well done. I think just going to completely bamboozle Gaming Gladiators here as they will look to try and remain competitive. Big kill coming in, but it's deep information gained. Edge of the smoke. A keen shot from Carrot, however, should give them the round. Kimbum makes it look easy to close things out. And
what a flick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Absolutely insane shots from Carrot. This guy is completely dialed in tonight. I mean, for Gaimin, they had some nice opening frags. They had some good trade kills here and there, but eventually, Datchip and Carrot just completely shutting down the show here for Gaimin. Arcing out 7-3. And like you said, Scriv, a lot faster tempo being shown here.
Yeah.
By Twisted Minds. Rather, Gaimin had a slower rounds, I would say, on their blacklist side. So let's see if this changes anything. Datchip swings and a miss. Lionclaw is going to be able to take him down. And the nade from Bakut's going to take Lionclaw out.
Yeah, I feel like a really, really big trade. Gaming Gladiators going for something that we've just not seen all game long, and that is some coordinated CT aggression. So a big trade, but a big find through the double doors here. Spoxy keeping control of that area as well, so the game slows down a little. Carrot looking to contact his way through. Oh, can't get it done though. Flex with an easy find of his own. So solid advantage at the moment for Gaming Gladiators. Just got to be careful not to give too much away here. I think we're already starting to see Twisted Minds maybe conceding the round slightly, see what comes their way, but I think they know that this is going to be a really, really tough round.
I mean, if Twisted Minds can isolate one bomb site and see if they can just take down the solo player holding down the bombs like this, Zane actually gets spotted out and not looking the right angle. Raffin, though, swings out, is able to retaliate, take one kill down. Bakut versus the world, 1v2, and a Dream has plenty of time. 50 seconds remaining. The C4 not yet to be picked up. Has so many angles to look for before he can recover the bomb. Raffin in the bomb site is going to be able to finally take down the kill. And Gaimin is going to find one more round for themselves here.
Again, coming off the back of some aggression. So playing a lot more confidently in this second half than I think they were in the first. You know, on that BL side of things, they lacked a bit of the get up and go. See it again, though, looking to get aggressive towards B. So we just have to be careful. How long is this going to last? So many smokes going down, a lack of information, and just able to play around them. really keen finds here, and I think I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is a very different team in this second half.
Yeah, Gaiman slowly but surely picking up the pace here. Already found 2 kills. Bazang gets taken out. Smoke with a quick headshot by that chip. Guy's been dropping 13 frags total in just about 11 rounds, so already above 1 KD here.
Yeah, a really solid game from him. Kimbum also not too far behind. Carrot. Oh my goodness, the timing of it. He's able to get away, take another shot, but he misses out that second time of asking. Could have been absolutely devastating. A lot of damage has been done. So we'll see. There's lots and lots of time for Twisted Mind to get back into this round and, you know, find those low players.
Yeah, still a very doable round. Like I said, Flex and Lion Claw barely breathing here, which is about 5 HP or something. If they're able to find the opening frag, this round could easily be headed towards Twisted Minds. Minute left onto the clock, and looks like they're gonna start poking prodding in towards the B house. Held down by Flex. Kimbum, the crouch cross, not caught out just yet. Looks to swing, but Flex is gonna play smart. He's not gonna peek. He's going to hide in the boxes, play lurk a little bit, buy the time, buy the room for your team to rotate it back in.
Yeah, this is all to play for in this round. Just trying to creep in, the wall bang. He's maybe heard a step or just got a good idea that it's the only spot that he could be in. Datchop cannot cross, though. It's all going to come down to Kimbum. Really, really important clutch here if he's able to get it. The first kill and the plan, the easy part. Now he's got the difficult bit. As he looks to close the gap here on the pistol, finds both through the smoke. Oh my goodness, and a massive, massive find. Twisted Minds with a huge stolen round.
Stolen is probably the right term here, Scriv. That round, seemingly and surely, Gaiman could have closed that one out. It was a 2v1, but Kimbum was able to get the bomb planted, had all the utils to himself, smoked off the cross, and used that angle to himself. Quickly pistoling down 2 players in a row, and the round is going to be taken by Twisted Minds. And looks like, as you can see on the screen here, a lot of wind has been taken out from the sails. The expressions, the facial expressions. Yeah. Man, it's sad to see, isn't it?
Well, I suppose it can be, but that is the nature of the competition. A round that they know, we know, I think everybody knows they should have been winning. So, starting to worry ever so slightly now is the game getting away from them. We'll be in prime position now on the Twisted Mind side of things, and as you mentioned, the mental side of things really becomes important now. So start to worry, and immediately you can see Gaming Gladiators have lost that aggression that they were pulling out a lot of the rounds. They've decided to play it safe and not take any risks. Twisted Minds expecting a bit of said aggression, but as we mentioned, it's not coming their way.
I mean, Raffin has picked up some pace by himself. I think he had 0 kills up until the 5th or the 6th round. Not exactly sure when it was, but now he's got 8 kills himself. If he frags out just a little bit more, will definitely be helpful for their team to win some more rounds here. At risk now, 8-4. Just 2 rounds before Twisted Minds can close this one out to themselves. Carrot going a little bit aggressive down towards long. It's going to back out.
Yeah, more of the action going down towards the mid area, it would seem. C4 has been dropped, a decent amount of information. Not loads of time here for Twisted Minds, actually. They do have to be a bit wary, a bit careful. Nade damage is decent, but Flex able to remain on that angle. And they are somewhat panicking here for ideas. Maybe just trying to send that chip in to fake things out, draw some attention. The bomb itself, though, will be slowly but surely headed up cap. Down goes that chip. It's not really enough of a sell. 10 seconds here. Flex is hidden away. The kills are in for Spoxy as well, so looking decent enough. Just about able to get the bomb down, though. Very, very, very close. We'll see what Garrett can do. Oh, my goodness. Brings it as close as damn it, but not able to clutch up this time.
So close yet so far. Carrot almost clutching that one out. Could have been another stolen round here, but not quite going to work out. It's going to be a 8th round still. for Twisted Minds, but Gaiman is going to be able to finally find a round for themselves after a long break. But yeah, I think that last round was a little bit forced by TM, wasn't it? Just about less than a half a minute before getting into anywhere, trying to sell fake down towards B. Like I said, not sold.
Yeah.
Just one player just juggling with the guns. Not quite going to work here at the top of the world stages here. But at the end of the day, this pause hopefully will help both of the teams to get back on track. That last round was a little bit rowdy, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think, again, you see how close it comes and how panicked it was. If they'd maybe just given themselves an extra 15 seconds, something like that, it could have just calmed them down ever so slightly. And quite tense here, though, as we potentially come towards the end. It all depends on whether Gaming Gladiators, with a couple of timeouts now, if they're able to keep closing this gap.
This one is a tack, I think.
Yes. So chatting things over and just trying to, you know, remain in the lead, I would imagine, for Twisted Minds in particular. Just got to nip this in the bud before it gets too crazy. And, you know, you have to bear in mind that one comes close and is chaotic. One of their rounds here on the BL side of things has also come down to a crazy clutch. It's not actually been as much of that domination that we saw in the first half.
And Gaiman playing very standard setups is working in their favor, so looks like none of the rather spicy plays on the Boulevard side will be shown. Early on, though, some nades being thrown. The Zane taken down to about half HP here already. Twisted Minds thinking about gathering some information down towards middle. Mouseby with the C4 is going to start creeping in towards doors. Not entirely sure if they want to swing out. They do have a smoke put out towards the connector. And, Raffin as well, trying to poke and prod and get some more information. Going to be a rather slow-paced round there, Scriv.
Just looking to thread that needle, aren't they, really, and find the all-important gap. It looks like through middle, trying but failing to catch Flex on that rotation. Datchip's actually found himself in a pretty good spot here, I would say. Yes, they're down a player, but I think he has a good chance to really devastate, and it's a difficult angle to beat. Ow, RFF able to stay alive, actually. I thought Surely would get traded there. It's all about buying time. He's got Lion Claw in beside him as well, so looking pretty good in terms of the setup. He's just doing his best to stay alive here and make sure they can keep spotting some information. Lion Claw, they know about him, but these angles are just so tough to beat. The rotation's now going to start coming in. The spam is slowly getting there. They will eventually force him out, and somehow they've managed to net the kills. I think very well played from Twisted Minds to not get too distracted, not fully send it in, and it was that rotating player that they take down. Now the flank from Dezane, but surely nothing coming here. He will play it super safe, get that bomb the hell out of dodge, but he goes down to Carrot anyway. A big round from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, Raffin trying his best to stay alive, just crouch jumping by the boxes not to get wall banged, was able to buy decent amount of time. More than enough, I would say, but the Zane on the rotation was taking a more detoured route, I would say. Took a while for himself to get back in towards the B connector. Didn't come in time. The bomb set was swarmed, and Twisted Minds is going to find the 9th round for themselves here. Moving into round number 15, Spoxy eventually taken down to make things worse for Gaiman. About to get knocked out from the first map here.
Yes, indeed. I think they've had, in isolation, a few good rounds, but never really able to compete here on the Gaming Gladiator side of things. Twisted Minds have always done a good job of getting back in and making sure that, you know, one doesn't turn into a streak of rounds necessarily. But we'll see. Always still time. Never over until it is over. That chip on the slow contact here. Just trying to find another, of course, and really solidify this round in. You can see that they're playing quite slowly. No need to rush into things. They've already got a solid advantage. Just play around that. Not a great deal of utility remaining, so now have to make a decision about where they want to go.
Looks like it's going to be B bomb site to be contested here. Whole time by Lion Claw. Last time he was hiding by the corners, was eventually taken out. The tip of the head peeking out. The C4 rotates in as well, and now Raffin was able to buy some information for the team. The rotation comes in quick. The Zane, though, swings out pretty wide. Balkut goes down. And looks like Twisted Minds will have to decide if they want to rotate out from B or just force it down. And it looks like their decision is going to be out towards Catwalk, is it?
Maybe eventually they've got this guy out long here. Is kind of their only contingency. Slowly going to safely rotate around. So actually maybe just going to go where they have information and take the bomb with them. But we'll see. Again, looking for a small sort of fake out here. Kimbum not hard selling, but just making noise, keeping attention over on that B side of things. Meanwhile, Long relatively vulnerable, trying to get in on the cross here. 15 seconds to do so. Trade is there. Kimbum looking to cut off rotations, but fails. Not able to get anything in from that angle. The nade is good, but not enough damage to stop the bomb being planted. So all to play for here on the Gaming Gladiators side of things. They do have the advantage going into it, but the HP bars do not favor them. Difficult to tell, difficult to call. And they know, Twisted Minds, they have to take the initiative. Carrot will find a keen shot, traded out. Nice and clean, but it's Mouth on a big flank here. Able to drop it down to the 1 versus 1, looking to try and find it. And just got to play, the mind games here. Get him off the bomb, keep him distracted. He tries his best to go in for the hold, and I think that should just about be enough to get this over the line. It's pretty damn close though, Bench. It's pretty damn close, and no, he cannot pull off the defuse. TM will get it done.
It was close, but it was not there. The last tick wasn't there to defuse the C4. Looks like Twisted Minds is going to be able to close the first map of Black Widow out. 10-4, pretty whooping scores, I would say, as we are getting ready to move. Just waiting to move into the next map of Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I mean, a really key map, I think, coming in from Twisted Minds at the end of the day. Very, very well shown. As we'll probably see here on the highlights, you know, some of their rounds were situations where they shouldn't necessarily be winning. A good handful of clutches in there that were very, very impressive. But particularly, I think, starting the game off pretty strong, making sure that Gaming Gladiators were on the back foot from the get-go, as you can see here, right? 5-1 before they were really ever to get going again. So I think that it was just an uphill battle the whole way through for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it was a tough one to climb. But at the end of the day, we were able to see some calibers being shine bright, at least. Some good rounds coming out from Gaiman. But the question now here really is, Scriv, is that do they have the caliber on the Blacklist side of other maps as well? Because whatever they've shown on the Black Widow side, a map of Black Widow is, it's not there, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. I think there is a little bit of a lack of maybe just even individual prowess to them, at least on this map and at least today. So yeah, very, very curious to see what this second map will hold for that Gaming Gladiator side in particular.
And there you go, the winner, Twisted Minds. Good cast, by the way, guys. Was really enjoying that while you guys were breaking that down. Twisted Minds definitely looking like the stronger team here. I personally thought that Gaming Gladiators would be able to do well on Black Widow, but not quite the case. And Twisted Minds a very strong showing here. Obviously, the sniping was fantastic from the side of Carrot, and also I really thought that Datchip, you know, was putting in a lot of work. Just so many awesome angles he was able to take into the backlines and stuff. Was really throwing them for a loop, and they really could not deal with them.
Yeah, for sure. I think they were giving him a lot of the keen angles, right? And ultimately, he was able to take them and prove why he should be having them. That being said, though, yeah, you mentioned Carrot. I think certainly into the second half, he really seemed to pick things up. And yeah, a pretty top-heavy scoreboard, for sure, from the side of Twisted Minds, but ultimately, no one able to match on the other side of things.
Yeah, the firing squad of Twisted Minds, 18-8, 16-12, 15-8. What a scoreline there for these three players. But for Gaiman, Raffin off to a very slow start, was sitting at 0 kills up until like the 6th round, I believe. But looks like they were able, Raffin was able to climb back was able to find some kills for himself.
Yeah, so I'm curious, guys, moving into Eagle Eye here for the second map, do you feel like we can see a comeback in this one, or are Twisted Minds just the better team today?
Yeah, I feel like there were flashes from Gaming Gladiators for sure. There was definitely a couple of rounds. They liked their aggression on the GR side of things, which was pretty fresh, quite nice to see, and I think that it did throw Twisted Minds for a loop for just a second, but unfortunately, yeah, individually there may just be a lack of depth to the team, and Twisted Minds are a little quicker with it, a few more flicks, a few more clutches. These sort of key things went their way a lot more often.
And Eagle Eye 2.0 is one of those maps where aggressive playstyles doesn't necessarily pay off dividends. It's a very long map, it's a very wide map. So Twisted Minds with a more faster and aggressive playstyle might not benefit all that much from the second map, and Gaimin might just be able to pick some pace back up as they are better playing more standard setup, so to speak.
Yeah, Bench, I'm curious, you and I have cast these guys a decent amount in the regional finals, the Gaming Gladiators. Do you feel like they're at a similar level to what we've seen at some of those other international tournaments, or do you think they're not really hitting the mark in terms of what you've seen in the past?
Not on par, I would say. I feel like they're not... it's either of not warmed up properly just yet or not waking up properly just yet. I don't know what's the issue, but they're not showing the caliber they were able to prove and show in the previous tournaments. So just gotta wait and see what they have on the board for the second map.
Yeah, I think kind of important to see ultimately what they're able to bring. I feel... yeah, I could even tell just sort of watching that there was a lack of energy to them and just took them a little bit too long to get going, and maybe got a few rounds in and they were sort of like, okay, this is going to be tough for us. We have to come up with something fresh. And just nothing was working, in some of the rounds. So a pretty tough opening game for Gaming Gladiators for sure.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue, and as we talked about before, it's a double elimination GSL format, so if Gaming Gladiators do go down here, even if it's 2-0, it doesn't matter. They have another chance to take a best-of-3 and to try to come back, but it would be a fantastic start for Twisted Minds, obviously, if they could get started, because if you win 2 best-of-3s, then you're just straight in the playoffs, so that's got to feel really good. Do you feel like with this performance from Twisted Minds, they could be a contender to, make some splashes in playoffs, or do you think they're just kind of up against a weaker opponent today?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it does look a little bit more like the latter. Always going to be difficult. If we can see them find like a super clean 2-0 here and, no real sweat for them, I think that, yeah, maybe we can talk a little bit about what they're going to be able to do in just, again, the second best-of-3, like you say, and then they're able to make it through to playoffs. But They look good. I think that there's maybe not loads that they've been asked to do on that map, if that makes sense, right? There wasn't necessarily a big conversation around trying to get back into the game, trying to figure things out. Just the simple things that they were throwing were working. So I think that we maybe need to see a little more of a test into this next map, and then we can talk about how they'll look for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, like you said, the first map wasn't the cleanest of all for Twisted Mind as well, and we could see some weaknesses if they can't find the bomb site to attack, then they completely lose the wheel and eventually they just lose the round. So like those kind of little things, they will have to go back to the drawing board and fix it up if they want a clean 2-0 going out from the group stages. If not, then other teams are watching this as well, so they're going to bite into it and use that to their advantage.
Yeah, well, it is prediction time. Are we going to get the 1-1? Are we going to have a series on our hands, or is this just going to be the straight-up 2-0?
I'm confident in Twisted Minds, honestly. I think Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately, might need the one-day acclimatization, as it were, and then a bit of a fire up them tomorrow to hopefully deliver a bit more. But yeah, I think Twisted Minds are going to take this pretty cleanly.
I mean, I think it's valid to say a 1-1 is still in the talks. We were able to see some moments where all the players from Gaimin playing very sharp. If they're able to just bring that back, Eagle Eye is definitely one of the maps that they will be favored over Twisted Minds. So just have to wait and see if that is going to be possible. Otherwise, it's going to be a clean 2-0, like you said, and Twisted Minds will just be able to finish this one out. Not being able to see Compound as map 3.
Yeah, I mean, Compound would be lovely to see.
Yeah.
I personally think this should be a 2-0. I'm kind of with you, Scriv, but we got the game going, so guys, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Back into the action here, as there is no slowdown, of course. They'll be looking to get straight into things here, and we get to see a bit more out from these two teams on their lesser played sides, as it were, on map number 1. So that will certainly be curious. Raffin as well, not wasting any time as he just gets straight in the face for that first kill.
Yeah, he already walked up all the way out towards A-Long, was able to find the opening frag down towards Datchip, who's been clutching out with the pistol, to remind you, on Black Widow, down towards the B-bomb side. Eventually, down a player, Twisted Minds, they will have to reset from their positions. Looks like they want to just poke and prod down towards middle, that is. Having a 3-2 split for Gaiman. If this aggression ends up being a split, this could cost them around here. Very strong defense setup.
Yeah. But certainly some gaps left. You know, a sense of timing, a sense of making sure you don't get distracted. Especially this player in Raffin, you know, he's going to be the information guy. He has to make sure that he plays his role well. I would argue an overface Lion Claw peeking in towards middle, maybe trying to gather some information, but he loses his head for that. And now it opens up a lot of options with a Twisted Mind side that have time remaining. So really got to be careful now on this Gaming Gladiators side that they don't allow another player to overface.
Yeah. This box here that Kimbum's using back in Eagle Eye 1.0, it was spammable. So you could have seen the players on the Global Risk just spamming that box crazy, but it's been remade into a steel box, so it does give more breathing room to the Blacklist side to balance up the map. But 30 seconds remaining, and looks like the C4 is going to head himself down towards A. Opening from Kimbum, takes down the Zane. Mousefee as well is going to find Raffin, but Spoxy still holding strong into the bomb site with the pistol out. Juggles himself around the stairs, gets the frag down to a 1v2. Carrot trying to contest the bomb site, gets one. He's been playing very well. Down to a 1v1 now, but 9 seconds has to go for the C4. Buys enough time for Flex to rotate, but I don't know, Scriv. This could be anyone's round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Flex has played things pretty nicely here as he will drop back, starve information away. Try and play that game. Fortunately, it looks like Carrot may well have read it, but he looks away at the worst possible time. Flex gets in there, finds that kill easily.
Misses the jump.
We all saw, unfortunately. But indeed, will be Gaming Gladiators to take the first. Listen, hard fought comes down to a clutch after a really early opening kill, so there's still little things in there you got to watch for, but it is exactly what they wanted to start off their pick.
Yeah, it was a little bit. It wasn't the cleanest round of all, like I said. It was a little bit iffy. Didn't necessarily need to peek out towards middle. Lion Claw lost his head because of that. Coming into round number 2, Spoxy with yet another nice and clean opening. Kimbum goes down, contesting Hotel as well. Looks like they do want to gain a full control out towards B. Bakken takes some damage with the nade thrown his way as well. Looks like he's thinking about swinging. Lion Claw doesn't spot that out, gets knocked out. Flex going aggressive is going to be able to recoup the kill back down to a 4v3. Not exactly sure what Twisted Minds wants to do here after dropping 2 players. It's like they're just going to rotate out from B, get the C4, join forces with that chip and see if they can take down A. But as you can see on the minimap, Scriv, held down by 3 players once again.
Yeah, it does seem like they want that A-bomb site to be a solid lockout. They were baited out last time around, so never a solid deal. Carrot up the tower with a nice find. Actually going to thin those numbers on that dreaded A-bomb site. That chip trying to spam away here. Can't quite find it. Riffin, though, he is struggling to get those kills in. Oh, there's no ammo. Spoxy doesn't know where to look. Too many targets. He's onto the pistol. It's not enough. Madness from Datchip as he runs out of ammo in the primary, has to go to the secondary, gets 2. Bomb point going to be denied here, though, but the trade is there. Another chaotic round. This time, it is Twisted Minds to come out on top.
Too many targets. Like you said, Spoxy almost got the shot in, but he had to switch to the secondary. Didn't quite work out. Wasn't able to find the second frag, and Twisted Minds is going to be able to find the round for themselves, tied to 1-1. Moving into round number 3. Looks like yet another early Hotel aggression. Trying to gain the ground here by Gaiman. Worked out wonders last time. Don't know if it's going to work this time around. Line Claw going a bit more aggressive. Eventually, he's going to fall back a little bit towards the staircase.
Yeah, not sure if he was heard crossing.
Probably not.
So you do have to be careful of this area. Looks like Twisted Mind's wanting to play a much slower kind of round. They are heavily smoked off at the moment, though, as they're fortunately not able to create too much. Meanwhile, long angle at A goes the way of the Gaming Gladiators side of things. So a nice find here for Spoxy.
Spoxy definitely being the guy to find the opening frags for Gaiman. But from the history repeating himself from the last round, Twisted Minds did lose a player to begin with, but they were able to get the round back. So
yeah,
don't know if the frag is going to matter all that much by TM.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say, certainly what we've seen from Gaming Gladiators, they've done a very good job of finding those opening picks. So maybe immediately looking more comfortable on this map as compared to the previous, right? A few more confident angles in places.
Yeah, definitely burning the clock down to the wire here. 50 seconds, and looks like TM has crossed in towards the B long area, but Flex is holding strong. Gets the clap onto Baku, looking for the second, but doesn't have the information though. That chip from the swing does find one. Flex though, will add one more kill to the board. Down to a 2v4. That chip and Carrot all to do. Didn't know that Refin was all the way out towards middle. Gets knocked out. All the down to the hands of Carrot as he gets gunned down by 3 players simultaneously.
Yeah, certainly not going to come out on top of that, but it looks a lot better, I think, from Gaming Gladiators. They do just seem to have some of the excitement that we were missing on map number 1. Twisted Mind's going to have to work harder here, and I think they're starting to now realize that. But
here's the quick replay, I believe.
Yeah, Flex from the previous round. Pretty big one from him, for sure. Just catching a couple of those kills that we missed out on. It will be yet another opening pickup for the Gaming Gladiator side. So something that Twisted Minds have really got a nip in the bud. Starting to get very problematic.
Yeah, if the same thing continues for 3 rounds straight, then there's something wrong about it. Yeah. Nonetheless, yet another slow round being delivered by Twisted Minds. I feel like if they don't drop a player by the opening frags, then they will go very fast. But whenever they're stuck in a position where they do lose a player and have to play a 4v5, then they play really, really slow. And as I say that chip's going to start sniffing into the bomb site pretty quick, I would say.
It seems to be something that they quite like, actually, is they drop down. Maybe they do it in conventional rounds as well, but that chip, they're just leaving him on an island to do his own thing. Try and go first, try and find an entry on the other bomb site as it is in this round.
Just being the crack player, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately, his teammates maybe not quite delivering in the same way, and one man can only do so much. Trying to get the catches here. Keen find onto one, but there you are. Immediately traded out. Has he created enough space? I think the answer to that question is going to be no. Bomb goes down solidly now in the hands of Global Risk. So looks decent here. Carrot does manage to recover it. Actually a relatively clear path to that B-bomb site, but just not able to move fast enough. Didn't have that information, of course. And so Gaming Gladiators starting to stretch ahead now.
Yeah, Gaiman's going to be playing the rounds in a smart manner, I would say. The Armors go pretty aggressive, actively try to get the opening frags. If not, they will just fall back and leave the bomb site to the hands of the riflers. But up until now, the aggression has been working wonders. Kimbom has been going down. Baku has been going down. Even that chip, I think, lost his life at one point in the rounds. And moving into round number 5, finally, nobody has lost the top of their head.
Yeah.
And hopefully Twisted Minds can get some rounds back here.
But you can see as well, it's sort of that B long area is just a complete lockout, and what they've done into this round to adjust is just barely out of spawn.
Yeah.
So I think they're just on the Twisted Mind side of things saying, right, we're going to have to concede that area. We can't fight it. We're not finding success over there. So that does leave them fewer options available in terms of the bomb site. So we're probably looking at a couple A hits in a row here.
If you think about it, it's almost a deal, isn't it? Like, it's like Global Risk will lock out B. Blacklist will basically respond by, okay, we can take control of middle at least and play from there. And that's exactly what is happening here on the map of Eagle Eye, as Twisted Minds does have control out towards long, does have the control down towards middle, but they have completely lost the control out towards B. So it may seem a little bit abnormal to the viewers that doesn't watch Eagle Eye all that often, but this is the default setup, so to speak, I would say.
Oh, Flex misses the shot. Looked like he was on a pretty keen lineup there. His teammates, though, they find success. Able to help out towards middle. Looking very good now. Not a lot of time left. Pistol out. Carrot just closes the gap there. Catches Flex completely off guard. It's Riffin who's having a really great half here thus far. Again, time is starting to really become a problem. They've lost that bomb now. It's all on Carrot. Up against 4. He's going to have to ace up to win the round. Not going to happen for him. And Gaming Gladiators only losing 1 player there. You know, again, a round that looked a bit better on paper for Twisted Minds. They gained some ground in towards middle, but they just cannot convert pretty much anything.
And this is probably the right time for Twisted Minds to call the attack pause. I feel like whatever happened on Black Widow, we can just kind of, you know, put that aside. Gaming Gladiators was able to pick back up the pace. Play smart, play the right angles in the right time, get the trade frags if needed. It's been working out quite nicely. They were able to rack up some rounds. For Twisted Minds, the aggressive plays trying to achieve angles early on in Black Widow worked out wonders. But coming into Eagle Eye, it's not necessarily being translated into gaining the ground. Rather, it's losing a player early on. So definitely gotta go back to the drawing board a little bit and fix that issue. Otherwise, Gaiman seems to be pretty dominant in this matchup right now.
Yeah, I think they recognize that as well. You know, obviously they've tried to change things up in the previous round just from a strategical approach, an initial approach, but also not working. So Twisted Minds hitting the wall themselves. It's kind of a rinse and repeat of the first map, but the teams are flipped. So we'll see if they're able to come back into things here. Of course, the first and only round that they've found, also off the back of a clutch situation. So not a lot that they can call on, not a lot that has been replicable.
So, Scriv, we are very early on into the second map. Like, nothing's been decided and nothing really shines light. But what if we say Gaiman wins Eagle Eye, then we go into Compound? Who do you think is going to come out on top for the whole series?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a tough call. I'd probably have to lean more on the Gaming Gladiators side. If they keep playing like this and they win the map in this fashion, I think maybe, yeah, you do start to lean their way just because they would have that sort of momentum upper hand. Another keen opener here as the round gets going. So Gaming Gladiators seemingly can do no wrong. Maybe biting off a bit more than they can chew here, though, as they will press the attack. They were already a man up. They decided to get super aggressive. It seems to have gone sideways for them. The C4 is miles ahead. Really weird situation here into the hotel.
Yeah.
Flex just trying to hold things down and drop that bomb ultimately.
Yeah, Flex was able to juggle himself through the smoke and somehow find himself in the middle of hotel. Was able to take down Carrot, who was completely unaware that an enemy could be present. Gets completely knocked out. And now Mouseby was able to retreat a little bit.
Yeah.
And join up with Kimbum. The C4 rather more safe. Soon will be planted down towards B. And sensing that Spoxy and Flex is going to start walking in towards the bomb site. Just about a minute left on the clock. The C4 now gets planted. Kimbum can cover middle completely by himself, but looks like Mouseby wants to just go for the trade kills. So is Gaiman, as both players are walking in towards a long area, but not entirely sure if TM is all aware of this.
Oh, big find. Tap on the bomb. Flash as well, but Spoxy still able to find them. Oh my god! How has he gotten away with that?
What a spray down. Quick double kill, and yet another round goes towards the side of Gaiman.
Insane. Absolutely
with the M14 too. That gun, great damage, great recoil, but the RPM is just not there. But
of course.
Somehow this man finds himself in a spray down situation and gets both kills. So.
They will be kicking themselves. I mean, again, he gets into them, I suppose, but they maybe just have to believe and have some confidence in the setup. You figure they find that first kill, they're in with a really good chance of taking it. A lot of frustration coming into this round for sure. We've got a quick 1-for-1 as they'll trade things out. Once again, Gaming Gladiators looking to get aggressive down that B-long angle, but this time they'll know when to quit.
Yeah, after a quick trade, looks like they're going to play this one out a little bit in a slower manner. But yeah, kind of surprised to see that Twisted Minds is not forcing it down towards the middle yet. I mean, they had ideas of doing it a couple of rounds ago, but they, at the end of the day, they didn't really force it. So if hitting A is not working, gotta go elsewhere. If hitting B is not working, gotta go elsewhere. And the only option left here, theoretically, is middle. So looks like they're still gonna show interest down towards Hotel. Down towards B, Lion Claw has an angle. It's gonna fall back after hearing 2-3 different guns being fired towards him.
Can't make it away though. So he does go down. Okay, and we're back with a bit of a vengeance here on the Twisted Minds side of things. Yes, they might not have won that previous round, that previous clutch, but it seems like they have put the fear into Gaming Gladiators a little bit. Their individuality looking better. Spoxy surviving for now, but eventually finished off. And this is the best looking Twisted Minds round they have had. They should absolutely be able to convert things here in just a moment. Dezane has been spotted. A few players that are a bit lower than they would like, but ultimately he gets finished on the backside. So still some work to be done, but that is a start.
That definitely is a start for Twisted Minds. They were able to pick up some pace back up. And I'm not entirely sure if Twisted Minds wants to just force themselves onto one bomb site continuously, because, you know, Gaiman, well known to adjust their tactics, customize it for their opponents.
Indeed. As they have been a little bit adaptive even within this game. We've got a lot of aggression, a lot of kills on the screen from the previous round, from this round. Both teams just charge straight into mid. Absolute bloodbath. Oh! You can't be missing those, Carrot. Come on now. He's got in his own head about it. The bomb is briefly in the hands of Flex there, but ultimately they will clean it up. But there was an easy shot that he missed, all right? We all saw that.
That whiff was a little bit surprising to me, but at the end of the day...
Hey, it happens. It's always when they're not looking at you
yeah.
that you miss. You know, the easy ones, actually the hardest.
I even thought the grenade would just finish it there.
Yeah, true.
But eventually Flex was able to dodge it. Coming into round number 9, though. Last round of the first half. Gaiman, after dropping 2 rounds quickly in a row, is going to be playing this one out pretty slow. Flex on top of the site was able to find Carrot through heaven, and now Spoxy looking to find a kill of his own. He's going to start swinging. And so far, Twisted Minds, bullied out from middle, is going to have to gather outside of A-Long once again. I don't know if it's going to help them. Don't know what the results are going to be, but well, all we can do is wait and see.
Just got to wait for an overstep. I think it's something that Gaming Gladiators have been actually doing in the past 2 or 3 rounds. If Twisted Minds had managed to clutch things up, we'd actually be looking more at a 4-4 situation. That would be very, very interesting indeed. So Gaming Gladiators have to convert this now, keep them at arm's length, make sure that there is no gap close. And there's one of those overfaces I was talking about here. So the man advantage going to be evened up now.
Yeah, a little too wide of a swing from Flex. Gets punished by the players of Twisted Minds, and the aggression down towards A as well. That chip's going to be able to find the Zane, who was peeking out just a little too wide. Gets his head knocked out. Down to a 4v3 with the C4 stuck dead outside of A long. Don't know if he can fall back. But the frags down towards B does open up the gate for the players to rotate all the way from the spawn area down to a 2v2. Is Gaiman aware of this?
Well, that is the question. I would imagine not. Bokyuk going to find his as well. The sniper of Spoxy now going to be more aware. Not loads of time, but still should be enough that they can group up and close him down. It's all just going to come down to if he can get the catches. The answer is no. And here we go, heating up now, as it will indeed come as close as damn it. This is getting very, very, very dangerous for Gaming Gladiators.
5-4 on the first half, and now they will have to move on to the blacklist side. Gaiman, do they have the caliber? That's going to be the real question here.
Yeah.
We're about to find out in just a moment, but yeah, this is the overstep, like you mentioned, from Flex. Cost almost, I think that basically cost them the round here.
Yeah, the first domino for sure, right? And sometimes it's good to just completely remove dominoes from the conversation. We are playing Crossfire, I suppose, but yeah, it's is one of those moments you look back to that it's, oh, why did I do that? What was the point? Spoxy with the first find here, though.
Quick drop.
Really, really fast once again. Gaming Gladiators not afraid of the aggression here on Eagle Eye 2.0. There's a trade back from Dat Chip. Kimbum up close. Got some support now as well. The flashers coming round to just buy him some time. The spray down is good, and it's 4 for Kimbum.
Quick 4K for Kimbum to wrap that round up in a blink of an eye almost. One quick magazine and quick swap to the secondary for the final kill, and looks like that round is going to just take the spirit away for the side of Gaiman.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, an individual moment like that, and of course, again, another round where they find the early pick. They've done it again here, so it's starting to get a bit out of hand. We'll take another look at this lovely little move. Really well played, but it's the support as well, isn't it? You know, coming in from behind. He had those flashes. He had a few extra bullets to help him out. Down to a 3-on-3 in the round itself. So we'll see here. Again, it was Gaming Gladiators to open up. So if Twisted Minds could maybe help themselves out a bit and just not lose that first player, they could be in a really keen position here. Bomber's gone down, but the retake is moving in thick and fast. Just 2 remaining now. Yeah, that's a dangerous kill. Really scary indeed. Carrot. Oh, on this. Oh, I'm going to miss out close. That is unfortunate, but Gaming Gladiators retake the lead.
I mean, I thought the round was pretty clean, but at the end of the day, Raffin was able to find the trade kills back into the pocket and just close the round out. So, yeah, for Twisted Minds, unfortunately, the retake wasn't quite there, I would say. And for Twisted Minds, they are not necessarily utilizing the early aggressions, opening picks, trying to actively find the opening frags, like Flex did on the Global Rush side. The Armors, the snipers of the side of Twisted Minds are going to be playing in the more passive angle of all things.
It's just generally a more confident kind of play style from Gaming Gladiators, I think. Maybe in the first half of the previous map, we didn't see it as much, but since then, they've been unafraid to get in the face of their opponents. And here on Eagle Eye, to much more success, that is for damn sure. Oh, Mouse V, that looked dangerous, but he's able to actually survive that, take the kill with him. So a keen opener coming in here, lots and lots of damage being done. Trade will be there. In towards long. Oh, Mouse V as well, maybe going down a little too easily. That Chip selling his teammate down the river just to try and confirm these kills, but it doesn't happen for him. That's going to be the key kill. Can these retakers come in and finish off these low HP players, I suppose, remains the question.
Carrot was able to find the cheeky angle to find the frag down to a 2v2. Just a minute left onto the clock, and Zane trying his best to juggle himself onto the bomb site. The C4 planted. Carrot takes a bunch of damage through the smoke there. Will have to reposition himself as Kimbum going for the bigger flank here. The C4 now gets dropped, and the clock is now ticking against for the side of TM. The Zane down towards half HP, but Carrot barely alive as well. Rather even round, even retake, but is Diamond aware of all the angles that are coming in. Oh, the Flex just spot out Kimbum, and looks like the answer is yes! Kimbum goes down, and Carrot will have to start moving in. But Scriv, this round, seemingly should be given towards the side of Gaiman.
Big kill, though. Carrot does manage to find the first. The pistol's out. Oh, man, and Flex just able to get it mid-air. Knew he was low, most likely. So, yeah, really solid stuff. God damn, it's so close, though. Again, very, very chaotic. And Twisted Minds with the right idea, but not quite the right execution in the end. So, really going to come down to the wire here. Might see our first overtime as well if things go to plan.
It definitely is a possibility. But the replay here, just Flex being able to spot Kimbum not looking the right way.
Yeah, I know.
And securing the round almost. But Bakut now, being contested, gets one. Can't quite connect to the second kill, but Kimbum is there to help. But he himself gets knocked out by Raffin as well. Quick double kill for Raffin. And Gaiman is going to be able to take the bomb site and get the bomb planted down to the ends of Carrot versus the world. He's been put in this situation multiple times, but this time it's not going to work out. And Spoxy will find the frag, and Gaiman is going to secure their lead. It's going to be 8-5 on the scoreline.
Yeah, again, Game Gladiator is just a little more to them as they're able to find more consistent success. There's moments where it looks a bit close, but particularly when it comes to moving into the bomb sites, I think the Twisted Minds setups are not quite as surefire as they would like. That chip, aggressive and in the face, and try and play around him as much as they possibly can. It's sort of a bait and switch setup coming in here, and Kimbum, as the player flies over the top of him, will manage to stay alive. I think a bit of support from Mousevy as well, and there you go. I mean, Twisted Minds also able to pull it out. Really, really enjoying the M14 here on the defensive side as well. But ultimately, key round for them. Really, really important round to just keep them off of that map point.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds had a really nice crossfire setup there. Kimbum finding the opening frag, and he turned around. I thought he was dead because there was another Blacklist player that was peeking out, but Mousevy was there to take him out.
Might catch it here on the replay, potentially, but you can kind of just see as he starts to turn around. It was Dezane actually flying in. Carrot going to open here with a double, in fact. Twisted Minds might be back. Gaming Gladiators got to watch out.
There's a lot to talk about here. 8-6, and if TM can pick this round up, it's going to be 8-7, but Lion Claw is going to be able to find the opening up towards Kimbum. That chip goes down as well. Precision definitely there for Lion Claw. Equalized down to 3-on-3 with the bomb site. Compromised now. The C4 has all the room to be planted. And Twisted Minds, they will have to go for the retake. Mousevy takes a bunch and has to reposition.
Oh, man. They're so far away. I just, and they have like such a lack of control and info. Carrot with a big find, though. That might get them back in. Mousevy as well. Finding one, spotting the second, damaging the second, in fact. So surely you have to get this done. But Riffin holding it together, he's just not ready. Carrot, they didn't know where he was, right? The kill came in so far away. Is he coming behind? Is he coming conventionally? It's unfortunate, very unfortunate indeed. Close, but that's not going to be good enough. Twisted Minds bring it within one.
And like you mentioned, some of the rounds by Twisted Minds might not be the cleanest, but it does get the job done. Wins you the rounds, and as you can see, Twisted Minds slowly clawing back up to 8-7, just one round away from tying it back up. So whether the round be clean or dirty, a round is a round.
True, this is true. Yeah, and I think they'll be pretty thankful of that one. The retake, it didn't look good, did it?
It didn't.
So far away, everybody in different positions, but just a couple gifts come their way. So here we go, all to play for at this point. Some early damage coming in, perhaps off the back of a nade. Keen enough start for Twisted Minds, and always a good feeling, isn't it? Gaming Gladiators have been very effective with the first pick. If you can deny that away and hold on for a little longer, it always looks good.
Surely and indeed. Moving into round number 16. Early aggression down towards middle. Mousevy has a really good angle, only if he can spot them out. Not quite going to work as he gets quickly traded out. Bakut is there to help out. The C4 is dropped in dead center of the map. Trying to be recovered by the players of Gaiman. They do have control of middle, but Bakut is still waiting with a cheeky angle. Ooh, Carrot spots Spoxy, not quite lands the kill. With the AK though, spray down, almost there. Secondary out, tries to get the kill, not quite there as Flex quickly drops 3 players and secures around for Gaiman.
Oh, that could be the moment. That could be the moment. I mean, you know, trapped in surely has to go down. Surely has to go down. There's also the tag on the player through the door.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, maybe.
Didn't work out.
Oh, man. Twisted Minds will be kicking themselves. Really big round and some unlucky moments. Couple of mistakes as well, particularly from a mechanical perspective. This is it from the other side of things. It's that one, isn't it? That second kill that he just really had no right in finding. But he does. Big damage to kick this one off.
This is going to be the decider round for Twisted Minds. Can they close the series out 2-0 by going into overtime, or will we go to map number 3? Big questions being asked here. Don't know how Twisted Minds want to respond on towards this. Quick aggression might be unfolding out towards A bomb site. A lot of setups being thrown out. Carrot trying to hold it down, so is Kimba, but they're completely blind. Raffin is going to quickly move on to the bomb site. Can he find the frags here? Carrot goes down. The answer is yes, but Kimba was able to find quick 2 frags as well. Down to a 2v3, as Spoxy was able to find 1. Spoxy finding the second kill as well. Down to a 1v2, and Scriv, do you think this round is possible?
Oh, I mean, maybe with that shot. Maybe with that shot. He's got to get the bomb back, though, is the key thing here. Mouse V spotted. Shot misses, but certainly going to confirm that he still doesn't have the bomb. So he has to come to me, says Mouse V here. And with a minute remaining on the clock, Spoxy's got many, many options available if he wants to try and rotate around. It is just the fact, you know, sniper really deadly at long ranges, really got to be careful. Mouse V has to play the right spot, and I think he knows that. He's sort of constantly on the move, making sure not to get timing peaked.
Yeah, Spoxy has all the time in the world, all the room in the world as well to rotate himself around and find Mouse V or the C4 and get the bomb planted and go into post plant. But like you said, Mouse V trying to dig and poke and prod into different angles to save himself essentially from getting dropped. It's about 26 seconds. The C4 now gets recovered. Mouse V, I think, has an idea what's happening here. The C4 now is going to go down. Mouse V is on the rotation down to a crucial 1v1. Bunch of damage being put out. Spoxy at 8 HP and a Dream to close the map out. But Spoxy has the angle, gets the shot done, and Eagle Eye is going towards the side of Gaiman Gladiators.
Oh, man, it's so tough. Those last 2 rounds, especially for Twisted Minds, really, really unfortunate, you might argue. Maybe there's different things they could have done, and they will look a little internally, especially though on the map as a whole. Started off very slowly. They were maybe a bit overconfident, you know, not respecting the early peaks, not respecting the early aggression until it was maybe 4-1, something like that. We saw an adjustment from them, but ultimately far too easy for Gaming Gladiators straight out of the gate. But you can see the gap started to close. They really did perform well towards the tail end of the first into the second half, but it just wasn't quite enough, and Gaming Gladiators, with that initial buffer, gave themselves enough room to work with for the victory there.
So this is what I want to point out. Like, macro-wise, I think Gaiman Gladiators has the macro in terms of like team movements as a team. They're just a better macro team, I would say, than Twisted Minds. But when it comes down to the micro individual performances, sure, a lot of star player moments by Twisted Minds, but Gaiman, you don't necessarily see that kind of 1v4 moments all that often. But if you don't put yourself in a situation where you have to 1v4, then the rounds are going to be a lot easier, and that's what exactly Gaiman has done in Eagle Eye. So I guess it really just comes down to, can Gaiman drive themselves back into the driving force like they did in Eagle Eye in Compound to win out, as opposed to our expectations of Twisted Minds closing out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a tough one to say. Twisted Minds, though, surely have to be tilted, I think is the word, to be honest with you. Some really, really tough lost rounds there from Twisted Minds, and certainly could have seen them taking it, but unfortunately, just not the case here on Eagle Eye.
Not the case, guys. Good cast once again. Always feels good to come back to the desk and be like, yeah, great job, guys. Because I was listening in the back room. Gaming Gladiators looking good in that last one. Ben's calling it, saying, hey, they would look a little bit better here on Eagle Eye. I think we obviously saw that, especially very early on. They came out aggressive. They were getting a lot of picks. They were essentially saying, no, we're here to play now. And, yeah, Black Widow was a little bit iffy for them for sure. But they were able to stake their claim over that even towards the end. And then, obviously, here in Eagle Eye, they have won. So now we are going to have that third map of Compound, which I feel like is pretty much anybody's game at this point. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'd maybe be inclined to agree, to be honest. I think, again, it sort of comes down to how Twisted Minds bounce back from that. You know, there is certainly a world in which they could struggle into this third map from a mental kind of perspective, but we lacked a bit, didn't we, of the same individual prowess, the same names taking over rounds and whatnot. They were still up there towards the top, but just not in the same kind of way.
And like we've seen many a times, a lot of the Asian teams play with the vibe, so to speak. Like if they are on point, you know, heated up, then they're going to start fragging out. But if they do lose the vibe, then things go sideways for the team. So I just hope Twisted Minds don't fall into that trap. Going into Compound, though, as I do have the map stats being pulled out here, I think Gaiman does have a small margin of an edge against the Twisted Minds. I think it's definitely a little bit of a better map for themselves. Back in the grand finals of last year as well, I think Gaiman was just able to play a better macro game on Compound rather than Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I would say, especially back to your point about the Asian teams, especially the Vietnamese teams, I think can sometimes get in their own head where it's like things aren't working for us. We kind of just have to send it. You know, we have to just kind of do crazy things. I think that their comeback in the first half of that map was very important for them, because if that didn't happen, then obviously they're even farther behind, and I think they're going to start to scramble a little bit. But made it pretty interesting. So I would say that even though, you know, Gaming Gladiators looked like a much stronger team here in the second map, I would say that we're going to have a close one for sure. Expectations for this one, you know, you and I, we went for the 2-0 for Twisted Minds, but we didn't have faith. But now do you have faith, Scrib?
I feel like we talked about it a little bit in the map as well. Gaming Gladiators, I think, have proven that they can have an upper hand, that they can force themselves a few rounds, and just sticking to their own game as well. There was a lot more of that aggression that we saw on Black Widow. They seemed to have a game plan. They seemed to have an approach. They stuck with it. It worked on map 2. It was a little close, I will say. There were certainly a few moments that were dicey, to say the least. But I think that Gaming Gladiators have up themselves a little bit in terms of the stock. I'd probably still have to lean the way of Twisted Minds, just because I think that they can tap into a few of those individuals a little more.
And now that we were talking about Compound, can't leave out the talk of the sniper duo. Carrot definitely fragging out, but Spoxy as well is hitting the shots that he needs to hit, so he's on point tonight. When it comes down to the head-to-head stats between these two players, I think Spoxy just has a better stats on the board, but it's because of the region, maybe. I think Carrot's hitting more wild shots, I think. The harder shots to hit, but he does miss the easier ones like we were able to see on Eagle Eye. So let's see if that is going to be fixed. Otherwise, Compound is one of those maps where if the armors can't shine, then you lose control of mid pretty quick.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal. I would assume that for the West guys, like the fact that Spoxy actually was able to take that long time off and come back and looked a little bit iffy, but now he's certainly back at his top form based on what we could see in that last map. Even that clutch at the end was pretty incredible from Spoxy. You know, I almost want to give them the upper hand at this point, even though Carrot has been playing very well himself. I just feel like as a team, Gaming Gladiators, yeah, they had a little bit of a slow start, but should be right back in the driver's seat here now that they're a little bit adjusted to the stage. Once again, just want to mention, you know, this one best of 3 for all you viewers out there that are asking. It doesn't mean you're out, right? It is double elimination, and they will have a chance, even if either of these teams do get knocked out tomorrow, to play in the lower bracket to try to make their stake their claim over the playoffs. So getting into this one now, Compound, always a really fun map. I feel like it's like a great end of the series map, because there's a lot of strategy that goes into, you know, the rotations that you can have on this map and stuff like this. What do you guys think is going to happen in this one? Who's going to take it?
Well, I feel, for me, I've still got to lean the way of Twisted Minds, at least commit to the initial idea, just for my own kind of sanity. But yeah, and I just feel like there is still that extra layer. And we saw 2 or 3 rounds, if they'd gone the way of Twisted Minds, this series would be over now. So I don't know if I can rely on that same sort of adventure for the Gaming Gladiators side of things. But I do believe we are into the game here. So take away the action, as it were. But yeah, let's get yours, Bench, a little bit there.
Yeah, because Gaiman is starting on the blacklist side, I think for Twisted Minds, we will have to see the first couple rounds, like you said, if they have the breathing room in them, extra leg room in them. Otherwise, Gaiman can bully the heck out of Twisted Minds with the strats in their strat books. But for now, some early nades being exchanged, and it's going to tick away a bit of a HP away from Spoxy and Dezane. No major damage being put out, and as we speak, Kimbom's going to find a wallbang headshot towards Flex, so it's going to be the opener for the very first round, coming to map number 3 of Compound.
Yeah, always feels good, doesn't it, to kick off the action? At least from an individual perspective. But we'll see if they can capitalize on things here, of course. So quite a few rounds, particularly for the Global Risk side of things, where they'd start off with an advantage and still somehow things would slip. I think both teams falling flat to that. So the conversion rate's not as good as perhaps the coaches might like. Dat Chip can't trade his teammate. They're on top of each other in the doors. And as if by magic, speaking it shall appear, Gaming Gladiators find themselves a man advantage here, and a pretty good one at that, looking very, very nice. All going to be down to Carrot, and it's gone from great to an absolute mess here for Twisted Minds.
1v3 and a dream to secure the first round. Going to be a tough one to ask outside. Coming in towards the long area, being watched by Lion Claw. Carrot looking to swing. If he finds the opening frag, it's going to help him out, but looks like the answer is no. And the rest of Gaiman has all the angles being completely covered. And it's going to be a tough one to ask, and Carrot goes down. Gaiman secures the round there.
Yeah, and they all really light up there as well with the nices, with the cheering. I think they know that that round was looking a little less than likely, and they managed to convert it. So really, really keen one. Pick up where you left off. Don't let Twisted Minds get into this. And I think, you know, first day jitters, first game of the day as well. You know, you have to open the tournament. It can be very, very nervy, and we've slowly but surely seen Gaming Gladiators come alive. So if they can even push themselves to another level here on map 3, maybe a team that we would have been a little bit wrong about at the start of the day.
And like Valdez has mentioned, even if you do lose this match,
yes,
it's not the end of your day. You still go into the losers brackets, but who wants to do that?
Well, exactly. It's a long run back for sure. And then it's just the flip side of things. If you can open things up and you get one in the win column, as it were, your chances at playoffs are really quite high then. So you're going to have some tough teams on the upper bracket side of things. Not even on the screen, dog. And Spoxy going to find the kill to open up once again for Gaming Gladiators. Yes, sir.
Definitely one of the cheekiest angle possible out towards A. And Bakut's going to be able to find the kill, the frag down towards Raffin to equalize it back down to a 4-on-4. Minute 20. And C4 comes in hot towards middle. Mouseby has to hold it down by himself as Bakut was taken out. But the C4 down towards B connector is going for a possible rotate. And this is going to basically prove my point about their macro. Like, it's almost Gaiman is reading Twisted Minds like a book. And they can isolate a bomb site that's held down only by that chip after taking the frag on towards middle. So, good rotation. But the question is, can they take down that chip on the rotation here? No, that chip finds a quick head. The rotation from Mouseby is going to be there as well to find yet another frag down to a 2v2. Lion Claw down very low. 35 seconds remaining, and they're going to be going for a huge rotate.
Yeah, not loads of time. Do have to make the correct guess here. Just be careful on some of these longer range angles. We'll take it slowly. They will get the A bomb site, so that'll be easy enough. It's all about holding on to things. I quite like what they're doing here as Flex is getting in deep, trying to cut off some rotations. Little does he know, it's already been a rotation, unfortunately. So he has to find this kill now, keep the dream alive. He will do just that into the 1 versus 1, moving in thick and fast, maybe a bit too fast. Defuse will come in easily enough, and it's a clutch up for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, too wide of a jump, wasn't it, from Heaven? And Kimbum doesn't miss those. And Twisted Minds is going to be able to rack up one round to themselves, tied at 1-1. Moving to round number 3, and even with Soon here. Like I said, the rotation down towards B was, I think it was a valid call, 4v1, but Tatchep was able to just hold a bomb site by himself, so didn't quite work out for Gaimin. And moving into this round, let's see where Gaimin wants to force the attack towards.
Boku up close, but he's taken down quick. Trying something a bit different, not usually what we see Twisted Minds going for, you know, early aggression like that. He will be dropped, so maybe we're indeed going to go back to the more passive style of play here on the GR side of things.
This is why you don't necessarily go aggressive down towards the B connector, because once you're caught out, there's nowhere else to go. And as you saw, Boku had nowhere else to go. And speaking of which, Kimbum does have somewhere else to go. He does fall back towards the bomb site after earning the information. Yet another smoke being put out towards middle to cover the angle, but it looks like Gaimin wants to force the issue down towards middle. Kimbum has nothing to do about it. Buckhead does find the opening on towards the Zane, down to a 4v4. Looking for the second frag. Looks at the wrong angle. Raffin swings in, gets the frag, and the bomb will be planted. Down to 4v2.
Looking scary. Looking very, very scary as Gaming Gladiators, as you have spoken about the macro play, the pack mentality. Just seems really solid from them. Always a guy to back the play. Working pretty well with the utility here as well. So this is getting worrisome. Twisted Minds rely on a really, really close one in the previous round. Nice shot, but ultimately to no avail. So Gaming Gladiators in keen position right now to stretch ahead, and I think for my money looking very, very good. If they can again find these consistent openers, I think they should be able to run away with things.
And that mid take last round, it was expected. It was bound to happen, and Kimbum knew that too, but no other players from Twisted Minds came in for the help, so eventually they end up losing the round. Don't know what's up, but that's going to be the story being written here. Round number 4. Spoxy going for some pot shots. Was lucky a couple times. Not lucky this time. And as Bucket wasn't the B connector last time, they're going to be clearing this angle out just for safety. But not quite going to find much, as Gaimin now seeks to take control of double pillars with 2 players while the bomb gets rotated out towards middle.
Just expecting a bit of something, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
Looking for a player that might be getting aggressive. But Twisted Minds playing the other side of that coin, which is let's not give them any fights, let's stay alive as long as possible.
I don't think that's the right play to go with compound. You do see a lot of teams try to gain control down towards A, down towards B, down towards middle. Like, especially a lot of nade stacks out towards middle, towards the container boxes you see. It's on the left of the screen there by the Global Rick's side. But Twisted Minds not necessarily doing any of those. A couple tries were there, but it was punished. Bucket was taken out. And now Gaimin has all the room to play with, and they're going to flank down towards middle. Lion Claw is going to find the drop onto that chip, and Carrot in the bomb site stuck, has nowhere to go. So is Kimbum, looking only towards window. Not going to happen, as there's just too many angles to worry for.
Okay, hold on a minute. Carrot does bring it a bit close, if only one more kill in there. Still, Boku capitalizing as well. 2-on-2 now. Bringing it down to a much more doable situation where it did indeed seem that the bomb site was just going to get overwhelmed. Maybe a retake on the cards here. Mousefear's position going to be known. Shot doesn't land there from Spoxy on the edge of the smoke. Oh, the kill's not quite coming in. It's Spoxy then left in this 1 versus 2 on the pistol. Not going to happen. Mousefear with big finds on the backside, and it's Twisted Minds. They're able to come back into the round against the odds.
I thought the round was surely over once Gaiman had full control down to the spawn area, down towards connector. They had full wrap at B. But at the end of the day, Twisted Minds is going to be able to rake it back up with their micro. Super plays Carrot dropping 3 with the pistol, with the arm. So looks like that's how the rounds are going to be played out. Tied at 2-2. And quick double pillar take by Gaiman. That chip has to hold this one down, but completely flash. Can't do much. Lion Claw will find yet another fragment. So does Spoxy. Down to 5v2. And this is why Gaiman is one of the scary teams in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. What they are kind of capable of. And I think Twisted Minds look very uncomfortable going for those aggressive moves, don't they? Which, you know, might work against them in the long run here. Again, the previous win they picked up is off the back of a close clutch situation. But when it comes down to the more conventional rounds, Gaming Gladiators are able to go from step 1 to step 2 to step, you know, finding the first kill, solidifying the round, getting the bomb down, and just able to play a much more clear-cut kind of game. And Twisted Minds, surely their luck runs out at some point.
Carrot trying his best, has just a tad bit of time, goes for the peaks, but looks like this round is surely granted towards the side of Gaiman, and the tactical pause, I believe, has just came in. Good time to be used.
Yes, I mean, generally towards the start of the game, right, I think a lot of the teams seem to be comfortable setting the pace and just making sure to nip any problems before they become irreversible. But it's tough to say. It's very, very tough indeed. There's only really one round that separates these teams, so it's not like it's starting to get out of hand and become impossible to catch your opponent.
Yeah, once you pass the event horizon, there's no turning back.
Yeah,
so
well, this is it.
Might as well do it before you reach the boundary. And Scriv, to be honest, I feel like for Twisted Minds, if they want to get some rounds back, the best bet here, I believe, is for them to just finish the first half in the Glover side, at least in just about like 3-4 rounds. Could be 6-3, could be 5-4, but I think TM has a better Blacklist side of all things, so just faster switch of sides is what they need, I feel like.
I suppose it's always good to survive that initial onslaught, though, isn't it, really? Which at the moment, they are hanging on by a thread. So if it ends up being a pretty one-sided first half, I think we do worry for them slightly. And that ultimately is what we're after here. A bit more of an extended tack coming in, actually. So maybe a couple of issues, maybe both teams utilizing them. Nonetheless, back underway here.
Was thinking about the nade stack down towards the middle. Not gonna happen as they do fall back. This nade from that chip not going to do much. Mousy not going to find much damage. Carrot does whiff the shot here. Gets to reposition himself out towards double pillars. Probably better for him to just fall back into the bomb site, play more default. But on the side of Gaiman, they have control out towards middle. They have control of double pillars any moment soon, and we do have a player lurking out towards a long. That's Raffin in the connector. So this is what I like about Gaiman. They try to gain as much ground as possible, take control of the map, and then utilize whatever information they can get their hands on to their advantage and win the round from there. And Twisted Minds has nothing to do about it until now, because they're not really proactively doing much about losing their grounds. Sure, early on in this round, we saw players trying to nade stack down towards the middle, but it didn't happen at the end of the day.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. There is certainly some unsurety here, I think. They're maybe in their own minds, particularly about the previous map. It was really, really close. A couple of difficult rounds at the tail end. So I think you start to doubt yourself slightly. Should I be doing this? Is this the right sort of move? Whereas Gaming Gladiators, very much the opposite. Where the hell has Kimbum come from, though? He's found a key kill there. Carrot, meanwhile, holding here in the back of the servers. He's got support coming around. It's actually Dat Chip that does the most damage for the round, to be honest, but Gaming Gladiators, not a bad start. They find some decent control, but they just could not break into the bomb site there.
Tied yet again. 3-3, and the expressions on the faces of Twisted Minds seems to be relieved.
Yeah, I think they're definitely having fun with it, for sure.
Moving on to round number 7. Could be the key round to decide the vibe for the teams. Here's the replay of Kimbum just coming out from nowhere, like it says Scriv.
Crazy,
just the way these players navigate themselves to find themselves in a situation like that.
Yeah,
it's just very amazing to see.
Yeah, for sure, and I think it is, again, part of the Twisted Minds remit that they're a bit more individualistic in that sense, whereas Gaming Gladiators, everyone tends to be mostly together, maybe the odd lurking player, but even then he'll be coordinated with the attack. So yeah, really, really curious at this point.
Yet another mid-take. Opening is going to be given towards Mousevia as Raffin goes down. Carrot swings out, and a quick kill towards Flex is going to make things worse for Gaiman. With 3 players comes in towards the bomb site. Not going to happen. A quick spray down, and the swing out towards long by Kimbum is going to take the kill. And Twisted Minds is going to start leading out now, finally.
Yeah, they have woken up in the past couple of rounds and really turned things on its head. So Gaming Gladiator is going to have to be worried here. It would seem the timeout has paid off massively for Twisted Minds. This could get really scary if they can keep up this kind of pace. Start to worry for Gaming Gladiators. It has seemingly come out of nowhere. But we'll see. Oh, what a find. Lion Claw, yeah, quick on the peak. Beating out Carrot there, who's been having a good game so far. Pretty key name to take. And, of course, a man advantage is nothing to sniff at here.
And looks like Gaiman doesn't necessarily want to force the issue down towards B. They expected the rotations to come in pretty quickly, and just like that, we saw that ship just join hands with Baku down towards B. Here comes the replay. Lion Claw, what a click and a clap towards Carrot. Carrot has been having a good day today so far, until that moment.
Yep, very true. It could be a little bit of a decisive moment here as well. Mousevia hanging on the edge. Oh, going to lose another member. It's a lot of damage done. He lets them in. He lets them cross. Tries to catch a straggler. Not going to happen for him. Just spamming away. That's kind of ridiculous. Just a super lucky kill through the smoke there, while moving and everything. Bomb going to go down.
Whatever gets you the job done. Right?
I guess. But that is a let Jesus take the wheel kind of moment. Unfortunately, nobody else really able to chime in here. So Gaming Gladiators cleaning up house thanks to that first initial kill.
And now I just don't know whose game this is going to be, Scriv. It's out of there.
Trading rounds, trading moments, a lot of dominating moments, a lot of individual moments. That's one of the things that we commented on with Gaming Gladiators, but they seem to have, turned the dial up a little bit. Still not quite as flashy, still not quite as impressive as some of the moments from Twisted Minds, but able to match 1-for-1 a little better.
1-for-1 indeed. Like I mentioned, so is the rounds being exchanged back and forth by these two teams. And this is seemingly the last round for the first half. Could go either way from the progression of how this map is being played out. Gaiman's going to play this one with extra care. Not swinging out wide. Not forcing the issue, but looks like they want to poke and prod down towards the middle, but this time it's going to be 2 players of Twisted Minds holding it down. That shift, the last one to hold it down. Not quite there to hit the shots. Raffin and Flex and all the players on the side of Gaiman is going to be able to find the frags. Kimbum responds, gets one, but the bomb site already taken away.
Ooh, not impossible. Not impossible. He maybe could have traded another one there, and that would have been a big deal. Oh, the damage is good, but the kills not quite coming in. Turns away from the flash. Doing a good job here, to be fair, on an individual point, but Carrot lagging behind ever so slightly to try and find this here. One more headshot could give us a chance in. Not going to happen. Slowly but surely spammed away. Got to be annoying to just deal with the whack-a-mole. Carrot. I can't find the second. So a valiant attempt, but it's Gaming Gladiators taking the lead.
Yeah, I just had to point out Spoxy just mad, pressing his control, crouch peeking, and Kimbum had nothing to do about it. But eventually, Gaiman's going to be able to secure another round. Could be a key round now as Gaiman gets to play the more favored side, I would say. More surefire side, so to speak. Let's see if Twisted Minds have any answers to respond to that question.
Immediately, though, you see it in this round, Gaming Gladiators just going for the more conventional move. The nade stack down middle, as you mentioned, being quite regular. I don't think we saw Twisted Minds go for it like once.
An early clearance out towards double pillars as well.
Yeah, so it's just kind of the logical thing to do. And ultimately, Gaming Gladiator is able to set the bar. That it's like, we know this, we're going to do this. It's always going to be there. It's always something you have to think about. Whereas Twisted Minds, I don't think they do that sort of conditioning play as much.
Not as much indeed. And Twisted Minds is going to play with the clock here. It's about minute 30 left onto it. Not really showing any major interest of a certain bomb site. They're just trying to gather some information. As a Mouse V is going to be clearing double pillars. We do have Carrot looking out towards middle. And this is the type of play that I was pointing out, that if they don't find the opening frags, then they get completely lost. Like, as you can see on the screen here, Bakyu gets taken down. That ship now gets the frag back. But the crossfire setup here by Gaiman is so strong. There's nothing that Twisted Minds can do about this. Down to 2 players in less than a minute. They're going to force the issue down towards middle. The C4 is dropped down to the hands of Carrot. Has clutched up many a times, but this one, Scriv, I think it's going to be a very tough call to do. The whack-a-mole again.
Yeah, once again. It's always frustrating. Maybe a few more spots to do it on this map than some of the others, but nonetheless, looking good. Gaming Gladiators with a keen start into the second half. Really important, and again, comes from a dominating position. If they can build the gap here, I think we'd be in a very, very good spot.
And this is the same problem that I was talking about on Eagle Eye, right? Like, if Twisted Minds does lose the driving force, they kind of have a tendency to just bum rush into an angle that you're not supposed to bum rush into, and that's exactly what happened in middle of compound once again. So let's see if they're able to recoup back some rounds, as Gaiman now in the lead, 6-4. 4 more rounds for them to close this one out in their favor, which is not expected, I would say.
Playing things a little more smoothly here. However, that first exchange comes in. Spoxy's in the perfect spot to find that kill. That's also going to be the bomb going down, so maybe a small sort of oversight there. Carrot having a little look, but nothing presenting. He's now smoked off. This does not look good. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Right, it's enough time, but it also is deceivingly short. They have to be very careful. They've got a bomb to recover. And I think Gaming Gladiators are pretty happy with this game state right now.
Yeah, nice opening frag. Has a pretty good control over the whole map. They can expect the angle of attack that Twisted Minds are going to bring up from the board. But for now, C4 yet to be picked up. So now gets picked up by Carrot. Gets rotated out from A. Are they hoping for a B take here? Lion Claw swings, almost catches Kimbum. Could have made things worse for TM, but luckily for them, Kimbum stays alive. "40 seconds and ticking. The C4 just outside of B hints to us a possible attack is coming through, but Flex says no. Finds a quick double, almost the third. As Balkan and Carrot finally gets a frag of their own, down to 3v2, but there's not a lot of time on the clock here, Scriv. 23 seconds.
Again, just nervous to move past that choke point, aren't they, really? The kills are coming back in. Carrot has actually made this round look doable, but there's the big kill, right? They knew where to put their resources. They knew what they had to do. Carrot's now got to double up in 10 seconds, less than that even. Surely just do not give him the fights here. I think exactly will be the case. Lion Claw even stays alive for good measure. So the gap now spreading. Just a few more rounds, just 3 more required here from Gaming Gladiators to be taking this opening series of EWC.
And now the pressure really kicks in for TM here. Has to make some rounds back. Otherwise, they're about to drop a series to especially the opening match of the whole tournament. What a shot.
Hey, it was Kara, man. He was looking good, but again, just this individual style from Twisted Minds. There's not enough support around, you know? Sometimes you have one player gets a couple of kills in the middle of a round. It's just not enough, because this is how a lot of them are starting. Super aggressive, super successful. Gaming Gladiators sending a message with that one, let me tell you, and Twisted Minds got to recover this. They've got to find a way back into this game right now.
It's either going to happen right now, or they're going to find a loss and a position in the lower bracket. Just 2 rounds away for Gaiman to close this one out. Nade stack being thrown out. Baku takes a whole punch. Spoxy swinging out with the secondary. Gets caught out as he looks the wrong way, and Baku some way, somehow finds a triple kill for himself. All headshots. So this might be the turning point by Twisted Minds to get some rounds back in their pockets.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that's sort of exactly what we were asking for. Ultimately, consolation at the moment. That is going to be the bomb. That is going to be the bomb. Oh, my goodness. Riffin close. Very, very close indeed. Still a bit more work, but he has made it doable. You know, they're very split here. Do they have the information on Lion Claw? Probably not, right? He's looking to get that catch. He reveals himself a little quickly. So now they'll know where he's at. They can play around that. Dat Chip going to spot him here. Lion Claw trying, gets the pre-fire round. It's into the one-on-one. How has it come back to being this close? Wild round here. Absolutely wild round here. Fresh reload. Make sure you're nice and comfortable. Carrot looking to just get the one shot here. Where is he playing from? Lion Claw does not know. Only a couple of angles you can really check. Makes the noise to move down, but hidden away is the... Oh, he misses the shot. Lion Claw able to spin around, but still Carrot on the reset. Will find it. Goodness me. Sweat on your brow for sure, but they just survived that.
Misses the easiest shot of the century, and then hits the flick of the century. So Carrot just teasing us here almost, Scriv. Wow. Finally, Twisted Minds is going to find themselves some signs of life as they recoup back another round. This is a replay from Baku, finding a quick triple kill to open up the round. And then again, somehow Gaiman finds a triple kill of their own. Raffin just mad gun firing towards the player's Twisted Minds. So and that will be that for the round as we proceed into round number 14. Yet another very aggressive pick by Gaiman. They have full control of double pillars, double stack towards connector as well. If anyone from Twisted Minds walk into that, could be an issue.
Yeah, and look, they've just sort of lost a really weird, tough round that was losable, then winnable, and then, of course, lost it in the end. But they really stick to the process here. I think they have a lot of belief in that, as it were. So we'll see. They now press the attack in from this connector area. Get the one and pull back. Good discipline, not going to overstep. Flex standing strong here. Will be traded eventually. Baku trying to just hold these rotations at bay, but there's players all over the place right now. C4 got to be recovered. Dangerous task, but Baku is given that opportunity again. Passive here from Gaming Gladiators after they found their initial kills. They've taken the disciplined move. Carrot with another crazy flick. Goodness me, the C4 has yet to be planted. Again, they don't feel super safe to go for it. Where are these other players coming from? Twisted Minds, I'll give them credit. They've played this well as they just look for the kills and don't rush into things with that bomb plant. Now just going to be down to Spoxy. You feel not a chance. He will go creeping in. Surely has to be spotted now. Just a few keen heads revealing themselves. Ultimately, the kills not looking good for him. Down he will go. And a big old find to come through. Twisted Minds keeping the dream alive.
I mean, the round was looking pretty prominent towards the side of Gaiman once they were able to have a wrap around towards the bomb site, towards the servers. But somehow Carrot hitting those multi-shots was able to isolate Lion Claw in no man's land, which eventually was taken up by Carrot himself anyways, and full control towards the bomb site was granted. So A very weird yet clean round comes out from the side of Twisted Minds as they are still clawing back to the tie here. 6-8 as Gaiman, in all determination, wants to close this one out. Going for a similar setup once again, but this one is going to be more passive as Double Pillars is going to be given up by the side of Gaiman.
Bit safer this time around. Gaming Gladiators just holding back. Not getting too aggressive, looking to lean more so on their setup. See what the response is. Twisted Minds, though, being given a lot of room, and this gap is closing exponentially. Oh, Lion Claw, late swing, big fine. There's a bit of backup there. Again, they try and play the discipline game and drop back, just about making it away. Big damage onto Flex.
Mouseby is going to be able to finish Flex down, who was already down to about 10-20 HP there. Equalize to 4-on-4 as a reset comes in by Twisted Minds. The C4 still lingers around B, but will eventually rotate out. Mid being washed down by Raffin. Had some huge moments in a couple rounds ago. And a triple kill. Can he repeat this? Goes for the spray down, gets one. Smartly repositions himself, goes for the second. Kimbum takes a bunch, but eventually gets wall banged. Now it's going to be Raffin. And in towards A. You saw Spoxy holding it down. Lion Claw with a big flank. He's going to take down Kimbum. And Dezane springs out. Gets the drop in Baku in a 1v3. It's going to be a tough one to ask, Sriv.
Yes, absolutely. I'm recovered. A little bit of information going to be gained as to his vague whereabouts here. Baku moving in, spotted now. They know exactly where he is. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Spoxy's ready for him. He's just kind of faking things out. Spoxy is really playing things safe here. And there you go.
No
they will
idea.
eventually, didn't know what was going on. Just waiting for his teammates. It all works out in the end, but a little comical from our perspective. Not going to be comical, of course, for Twisted Minds. They now look at their first series going down the drain here after a really strong start to it.
And Baku almost, the facial expression was almost a lost shot on the Boulevard. So, tough moments by Twisted Minds here. Like you mentioned, almost about to lose the series that came in favor of their side. This is the replay of Spoxy just casually tapping Baku out.
Yeah, no. Just, there's such a thing as too safe, too much respect, I suppose, but didn't want to take any chances.
Not at all, indeed. 9-6, as this could be possibly be the very last round of the series if Gaiman can just close this one out. Otherwise, Twisted Minds will have to give all they got to stay alive in the series. Ooh, carrot swings. Spoxy sees that play. Somehow, the flick shots are on point for the snipers tonight. And Carrot goes down as the opener. And Carrot has been the top fragger too. I think he's sitting on like 14 kills right now.
Yeah, looking really good in that sense, for sure. But again, unfortunately, you know, Twisted Minds just can't tap into the same individuality. And they have just missed out on the maybe extra 10-20% in some of their individuals that they need here. As Gaming Gladiators really steaming ahead, a couple of them. Flex in this round, not going to be one of them, unfortunately, though. He will go down a bit too easily for our liking. 4-on-4 now. We'll see whether they can get this bomb into a site. Riffin with a big find there, as it was a keen lurk out from Baku, who's been doing well in the past few rounds. Now starting to hammer this one home. 40 seconds and only 2 players remain for Twisted Minds. Make it just one. Kimbum, bomb on his back for sure. Spotted now. Spoxy confident for the fight. A flank coming in as well, and lots of damage, no kills, and you're going to need those, of course. It will be Gaming Gladiators to take the opening Group A matchup. Really keen find in from them as they look solid throughout, to be honest with you. I think that, you know, the opening half maybe left a little to be desired. Started to edge things back on Black Widow, but too big of a gap. Since then, I feel like they've run the game. Not super dominant, not super one-sided, but they were maybe the team that we expected to struggle a little bit more coming into the opening game, coming into this particular matchup as well. Twisted Mind's a young team, a fresh team, as they like to play a pretty braggadocious style. But Gaming Gladiators, fundamentals, relied on those, and everything else started to fall into place as it went on.
But yeah, for Gaming Gladiators, all they needed was one map to get fully prepared and just be dialed in for the rest of the 2 maps. Eagle Eye, Taken, and now Compound. Not the most dominant performance, but still a superior performance to take the map away from one of the top teams, Twisted Mind. So whatever works out, right?
Yeah, I suppose that is kind of the case. There's maybe a little bit more to be desired. I do feel that they had a process, they had a game plan. Maybe even comes down to the maps a little bit, because I think that they perhaps didn't want to give too much of themselves to Black Widow necessarily. But yeah, it was a bit of a tough showing to begin with. But Gaming Gladiators just stuck to said process and looked very, very good. We are, of course, ready for an interview here. We'll be back in a sec.
All right, ready to go here for the interview. We've got Lion Claw with me from Gaming Gladiators. Lion Claw, congratulations in advancing here in Group A. How are you feeling after that one? It's a long, arduous comeback. It felt like you were down and out after map 1. Talk me through that comeback.
I mean, the first map, Black Widow, we knew it was one of their best maps, like it was going to be like hard to win. I mean, they're a great team, but then we came to Eagle Eye, which was our map pick for this matchup. They don't play Eagle Eye on Vietnam, like they don't really, I mean, their level is not really high on that map, so for us it was the safe pick against them. And then Compound, I mean, we were very comfortable. I think it was a decent map for both teams, but we felt like we could win, and yeah, we managed to.
Talk to me about the expectations for this group, right? You look at Al-Qadsia, you consider them potential favorites here, but you look kind of down the row and there's a pretty open door to getting into the playoffs at this point. What is the expectations for the team now that you've gotten this win under your belt?
I mean, for us it's important to go through the playoffs. I mean, obviously now we have a Chinese team and Al-Qadsia. I don't know who won, if the game already finished, but I mean, both of them are good competition, but we hope we can beat one of them to make it through to the playoffs.
Well, best of luck, and we'll see you in that winners match.
I hope so.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Paladin, for that awesome breakdown with Lion Claw, who is obviously happy with the victory, but also, you know, tempering his expectations, knowing they have a strong opponent up next. We'll see who that opponent is going to be. But yeah, big comeback here from the Gaming Gladiators. Started off with that loss in the first map, and then they were able to slowly bring it back. Thoughts, guys, on how they were able to manage this?
Yeah, I feel they just had that game plan. They've just worked on, you know, the sort of team play. They maybe have looked at this tournament a little more realistically, like, can we match up against some of these powerhouses, particularly from the Asia regions and the different countries over there. And ultimately, I think that they have come up with a way of approaching things, something that they can trust. The aggression was worked out and coordinated and whatnot. So I feel like with all those things in place, they have really come up with a game plan that's worked for them.
Yeah, even for the series that just got played out here, 2-1, Gaiman was able to manhandle the obstacles and the issues that were present in front of them. Black Widow, of course, wasn't the best showing, but they were able to come back from that and had a better showing in Eagle Eye. And now going to Compound, they feel completely dominant and just close the map out.
Yeah, so I'm curious about your guys' takes on Twisted Minds and kind of what went wrong for them, because it felt like, you know, they came out firing. Obviously, a lot of the Vietnamese teams are very good with their hands, right? They were able to out-micro them, as you guys were talking about a little bit here on the desk, but it felt like maybe their strategy was lacking a little bit. How do you feel like they fell behind Gaming Gladiators in those second couple of maps?
Yeah, maybe like some stubbornness in there, right? That there was a few rounds where they'd go for an approach. It didn't really work, but then they keep going for it, trying to tweak things maybe, or rather than taking a step back, taking a moment, you know, there's a lot of time in these rounds that they can use to just sort of think things over. It was a bit one-dimensional at times, and that was fine on the first map because they had these individuals just sort of taking over the game, not just one, not just two, but actually three of them taking over that map. And then that became harder for them, I think, to rely on as much. We saw it a little bit on Eagle Eye. It got close, but not quite enough. And then, of course, on Compound, just a bit of a checkout from a few of the individuals.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough for them. We can take a look at the updated bracket now after this victory from the side of the Gaming Gladiators. They will move on to the winners match. And, of course, with Alcancia winning their 2-1, they actually got 10-2'd in the first map by King Zero and then mounted a comeback. So a little bit of what Gaming Gladiators did, obviously a little bit more of a one-sided map against them. But that is going to be the matchup for the winners match. And the elimination match will be between King Zero Esports and Twisted Minds. So pretty interesting bracket we already have here for Group A. Pretty impressed by the bounce back from Spoxy as well. What did you guys take about? What did you take from his bounce back in games 2 and 3?
Yeah, I feel like ultimately performing a lot better, able to, I think, have a little bit more in the back pocket for him, and just looking a bit more comfortable on map 2 and 3.
And for Spoxy, I just feel like he's now turned into a player that a team can rely on. So individual performance definitely on point tonight, but besides that, like, his positioning was more of a team movement rather than an individual movement, where there are certain positions for individuals to take where I can frag out in this certain angle, but rather he gives that position up and plays more crucial core positions where he can gain crucial information of the rotations of the opponent team. So he's been doing those type of micro plays that benefits the team as a whole rather than player himself. So that's my takeaway.
It feels like Spoxy and the team was really able to tighten it up there towards the last couple of maps. So really good stuff from them. But up next, guys, we are going to have the matchup from Group B. Definitely looking forward to this one, as Team Liquid will go head-to-head with EWC Esports. That should be a really, really fun match. You guys excited for this one? What do you think is going to happen in this second match of the day?
Yeah, I mean, it was the one that we pointed out as, being the match to watch, and I do feel Team Liquid have got a lot to answer for. A lot of people, I think, are just quietly putting their chips behind this team, so I feel like we need to see Team Liquid show us what they can really do.
Yeah, Team Liquid, I think they just have a better showing than EVOS, but EVOS as well has the caliber to take down Team Liquid.
Yeah, so that's going to be our next matchup, of course. You guys won't want to go anywhere. We're going to have Team Liquid up against EWC Esports up next. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back to us. Stay tuned.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting CROSSFIRE. We are here for the B stream, and we're getting into the second match of the day, which is, of course, going to be Team Liquid up against EVOS Esports. I am back here once again, Valdez, your host, and joined now by Paladin, who did a wonderful interview before with Lion Claw, and, of course, Bench once again. How are you feeling today, Paladin? How do you like that first match?
Yeah, nice back and forth affair. A comeback is always going to be interesting to watch unfold, and now we get basically one of the more exciting rosters that I have in Team Liquid. I am just very excited to watch Gokhan play.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Bench, what are your thoughts on the second match of the day?
I mean, we had this talk overnight with the other caster boys over at Stream A, but Team Liquid definitely the bigger favorite here. But I do believe EVOS has the caliber to take them down. Even for the first match of the day today, we thought Twisted Minds was going to be easily taking down Gaiman, but at the end of the day, what happened was the exact opposite. Gaiman 2-1 closes out the series. So even for TL versus EVOS, anything could happen.
Yeah, well, we're going to introduce some of the players we have here. Obviously, Gokhan was mentioned, but Ryuzao, Y, Danimals, and 7-7 joining recently. Has always been around the team. And it just feels like, a lot of history of Brazil within this roster. So many of these guys have been on the big stage many times in the past and have had, wins, championships under their belts. Even Gokhan moving over to China for a little bit to see if he could play with the big boys over there.
Baisha.
And doing pretty well for himself. These guys, Brazil's a really strong region. There are other teams from Brazil who are also kind of looked at as some of the favored teams in this entire tournament, but this team as well is one to be fearing. So, Paladin, what are your thoughts on this entire roster? Do you think they have a chance to make a run here at this tournament?
I think this group absolutely allows them to. I don't feel too worried about them getting out. I think it's an expectation that they do. Now, the question is how deep can they go? Can they topple the big Chinese teams? Can they go toe-to-toe with the Falcons, if they can get there? This game, the way I characterize it is, can we just get through EVOS comfortably? Can we get through that winner stage comfortably? And can we poise ourselves in such a situation that we can get into that playoffs, make a deep run, and back some club championship points along the way?
And speaking of which, everyone talks about Gokhan, but a player that shouldn't be left off from the talk is Danimals. Guy has been in the scene forever, almost from the beginning as well. So, and we've seen him bring his team on the global stages that was seemingly impossible to make even, but he brings his team up on the board, and so he did it again this time at EWC. So let's see if he's able to bring his team out from the group stages once again.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch these guys play, and of course we do have to introduce their opponents, EVOS Esports across the way, as one of the younger squads here joining us, that is for sure, and very curious to see if they can get it done here at this tournament. Yobib, definitely a name that we all know and love. As behind me, you may hear the Brazilian squad, Team Liquid, just going nuts after their huddle as they normally do. But we'll see if EVOS Esports get a little bit intimidated. You know, this younger roster from one of the smaller regions that we do have, but not one of the underdog regions necessarily. I am looking forward to seeing if EVOS can make a splash here. Obviously, taking down Team Liquid would be huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Philippines as a region, it's in disarray right now in terms of who the top dog is. I mean, it very clearly is EVOS, but having to play in a region that doesn't necessarily get as much international experience is always going to be a big issue for them. Now, trying to take a scalp like Team Liquid, it's possible, but you think about the like maps played. I mean, you go through the map data. They don't have more than 10 maps played on any map in the entire pool. That alone, to me, rubs me the wrong way, just from a domestic perspective. Now, you apply the international lens to it as well, and then you get a little worried. You say, how does that work against, a very slow Team Liquid team that could potentially constrict you? Now, you add in the intimidation tactics as well, sitting right across from these legends of the game that are just so aggressive in your face. And you start to get a little worried, I feel like. So I feel like as far as this matchup is concerned, KSA between Gokun in particular, it feels lopsided in a way.
Yeah, trust me on that one, because every frag that Team Liquid's going to take, you're going to be able to hear some sort of chant or shout, so to speak, up on the board. But yeah, I think the head-to-head scoreline, or rather head-to-head history between these two teams, I think still favors Team Liquid. From the international stages that we were able to see, but the map band picks are here. I think this is
Eagle-Eye again?
Pretty lopsided towards Team Liquid once again. Black Widow, Ankara, and then Eagle-Eye. Black Widow definitely one of the maps that Team Liquid favors. They have 8-2 history, 80% win rate on that map, and so does Ankara, which is I believe pretty high as well, something like 87%. Not entirely sure. I'd have to double check, but both of these maps, Team Liquid loves it. Eagle-Eye, not entirely sure if Team Liquid likes it, but it's one of the maps that they can play pretty well on it.
It's really interesting when you look at this veto and the fact that the win percentage on Black Widow is high. I tend to lean towards that map being something a little bit more faster paced. I mean, you take just the best of 3 that we had previously with Twisted Minds, right? The way that they were able to change the pace of the game worked really well for them on the BL side of things. How does Team Liquid adapt to this? I'll be very curious to see what is that game plan out the gates. Do they want to hit them with that pace? Do you want to catch them off guard? Or do they want to have that constricted style to really ease themselves into this best of 3?
So for EVOS, what happens is Yobib takes the lead in terms of entering into the side. He's the entry fragger. If he's able to find the frag, then sure, the rounds are going to flow, is going to be played in a flawless manner. But if Yobi gets completely stomped and stopped from getting to the bomb site, then things get very dicey for EVOS.
Yeah, I'm just really curious about their mental state. It's pretty rough, to fly all the way out here and to play your best game as the shouting continues, the roars, the chants. As it feels like they're almost barking across the stage.
Who's got higher decibel?
The intimidation is real, though. I mean, you talked about just the names that they have to look at, but also the fact that they're yelling really loudly. Their general direction can be kind of scary, but we know from an ability perspective that certainly the guys on the side of EVOS can get it done, but really the question for me is, can they show their best performance today?
It's going to be a huge task for them. I really wish that if they had to play a favorite, they would play a different kind of favorite in this tournament, one that might not be as so intimidating in terms of the just land factor of things, but I'm excited for this one.
Well, guys, I'll let you take it away on the cast, Paladin, and Bench, bringing us into Black Widow.
Here we go. First round, Black Widow. EVOS is going to start off on the blacklist side as Team Liquid starts things off in the global risk. And we saw some early aggression down towards A long, trying to gain some ground out towards A. Successfully planting Alvin, who's holding on to Scar that you don't usually see all that often in CROSSFIRE global stages, but looks like here we are. And all that time, quick smokes being set out down towards middle. Let's see where EVOS wants to take their aggression towards.
Yeah, early lurk here from Keller. Off on that B side of things, but it's that long scale that they're considering behind Zetra's AWP. And Gokun will have the cross as a potential, expecting to find one here, and 7-7 on that double sniper opens things up, but kills back here from Evos. A chance for this BL side to claw back through, but they completely pumped the brakes. Minute 20 on the clock. They've got that kill from Keller to utilize in terms of moving the rotations back over to that B bomb site, but how do they join hands when you look at how far forward Danimals is on the map?
Yeah, you're absolutely on point. If they're able to somehow gain the control back down towards middle, then Danimals is going to be left in no man's land. Keller swings out, spots Danimals. These two players now in an aim duel. Less than a minute remaining. The C4 still stuck out towards A long, as Danimals smartly falls back in towards Catwalk, still trying to gain some more information actively. In the meantime, we do have Keller just swinging by, see if he can find any frags or information for himself and his team. And now Evos really has to make a move. It's going to be down towards A long. Goken on the crouch peak, spots the players but not going to hit the shots. And the players are going to be able to move onto the bomb site. Danimals on Catwalk will have to hold this one down by himself until the rotations come in. The bomb has crossed, but the wallbang is there. Quick headshot towards Elvin. Is going to equalize back down to 2-on-2, but only 18 seconds, and Evos will have to start making a move. Keller steps on Catwalk. Does Danimals realize this? I don't think he does. Keller steps back down. WY on the bomb site. The wallbangs are on point here. Paladins. Tre goes down, but the C4 luckily was planted. Now down to a 2v1. Keller, can he hold the bomb site down?
Oh, it's just such a terrible situation that he's put himself in, hoping that those wallbangs can land from the Catwalk position. Danimal's now actually scaling through. He spotted him out. Damage done, and now Keller, it's just so undoubtedly in his favor, and nearly made it work, but WY gets it over the line. The screaming begins now, bench, and it's going to get real loud in here. I can tell you that much for free.
Oh, the air is brewing here, Paladin. The Brazilian boys wants to take this one down flawlessly, and looks like the chanting and taunting has begun. Let's see if the young guns from the side of Evos can hold their temper and not get startled from that. Here's a replay from the take. Zetra had some nice shots here and there, but eventually Danimals, the ultimate veteran of the Brazilian Crossfire scene, the wallbangs are so accurate. He's just whack-a-moling the players of Evos.
I think about the indecision there from that Catwalk player and Keller trying to take the aggression. I think you just got to commit to the play. I think you just have to commit to the play and make sure that you have the 2v1 secured. And, if not, you've got a player on the site to help you in the 1-on-2. That seems a little bit more reasonable. But instead, that indecision dancing in between, it kind of left Keller out to dry eventually for himself in the clutch. So, overall, TL already having that little bit of an edge psychologically. Now, getting a clutch over the line as well, getting the blood flowing. It's back to this A-bomb side again, 7-7 on this double. Sniper can't find the kill. And it's got to be Ryuzao on the back of the site. He finds one, chimes in alongside Goken, but the trades are there. Evos can get the C4 down, and now with an extra kill, favored in this post plant.
Down to a 2v3. WY, what a crisp tap swinging up from long. The C4 indeed was planted, but now Team Liquid does have a pretty good angle to go for this retake. With WY trying to cross, not spotted out just yet. He's going to be able to pop the nade. Danimals trying to buy the room. It looks like the buy has been sold. WY gets the kill onto Yobib. And now down to a 1v1. WY is going to stick the defuse. And indeed, he does stick it. Gets the round done and dusted. Team Liquid leads out 2-0. As there's a old saying in the first-person shooter scene: pros don't fake.
Pros do not fake. That I can tell you. I mean, fantastic work from WY. Back-to-back clutches there from him, and you just gotta respect the taps, man. Just insane in terms of the work that he was put in. I like this little bait and switch setup from Ryuzao and Goken, but yeah, just WY cracking things open, making sure that Keller cannot get a foothold into this.
These guys make clicking look easy.
Absolutely.
In reality, it's hard.
Yeah. Those taps do not come easy. You can say that again. I mean, Evos now mechanically behind, if you think about it. And that is going to be a big issue continuing on into these clutch situations, the 2v2s, the 3v3s. This post-plant situation for Evos has to be a little tighter. Can't be discombobulated. And now they are a little bit more put together. Walking through this middle position, trying to see if Zetra can get involved, and he absolutely will, taking down his counterpart in Gouken and getting a 5v4 here for Evos.
And like I've mentioned many a times, a lot of the aggression begins from the frag that Yobit puts out. But tonight here, he's a little bit quiet, has only a single frag under his belt. Needs to pick up some pace, or the whole team in general. Doesn't necessarily have to rely on Yobit all that much if everyone else can start performing up like Zetra does. Has 4 kills already. 3 exact. But now, just about a minute left onto the clock. The C4 rotates in towards B. 7-7, quick to react. Pops out the smoke. Has an angle to watch. Almost hits the shot, but takes a bunch of damage in the process. Rizal. And WY was able to take down Alvin. And somehow Zetra finds a double before going down. Danimal's stuck in a 1v3 and a Dream with a flank coming behind him. Not gonna happen as Evos finally takes a round. It's gonna be 2-1 with a tactical pause coming in from Evos, I believe.
It feels like, at least for Evos now, is they quell whatever was going on in the startings of this game. The back-to-back clutches from WY, and now it's a tension reliever to actually complete that B bomb site take, eradicate the sniper in the back of the bomb site, and get the ball rolling. You just want to make sure that you can quell Team Liquid as quickly as possible, at least make yourselves feel as though you've got a chance in this best of 3. Because Black Widow, of course, the pick of Team Liquid. For Evos, just keeping it competitive here and keeping Team Liquid within arm's reach is the name of the game.
Yeah, arm's reach definitely is going to be the name of the game. Keeping them at bay is going to be the homework given towards Evos. But for now, they are able to recoup 1 round back. But going back to the map stats that you were talking about, I think Black Widow is definitely one of the maps that Brazilians love to play, not just in the tournaments, but in local lobbies as we speak. Eagle Eye, 3rd map, I think is the decider, right?
Yep.
This is the dicey map, I would say. We've seen Gouken put out some insane performances on the map, but that's an individual player, not the team as a whole.
Right.
From the previous tournaments that I casted, I think Team Liquid didn't do they didn't do bad. They did okay, but it's a mediocre performance. They didn't do super great on Eagle Eye, so if Evos can somehow go into the decider map, which means they will have to take map number 2 and 1 if they just want to close it out. But if they end up going to map number 3, then Team Liquid now really have to think about planning out some better strats to take the map out.
Well, the other big thing for Liquid is that you want to have a deep map pool. You can't necessarily just have Black Widow and Ankara in your back pocket and expect to make a deep run here in the Esports World Cup. It's got to be a complete map pool, especially when you think about the Chinese teams and how deep they look when you look at the map data there.
Oh, yeah.
So for that Eagle Eye to be the deciding map here, getting a win there, it's not going to hurt, right? Of course, they are a little dicey on that map, as you say, but I'll be very curious to see if we get there, what the situation is like. Have they put in the scrims on that map? Have they put in the practice? And how does the execution look, most importantly?
So it really just comes down to the regional specifications. I would say certain regions play BO5s more, certain regions play BO3 more, and Brazil is definitely the region that favors BO3 more than China. So, like you've mentioned, the map depth factor may come in pretty handy for Team Liquid if they're able to just have a bit more experience in some of the maps they feel dicey. Otherwise, we are back at live in the game, round number 4, 2-1. Team Liquid still in the lead. And this time around, Evos is going to be playing this one out pretty slow.
Surprising that they do want to play as slow as they do. But it's been beneficial to them. They've been getting these openers on a Gouken. Gouken's been pretty quiet to start things off here. He had a couple cross shots on that A-long play, but middle of the map, not as much impact as you'd hope. And of course, you gotta credit Elvin, you gotta credit Yobib, but it's actually 7-7 who's been doing a lot of work on this secondary.
Yeah. The double sniper setup finally paying off dividend in 7-7. The moments that were shown on screen were not so happy for him, but this time around he does find the opening frag on towards Keller. I think Keller's the youngest guy on the roster, I believe, if I'm not wrong. Have to double check with Sneaky Frog, who's doing the desk work over at Stream A. Nonetheless, WY to find yet another frag, and 7-7 picks up yet another kill, and looks like this aggression has lost all of the wind in the sails. Down to a 2v5. The C4 gets onto the bomb site. Nope, gets dropped, gets clapped, and a clean round, rather, by Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was always destined to be a Team Liquid round. You think about the long aggression that comes through from WY, this time being very proactive in terms of the flank. And as soon as the Cat XE comes through, it's a ticking time bomb. You've got to find some sort of kill to dislodge in terms of 7-7 on that secondary. Never comes to be. Flank is primed, and now Gokun is here to show up in this party. Finds one, trying to get rid of KSA, but finally WI is there for the trade. Still a 4-on-3. Elvin trying to still find some kills here, but Danimals with an extra rotation through. 4v2 instantly in this situation, round number 5. 2 minutes to go. What do you do if you're the Philippines?
Yeah, everything is not going right to the side of Evo. 7-7 finds yet another drop into color. So this time around, Evo's tried to spice things up. They wanted to go for the quick, long aggression with the pop flashes and nades. Eventually was completely halted down by Gokun and Danimals, and now you look at Zetra on the clutch here, 1v4 in a dream. WY down very low, but it doesn't matter. Zetra's on the AWM. Minute 30 left on the clock. Has the C4, luckily. So this clutch still in the talks. Can't say it's impossible. Anything could happen in a first-person shooter, especially CROSSFIRE. 7-7 spots him out, and Team Liquid leads out on their 4th round.
It's interesting that he wants to use the OM there instead of the TRG.
Yeah, TRG's, I think, is the better weapon here now.
Right. And I don't know why he's considering that. I would love to pick Sneaky Frog's brain about that. I'm sure you would understand.
I think players
is it like
have
a
tendency
feel thing?
to lean towards their more better feel weapon.
Yeah,
and, you know, these players use the AWM more often than not, so that's probably the case.
This is an interesting round here. A very quick kill under the B anchor, and you've already got 2 players breaching that B bomb site, but there's still a chance for Team Liquid in the 3-on-3. If they can dislodge Keller here, maybe there's a chance. But until they deal with him, this one is going to be an awkward retake.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward retake indeed. 7-7 has a general idea. There could be a lurker down towards middle. And eventually, they're going to drop that angle. Yobib swings out, gets to drop into the WY, and now Keller springs out. Doesn't matter as Yobib finds a 2nd kill and looks for the 3rd as 7-7 swings from window, takes a bunch of damage, and the nade might just seal the deal. No, it misses. So we are yet to see the first nade kill of the whole tournament. unless it happened.
It might have happened once more on the first series, I think.
Did it? I don't think it has happened.
Fair enough.
But Valdez usually keeps track of the potato kills, so we'll get to ask him when he comes back on the board. But 4-2 as Evos is going to be able to find another round. Needs a lot more than 2, but 2 is better than 1.
2 is certainly better than 1, Bench. You can say that again. Keller now doing a lot of great work on this B side. You think about the explosion onto that 2nd letter of the alphabet, and things work out splendidly. 7-7 is not stopping here. Ryu Zhao, his compatriot in arms, WY to chime in as well. Blink and you miss it. It's a 5-on-1 for Keller. And he's all the way over on that B bomb side. Does catch out Gokun on the late lurk, but hey, the C4 dropped up on that long side. It's never going to happen. Ryu Zhao chimes in with a triple kill there. And right back to winning ways go Team Liquid.
And now, this is the moment where we think, okay, Evos is now playing in the playground that Team Liquid has provided. They were running into the open arms. But this time around, we do have a nice opening from Zetra down towards 7-7 and towards middle. That allows the room for the 3 players of Evos to rotate in towards long. Here is the replay. What a quick shot. Usually, players will try to smoke it off or nade it off and make the cross, but it looks like there was just too much confidence for the side of Team Liquid. But nonetheless, after the opening, Evos is going to be able to find a control down towards a long. Do have Keller lurking out towards B, and I believe that's Elvin, who's having a pretty slow day, alongside with KSH, with just about 2 frags under the belt.
Yeah, and it feels like both of those kills are coming through mid, right? It's just these picks through the doors that Elvin's actually had the better of Gokun, funnily enough.
True.
But right now, beyond those mid picks, it doesn't feel like EVOS have something to rely upon. Obviously, they have it here in round number 8, so you want to make the most of this. But Danimal spots out quite a bit in the middle, figuring out that there's still a slow encroachment across the map right now for the Filipino side. And now, Danimal's getting a whole lot more than information, takes significant damage, has to back away. Ryuzao can't get activated on the TRG in the middle. And EVOS not giving anything, but not getting anything either.
And good point, Paladin, because they've not given anything, but not taken anything. Even after an opening frag, Zetra does find one more. But even now, with 2-player advantage, I still feel like Team Liquid has a valid chance in holding the bomb sites down. As Goken starts rotating in towards middle, could be meeting up with Elvin any moment soon. The rest of the squad from EVOS is going to be running in towards the B bomb site with no aggression. And Goken, what a flick. And a quick scope on towards Elvin. Equalizer is there, as WY was also able to find another frag. The C4 is now planted down to a 3-on-3. But Paladin, why does it feel only so possible for Liquid to go on the retake? Ooh, WY with the secondary, swings out, gets the frag, and now looking for the second. Keller, can he hold this one down? Yes, he does, but does he know Ryuzao is on top? Ryuzao gets the better of him. Down to a 2v1, the bomb plant. The timer is down to about half, and Ryuzao will have to make a move any moment soon here. Otherwise, it will be detonated. Yobib gets spotted out. Does Ryuzao have enough time? We'll have to wait and see. I don't think it's enough, Paladin.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's going to be real tight, and he doesn't have it. EVOS climb back through. And I have to say, a bit too aggressive for my liking there from the BL side there. But at the end of the day, locking in that clutch is just going to make it feel that much better. I do think that for EVOS, you get these opening advantages, you want to go off the back of it. You want to accelerate, even in, like, especially 5-on-3s that you have. But
so,
hey,
like, as opposed to whatever happened on the first series, like, teams are able to utilize that man advantage and translate it into a different aggressive play or a round one because of it. But coming into this matchup, EVOS, even after Zetra finds a great opening frag on towards 7-7, they play as if the opening frag is not there. Exactly. And that's a problem. If they want to survive in the series, I just don't think that's the way you should be playing.
And you know, you're going up against a TL squad that want to slow the pace of the game down. You take the fight to them. You make them feel uncomfortable. You make those rotations have to be that much more snappier. The conditioning is there. But for right now, EVOS, that is just something to keep an eye on as this game continues. Of course, last round of the half here for that BL side for EVOS, and then they can be a little bit more reactive. But Zetra's climbed out of the middle pretty well here. Has an opportunity at a frag. But Ryuzao tucked in the corner, not giving up too much, and now he's got a rifler behind him to make sure that that trade potential is there. Zetra will continue to waltz his way out, and Ryuzao is so keen on this baiting, jiggling this angle, not able to actually pounce out. Danimals takes his turn in the fray, but it's just auxiliary damage. It's not a kill. And at the end of the day, they still have no idea where EVOS wants to end, but we do. It's at A bomb site, 5 players encroaching upon it very, very shortly.
Coming up on Catwalk is going to be EVOS. Like you've mentioned, Paladin, they're going to take it down towards A. Take the fight to the faces of Team Liquid. Here comes the aggression. KSA takes a bunch through the wall there, and 7-7 down towards Long is going to be able to find the frag on towards KSA. And somehow, with the swing, with the pistol, how did he hit that? Keller had nothing to do about that. Oh, Elvin, the tip of the gun spotted out. Luckily enough for him, he has to swing back in towards Catwalk. The C4 now planted, but Team Liquid has all 5 players closing and inching in from all different angles, and Ryuzao was going to make things worse. Zetra goes down. WY as well adds on to the kill board. Yobib goes down. Danimal swings out. Elvin is taken down. The C4 gets defused, and Team Liquid is going to be able to close the first half out in 6-3. on the side of Global Risk.
Yeah, as a whole, you know, the Global Risk side for Team Liquid in this situation was just so much more comprehensively put together. You think about 7-7 on that secondary, TMG on the long side. You think about what good work that WY was able to do in the clutch. You think about the great work that Riyadh was able to output over on that B-bomb side as well. It's just well put together defensive maneuvers here from Team Liquid, as we kind of expected here. Now for EVOS, they're going to be up against the wall, especially now in the 4-on-5, especially with long control established for that offensive side. Talk about having to just sit in this claustrophobic environment of Black Widow with 2 minutes remaining and a mana disadvantage.
Claustrophobic, probably the right term to be put there. Looks like they're getting boxed in. Doesn't have major control over the map, even down towards middle. So Team Liquid now slowly but surely gaining the ground, inching in towards the bomb sites, even trying to sell a fake with Yuzhao sitting outside of B. And this is the problem that you see gets repeated from the teams with younger squad. The pressure really kicks in on their shoulders, and somehow the vibes are killed.
And you got to stew in it, right? That's the worst part if you're EVOS, because TL are not going to speed things up, right? They're not going to make this an easy death. It's a slow crawl to death.
Yeah,
for
if
EVOS.
You're boiling a frog, you say.
Exactly. Well, here comes that encroachment on that A bomb site, and instant entries here for both Riyadh and WY. Danimals chimes in as well. It's just Elvin with a mere 4 HP bar.
And a dream.
And a dream, I guess. But he's headed for the hills.
It's a wild dream.
Yeah, I think it's more a nightmare at this stage. We'll be waking up very, very shortly.
You know what's worse is TL doesn't even plant. They're posting the plant now, but they were initially thinking about going on a hunt, and the hunt is now on the way from 7-7 and Danimals. The kill is there. Team Liquid showing dominance in their favorite map.
Absolutely. I mean, you think about just the win percentages in terms of the column for TL. You think about 84.6% off 13 maps played for Black Widow. You think about Ankara, 80% win rate. A great map, mind you, to have an 80% win rate with how much it's played within the international space. And then Eagle Eye as well, not too shabby with 77.8% as well. So top to bottom, Team Liquid favored in this veto, regardless of that shaky Eagle Eye percentage, right, in comparison. But as you can see, just an outclassing for Black Widow for Team Liquid right now. And actually going with the double sniper setup here on the offense as well. I do like this idea. It actually favors their slower style. They can be a little bit more methodical. They can set up those players, and especially if 7 has having the hot hand like this, he can do whatever he wants.
Oh yeah, Goken's quiet tonight, but
of course
his teammates putting up the performance, so it doesn't matter. Team Liquid absolutely showing dominance over the younger squad of EVOS, 7-3. Just about 3 more rounds for Team Liquid to close this one out. Here comes the aggression in towards Catwalk. C4 still left behind for spawn. WY swings and Elvin goes down. And every single time, Paladin, that the players of EVOS comes into an encounter with Team Liquid, they just seem to lose every aim duel.
They lose the aim duel, and then there's no refrag potential as well. So it's the man advantage that comes in clutch for Team Liquid, and then they fall back. They don't give anything away for free to EVOS. And that's the real worry for me, is that who do you look towards to claw this back? It's got to be an individual performance. Keller's finding one, he's going down. Zetra's finding one, and he's going down. You look at the KDs, it's gonna end up just coming up TL every single day of the week. Now Goken's having his time in the sun. Ryuzhao chimes in as well. This A bomb site is under threat. It's fallen. Team Liquid have themselves an 8th round, you'd like to think, and they just march on forward here in Black Widow. It just feels like this one is in the bag for them in 7-7, getting stylish with it. Quick little double kill from him, and they are not missing a beat here.
Everything going down in shambles for EVOS. Not a lot of room to breathe in now. Just about 2 more rounds, I would say. And like you said, they are just not able to capitalize on top of the things that they were able to achieve. Let's say, for example, an opening frag, they're not able to gain any ground from that. Let's say they do have a trade kill, the trade is not there. So everything is now falling down for Evos as Team Liquid now changing up the gear, shifting up the pace, is thinking about a possible beat take.
I like this idea here from Ryuzao. Staying up in upper tunnels. If he wants to take a duel later on, he's got the option to. There's a fallback option here for TL. But for right now, they have all their eyes set down the middle of the map. They're looking at that short side as well, seeing if Elvin oversteps the mark. And as WY continues to encroach upon him alongside Danimals, this one just feels just every situation coming up TL's way.
I mean,
Nate is decent.
Why is Evos giving free 1v1s and 1v2 situations to Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Why not play Crossfire setting?
Exactly. I mean, if you want to, you got to have a double setup there. You got to have a smoke out potentially to deploy and fall away. There's got to be a jiggle setup. There's got to be protocols in place. And
Elvin was
Evos
stuck in
doesn't
no man's
have it.
land.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, you're going to favor the individuals of Team Liquid. Look at this, man. I mean, all 5 players on Team Liquid have not died more than 5 times in this map so far. That should tell you the entire story here. The trade is always there. The opener is always there. And even in these late rounds, it feels like they can do no wrong. Look at that. Triple swing out from Team Liquid. It's just Yobib. It's just Zetra. And this feels like 9 written all over it.
Yeah, everything is going wrong for the side of Evos. Almost as if they are driving recklessly. Now Zetra goes down as Ryuzao swings out from B. This is a story that was written a couple rounds ago, repeating itself coming into this round as well. And I firmly believe that Team Liquid has reached the map point of 9th round, 93, I believe. And yeah, for Evos, they may drop this first map. Could be better if they're able to make a comeback and go into overtime, but so far it seems to be that Team Liquid to be close this one out, but otherwise they need to learn from their mistakes, and if they aren't able to make changes to their strats, make changes to their micros, then it's not going to be easy for the second map. And now the aggression down towards long, Danimals completely wiping down Keller, and Bombsight compromised. Zetra comes in for the rotation, but now he's lost and wondering where is Team Liquid. Well, Team Liquid, they repositioned and is playing back down towards long. C4 yet even to be picked up. So this is what I really like about Team Liquid. They change up the pace. They always shift the gear, keeps and leaves their opponent in the questions, wondering where is my enemy.
I think the best part about that is that for Team Liquid, if they want to play this slow, brooding style, it lulls Evos into a false sense of security, right? They have 3 players stationed on that long side. Nobody can get involved in the duel because they're still getting set up. They've still got flashes ready to be thrown in. And Team Liquid say, yeah, you know what? We're going to skip all phases of our long take. We're just going to duel straight away. Evos can't catch a break, and now they've got, again, stew in the juices in this boiling hot water that is going to continue to brew here at EWC in this opening Group B matchup.
It's
you think
4v2.
About
It's now it's a 4v1, but it was a 4v2 then, and teams usually just go, very aggressive on the bomb site, but Team Liquid is going to be brewing this one down very slowly, and another player lost their life in the process now. Zetra in a 1v4, and looking to get the frag onto Goken. Not going to happen. 7-7 swings out, and first map, very clean. 10-3 as Team Liquid closes this one out.
Absolute stomp here for Team Liquid, showcasing why they are considered one of the favorites within this group, why they want to trounce through as cleanly as possible, make a deep run in an international tournament, and this is exactly the footstep in the right direction.
And now the real talk is, can Evos bounce back from this stomp that Team Liquid provided? Because it's going to affect the mentality a lot, I would say.
Yeah, I hate to say it. Yeah, I hate to say it. It's just such a dire situation when you look at it theoretically, and now in practice and execution, everything goes wrong for you. There's no weak link here for Team Liquid. There was not a bomb site that you could breach and potentially say, yeah, this side anchor is not good enough. This opper, or this TRG is just not good enough. It was always coming up TL's way, and I think I've got to really commend them for how top to bottom this team looks.
Yeah, Yeah, going into map number 2, a lot of questions has to be answered by the side of EOS. Team Liquid seems to have everything locked in, and they're completely dialed in. Everyone has been hitting their shots, especially 7-7, who we least expect to perform really well on the sniper rather than the rifle, which is his usual go-to. So surprising to see that the double arm really paying off dividends for some of these teams. Team Liquid definitely getting favored by 1.
Yeah, you think about the TRG work from 7-7, and you think about how many times he was able to shut down that A bomb site. It never really felt like it was breachable. That makes me really worried for EVOS, that your secondary is performing in the fashion that he is. Gokun hasn't even shown up yet.
Oh, he's quiet. He's sleeping still.
That's the craziest part. Is if you had to point a finger and say, yeah, this is the weak link, you'd say Gokun. And I'm not going to necessarily consider that he's going to have a series where he's quiet. He may have a map or 2 here or there, but certainly not the series. So this just continues the cause for concern that the rifle core has stepped up in the way that it has, and so have the snipers.
Yeah, and the winner of the first map, of course, is going to be Team Liquid. Black Widow completely shut down 10-3 first map to be in that scoreline. The first series was rather close, but the second series now, going into this one, it's pretty weird, but looks like we are joined back by Valdez.
Thank you, host bench. Yes, I'm back, guys. That was a bit of a stomp. That wasn't very close in terms of what we saw. You were talking about some of the rifle core, some of the other guys that aren't Gokun stepping up. It does feel like there is a lot of depth within this roster on the side of Team Liquid, which is something honestly we expected, right? Do you feel like, though, on the side of EVOS that they didn't quite have that depth? Were they missing something a little bit there, or does it come down to nerves or intimidation, some of the stuff we were talking about beforehand?
Yeah, I think nerves definitely is an avenue for it. I mean, you just think about how loud this Brazilian team is, right? It is so difficult to stay out of the environment that you're in and just stay locked in from a mental perspective. But then from then on out, you didn't have that individual spark, right? You think about just the first couple of rounds starting in. WY getting those big clutches, and as soon as you start the pace like that where you can't get the rounds where you're supposed to win across the line, then you start to question, how do we get involved into this game? You had a couple of entries here and there on the snipers, but no real snowball potential, which was the real issue.
I mean, this is how I want to put it. So on top of everything, there's the macro plays. On the bottom side of all things, there's the micro plays. And in between those two is the skirmish. For EVOS, every single time, they don't have the trade kills set up. They don't have a backup player set up. And every time, Team Liquid is able to just go in for the trade kills, and 3 people swings 1 player. Elvin goes down, Yobib goes down, and they're able to just gain map control based on that. So EVOS really needs to get in touch with their whole team in general to set up those like little crossfire skirmishes in general. So if it's not there, then it's going to be very tough to survive in the series.
Do you guys feel like they have a chance? Because that first map was a bit of a blowout, but we also saw on the A stream as well that King Zero kind of blew out their opponents and then they got reverse sweeped. So do you feel like there is an angle here for the Filipino team, or is it just going to be lights out from our favorites?
Numbers don't paint a pretty picture, Valdez. I mean, that's the biggest issue for me, is that especially when you consider the win percentage for just these first 2 maps, 80+ win percentage, you're feeling cool as a cucumber going into the server. You have no qualms about what's coming forward. And then again, when you have just a top to bottom performance from Team Liquid and this sleeping giant of Gokun waiting to wake up, I can't see a way.
So we were pointing out how Eagle Eye being the decider is like the key question to be answered. Now I can answer this. Gokun still sleeps. If he wakes up on Eagle Eye, one of the top sniper maps, then yeah, EVOS is going to have a tough time just barely holding on to the life here.
Yeah, I was really impressed by 7-7, obviously, his sniper work and the way he was able to play that map. Also, WY putting up some huge numbers. It just feels like, again, what I was saying before, the depth of the roster is part of what makes them so strong. Also, that extreme veteran leadership in Danimals, where this guy's basically, I don't know, he's like a dinosaur of the scene. I feel like he's been playing for almost 15 years or something ridiculous like that.
Calling him a fossil?
Kind of, yeah. He's like the big unk on that roster.
Oh, yeah, he's the unk.
And it really helps them. Whereas on the opposite side, I mean, you look at EVOS, it's a lot of younger players. They really need a lot of help from their manager, from their coach to try to push them along the way. And I don't know if that's going to be enough here, guys. I do worry for them. So, you know, we saw that at least in our first match. Gaming Gladiators, they came out a little bit slow, and they didn't show their best game, and they were able to also get the reverse sweep. There's been a lot of reverse sweeps here in these best of threes, so I'm just hoping that we get a nice little revitalization from the side of EVOS.
For EVOS, like, all right, it's there for the coach, who's also a longtime veteran, but having a coach that's a veteran and having a player on your roster in-game live, being your in-game leader, it just gives a different feel. But looks like we are live and ready to get into the second map of Ankara as we say bye to Valdez.
Yep, take it away, guys.
Here we go. Second map, as we do see Team Liquid starting off on the Blacklist side and EVOS on the Global Risk. And so far, Paladin, the Global Risk side from EVOS has not been as potent as possible.
Fair enough. I mean, you look at TL, this time 7-7 not opting in for that double sniper setup here on the offense, and there you go. Something to smile about here for Evo. Zetra, the guy that I'm kind of looking at in terms of space creation, in terms of opening kills, and he finds a second one as well.
Yet another double swing too.
Yeah, very nice that you know, TL can damage control, but retaining the man advantage here for EVOS is a splendid one.
And Ankara is a wonky map where you lose control of a certain position, then things really do get dicey. For now, EVOS seems to have a decent control over the map. They did give up on Belong towards the office area, but an underpass needs to find a frag on towards Ruzao. Ruzao hunting him down, goes swing out wide, gets a bunch of damage done, but he himself goes down very low. The pistol work is there. As Yobik goes down to C4, yet to be recovered, as down to the hands of Goken. And Ruzao in a 2v3 and a dream. Goken cracking and crackling the angles slowly but surely. Oh, Ruzao swings out, but Zetra is there with the pistol to take him out. And a 1v3 is going to be Goken. Was pretty quiet last map, but can he start waking up this map? And the answer seems to be a yes. Elvin in a quick scope goes down. The C4 recovered. 40 seconds. That's more than plenty of time remaining for Goken to work some wonders, Paladin.
Magic is definitely in the air here for Goken, starting things off strong. But still having to put that bomb down is the real question. Put time pressure on EVOS, and they're going to double swing. They're just going to straight double swing, and that's what you want to see from EVOS. Better fundamentals, better trade potential. Don't let the stars come alive here for Team Liquid, and that's exactly the kind of round that EVOS want.
Yeah, finally, after a map, EVOS finally shows that they can actually get a trade kill. Even then, the first couple opening frags, we saw Team Liquid able to capitalize on top of the weak positions that EVOS was taking, just a single player holding a corner, and Team Liquid just double swings it, triple swings it, and gets a quick trade kill. There's the replay. Danimal swings out, gets a kill, so that wrapped up the round as EVOS finally takes their first round into the second map. And here comes the aggression on the left corner of the screen. A bomb site now being aggressed on the bottom case of the staircase is going to be 7-7 trying to pop a nade. Yobip needs to hold this one down, but the pop flashes are swinging his way. Ruzao on the lead here. WY though, quick to take a double kill. And the bomb site completely pried open, and Elvin and Keller has all to do. With Keller on a pretty big flank, Elvin has to stay alive if EVOS even want to stand a chance in winning the round here. Through vents, Keller coming in. Ruzao does take down Elvin. Goken was waiting and on the other side of vents. And Team Liquid, needless to say, quickly marks up a round.
Yeah, nothing too complicated there. Just trying to split onto that A bomb site and making sure that if one person goes down, there is another one immediately there to continue that aggression, and a little bit more of a faster pace there from TL. Not necessarily the style that you're used to from this squad on the offensive end. And now Keller getting pushed back doesn't make things easier, but does punish Danimals there. The captain hits the deck, but a little bit of body showing in 7-7 with the trade.
There's the 4v4 now. Plenty of time left on the clock, and Team Liquid trying to gain some information with the pot shots being thrown out towards the smokes. In the meantime, we do have a 2-2 split being posted out from EVOS. Rather, they are going to give up the top of B, as we do have only Elvin looking at underpass and Yobib on the middle lookout. And this might just pay off dividends. The C4 and the rifling core of Team Liquid is rather closer down towards A. The C4 as well.
Good work here from Elvin to get some map control here on that B side. Getting a lot of information as to what half of the map TL is on right now. And yes, you know, Gokhan had this long line deeper in, and that might give a false sense of security to TL that they can scale. With how forward-facing KSA is now as well, closing out this bomb site, getting the information to clock back over to B, he bounds away, and now it leaves it all up to this 3-stack climbing into this B bomb site.
And now they're forced to go into B. They don't know where KSA is going to be at, so they're not going to risk too much. They're going to come in towards underpass. Zetra swings in the wrong time. And now Gokhan will punish Elvin for that. Some way, somehow, down to a 1v3. Yuzao, the last man standing, as Yobib and Zetra was able to find a frag each. The C4 gets planted, but now Yuzao has to face 3 different angles of attack to hold on to bomb site. Zetra on heaven, quick to find the shot. And EVOS will start leading out 2-1, but I don't think this was the cleanest round of all.
Hey, in this situation, clean, dirty, it doesn't matter how you're getting these rounds. You're getting rounds on the board. And again, just keeping this game competitive is what they're looking for here.
True.
And now EVOS defensively looking better in terms of their protocols. You're seeing better fundamentals in terms of the trading. You're getting efficient map control usage as well, making sure you can cut down angles before the hit actually comes in. I like that little push and pull that you had, where you had Elvin taking terms of that B space. You also had the response from KSA being aggressive down in the underpass. TL now being slowly punished for their style as well. But that's something you got to build upon. It can't be just a one-and-done type of situation. You've got to find a way to use that as a foundation more than anything.
You're absolutely correct. And this time around, Team Liquid changing up the pace of the game is going to be waiting patiently outside of A, probably lining up their smokes. And here comes the ghost sign. WY and Dynamo swing. And Zetra will be punished for his positioning. And this opens up a lot of gate for Team Liquid. They can continue to brute force it down towards A. They can always rotate out, go down towards middle, or have a split. But the choice here is going to be Vents, I believe. As Yobib, with the arm of his own, peeks, gets punished. And now A bomb site getting swarmed. KSA has to hold it down. No, he cannot. Danimals will add to the kill points here. Quick double spray down. The C4 gets planted all down to the ends of Keller. And a 1v5. And this is going to be a tough ask, as Gokhan is waiting in Vents. And the timing was a little bit off for Keller. Couldn't find the kill there. And the round is wrapped up.
A little bit of swagger there from the captain. Double entry doesn't hurt for him at all.
Quick reminder, he's the oldest guy on the roster.
Yeah, doesn't help. Doesn't help the chances of EVOS here. The call there, let me just handle it myself, he says.
Absolutely. That's the characteristics you have to show to be a captain of a team. And once again, Team Liquid showing their interest down towards A bomb site may just force the issue once again. It worked out last time. May as well as do it again if it works wonders. Ruzel with the pop flash swings in. Yobib misses the shot. And now Danimals swings in, gets the kill, gets the drop. And the bomb site is pried open. Here comes the repositioning and some support from Keller and Zetra. But the smokes has already been put out. The C4 will go down any moment soon. And this is going to be yet another tough retake that EVOS has to provide.
Yeah, nightmare fuel. They all have to come through that global risk spawn, and that really makes things a problem. You don't have that flank potential. You've got all of these positions that you got to clear out one by one, and Elvin finds one, Keller with another. Gokin and Danimals chime back in though, and there's the post-plant victory that cracks things open here for Team Liquid, showcasing some mechanical prowess and showcasing how much of a step above the fundamentals are right now.
And yet again, to wrap that round up, a lot of effort being put out by the captain, the veteran Danimals. He himself had to find the final kill. Team Liquid starts leading out 3-2. As now we move into round number 6. Evos, this time around, is going to be placing 3 players to hold down onto the bomb site A after losing 2 rounds in a row with quick aggressions. But Team Liquid, as if they're reading their opponents like a book, is not going to force the issue. Rather, this time they're going to burn the clock down just a tad bit more.
Smartly done, and Gokin swinging into the angle, taking down his counterpart with ease. 5v4 here for TL, and they want to keep looking. Gokin's going to have his way with this A bomb site if Evos is not careful. And Danimals will surge forward behind that. Here comes the flashes. KSA caught between a rock and a hard place, and 7-7 will let him meet his maker. Yobib now the only one to try and deal with the problem. You know, you do have Keller arriving to the scene very quickly. Yobib arriving as well. They can pull away if they want to, but they won't. The Brazilians want to go headstrong here.
Yeah, just headstrong, going deep into the bomb site, but this time Rizal is going to back out. The C4 has already rotated out, but this might just hint to a Skokin going for the longer angles, and that's going to pay off dividends. Keller goes down quickly, and all of a sudden, Evos left scratching their heads. Where is the rest of Team Liquid? As you can see, Elvin trying to find a position to work with. He's going to be juggling himself down towards spawn, down towards long. But like I've said, Team Liquid knows every information. They're going to be sending the players down towards middle. And all of a sudden, about to be greeted with open hands. Ruzal swings. Here's the shots. Yobit finds the opening. Ruzal is taken down. But Gokin in a 1v2. Seemingly possible to C4 to be recovered any moment soon. 30 seconds and the timer is ticking. Gokin gets the C4. Looks to go on towards the B bomb site. And Evos, they're going to have to go on a retake against an armor. It's a tough ask. Yobib, I think he's holding onto an armor or Scar, not entirely sure. He has a rifle. 2 riflers versus an armor. If Gokin find the opening frag, make it down to a 1v1, then things become real dicey for Evos. Get the positioning by Gokin. Sitting, waiting, lurking in middle. Yobib almost gets spotted out. Gokin down very low. Goes for the secondary. Doesn't matter that the taps are there. Down to a 1v1. Elvin in a world of trouble. Has to juggle around the angles. Swings, gets the kill, but the timer is, I don't think it's there, Paladin.
I don't think he has it. I don't think he has it, and Gokin's done it. He's pulled the rabbit out of the hat. 1-on-2 there for your armor, and I mean, just fantastic work in terms of the positioning. Caught between 2 positions, one in the front, one in the back, and he just finds a way to live for as long as possible. The one tap on the sidearm as well. That's just masterful veteranship from the legend himself.
You know, for Elvin, it was more like, pick your poison, right? Like, do I tap the C4 or do I go for the kill?
You got to stick it at that point. That's literally your only option, which and even then, you have the nade prime.
He was stuck in a rock and a hard place,
exactly, yeah. It's a weird situation, and Gokin is not missing a beat. An entry onto that A bomb site. They don't want to accelerate off of that, though.
Which I think is a valid play.
Yeah, it's fine. It totally is. And you're doing some more damage on a KSA with these nades. These A takes have just looked stellar, no matter how many players are available.
And now Team Liquid is dictating the pace of the game, and Evos has to follow up to whatever Team Liquid is providing. And I don't know, Paladin, if Evos even has it, the wind in the sails to get some rounds back, because right now, Team Liquid looking very dominant in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you've got a bit of a gamble situation here for Evos. They've rotated a 3rd player here to bolster this A bomb site. And they make the right decision in a lot of situations like this where they have the right numbers in the right place, but can they get the kills is the main issue when Danimals has been not missing a beat. And this time around, it feels like Evos have been able to right the ship. Yobib and KSA chime in, but the captain is still not missing a beat. Gokin with the sniper as well. Blink and you miss it. It's Keller now in the 1-on-3. The pain does not stop climbing here for Evos.
That the endless pain just seems to continue for the side of EVOS. And now Keller in a 1v3 and a dream. Many a times I've said this, but now switches over to an M4. Sees the tip of the head, but now he's getting welcomed by open fire of 2 players, 7-7 and Danimals. Nate may take away a bit of health. No, the pop flash and the smokes are not going to help either. Not a lot of time. Goken waiting with open arms by the Nook. We'll get the frag and get the round secured. As Team Liquid seemingly having a joyride here.
Yeah, they're turning a corner now, Team Liquid. Goken unlocking this team now with that 1-on-2, and now it just feels like they have every bit of map control in their favor. Every slowdown that was potentially benefiting EVOS has not necessarily worked out. The map control in terms of the mid rounds have not been stellar for the defense. And now Keller getting blown down to smithereens. Does nail a very swift shot onto 7-7 though. That's nice to see, and he can back away pretty safely as well. So 5-on-4 here for the Global Risk side.
Yeah, Keller was playing with fire. If he didn't have the movements in there, he would have been refragged. Zetra, though, gets completely surprised by WY jumping on the window. And there comes the equalizer to a 4v4. Keller, so replay. The movement, like I said, saved his life. And now Elvin has to hold the bomb site. Here comes the rotation and the flank. Down towards middle, down towards connector by Team Liquid. Does Keller realize everything is working towards his way? Elvin gets welcomed. Danimals will quickly knock him out. Keller, though, stands strong down towards the office area, finds the frag on towards Goken, of all things. And now Team Liquid has to get the bomb plant down towards B and just hold it down, but looks like this round seems to favor Evils just a tad bit more.
Nice kill there from Danimals. Another curse. Man advantage. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real thing, Bench. I can't lie. Yeah. It happened last time too. It'll happen every series from now on. As WY has a flank now primed and ready, Danimals chimes in, and it's the old guard here just putting in so much work for Team Liquid, getting them kicking and screaming through round after round.
Trust me, brother, after years of casting Crossfire, I've had my moments in caster curses, and I think this might just add on top of that. So, yeah, Team Liquid certifying their dominance 6-2. Last round coming into the first half here. And this time around, after successfully taking down A many a times, looks like they're going to go for the B split once again. Do have Ryuzao on towards a long area. There's the replay from Keller. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, had not much to do. And looks like here comes the aggression. 7-7 quick to take down Elvin. The bomb site now being aggressed. Zetra will have to fall back out. The smokes and nades are going to drive him away even further. The C4 safely gets onto the bomb site and now is being planted. Down to a 4v5 and a retake. Ryuzao steps up towards heaven, takes down Keller to make things worse. And now all down to the hands of Yobib, KSA, and Zetra. They will have to work wonders to even rake in one round to make it to a 6-3 first half. 7-7.
Oh.
What a swing. Yobib does find one, but at the cost of losing his teammate. Down to a 1v4. Not a lot of life left in him. Goken quick to make the shot. 7-2, I believe. Team Liquid continues to lead out.
Yeah, not missing a beat, unfortunately, and you're trying to find something to hang your hat upon if you're EVOS, especially after how you started it. You shut down clutch potential, you shut down opportunities there for Team Liquid to get the ball rolling, but again, after that clutch came through from your sniper rifle, after you started getting all these entries racking up from your captain, what can you really do? 7-7 now with the side swap, goes back to that trusty double sniper, and has an opportunity to continue laying down the hurt here. Flick is off. Yobib capitalizes, and as you mentioned time and time again, if an entry comes through for EVOS, having an opportunity to pounce on that is the name of the game.
But look at where 77 died on the minimap. He went out a little too aggressive, and this might just cost Team Liquid a round if EVOS is able to capitalize on top of it. But for now, down to a 5v4. Looks like they want to rotate the C4 out towards middle, possibly thinking about going in down towards B. Just inching in towards connector area. And holding that down is going to be Danimals, joined by Goken. 13 kills, he's definitely waking up, coming to the second map. Even thinking about going for the more aggressive angles out towards office area. So let's see if Evos is ready to take down the star armor of Team Liquid.
Now he's got a prime line here to get activated, fall away if he wants. If you want to stand and duel, that's also a possibility, and he catches out the early lurk as well. That thing makes things matters even worse, but he won't be able to get any more. Danimals completely blinded up, pushed to the back of the bomb site. Elvin chimes in for one more, and Evos have something to stand on, finally.
Can't leave WI from the talk. He gets knocked out, and Evos some way, somehow secures a round. Took a bit of a turn for them to get the round, but at the end of the day, a round is round, and I think they were able to capitalize on top of 77. 77 swinging out a little too wide, so
yeah, for sure.
Team Liquid can easily just reposition that. Don't know if 77 is still on double arm. Yes, he is indeed on the double sniper setup, but this time he's taking a more passive angle. Out towards B, rather.
Definitely a slowdown now for Evos, considering they don't have that opening entry.
WI took a beat down with the nades flying his way.
He absolutely did. That's a brutal way to start things off, especially considering how aggressive he wanted to go. Now he backs all the way up. They decide to swap things out here, and 3 snipers. 3 snipers bench.
3 snipers, yeah. Good catch. Yeah, especially, we call it the Bogdan's Law.
Yeah.
You're low, go for the long-ranged guns.
Absolutely.
Of course, this time around, it's going to be TRG. I believe the crossfire system, if you haven't shot your main weapon, then you're able to switch. But here comes Danimals. Gets a quick double spray down, gets straight up by Keller. The bomb site has been opened up, but here comes a big flank from Elvin all the way towards B bomb site. Is Team Liquid aware of this? Because I don't think anyone is looking that way. The bomb gets rotated onto the bomb site. Elvin comes in hot. 7-7 is waiting with open arms like a big bear. And takes the kill down. And all of a sudden, Evo's mightily struggling to get the C4 planted.
I mean, how can you?
Has one smoke or flash, not entirely sure which one it is, but to work with, they can get the C4 crossed onto the bomb site. But look at WI, the angle. No, he gets knocked down by Zetra. So things are looking a little bit brighter for the side of Evos, but still has a lot of work to do. C4 yet to be crossing into the bomb site, as Zetra has cleared out one angle, but has 24 more to clear. Goken goes down now, down to the hands of 77. In a 1v2. The arm's still in the hands of Zetra. The C4 now is being planted. If 7-7 can win the round, TL might just do it, but looks like Zetra quite accurate with the shots. Evos will find one more round.
There's the individual flair that you would want in terms of trying to make a comeback happen. I mean, it's really difficult to spark a comeback, but when you've got a guy that you can use as that kind of lighthouse, that beacon of hope.
Beacon of hope.
You can try and try to claw things back, and maybe Zetra's that guy. The only person on double digits as of right now, and it looks like Evos want to at least get a little bit more pacey. Mind you, Team Liquid are just charging in towards the blacklist spawn at this point. Get a boatload of information. 7-7 gets a shot off but no connection, and he actually sticks around here. He wants a duel for as long as possible, and will only take one before he hits the deck.
Yeah, I mean, the moment we saw the players of Team Liquid aggressing out towards A, we knew they wanted to just isolate one bomb site and, you know, change the sides of the game after the C4 gets planted. The global risk side will be racing against the clock. Nonetheless, down to 4v4. C4 now is planted as we go into the pause plant. Keller waiting. Danimals swings in. How does Keller not hit that shot? And that might just open up enough room for Team Liquid to start to go on a retake. WI took a bunch. Keller does take down WI in the process. And the 2v3, Danimals out towards the long area. Has to clear out all different angles. Elvin swings out, takes him down to the hands of Koken. Whiffs the first one with the pistol, goes for the second. Not gonna quite happen as Elvin picks up a quick double kill. As Evos still stand strong in the rounds, 7-5.
Yeah, again, more from Zetra. Coach calling attack here. understandably so. You can start to feel the momentum swinging back the other way for the Filipino side. And all of a sudden, it's like you just look at the way EVOS are now able to hold bomb sites. They're able to win out post plants straight up. Fundamentally, just much sharper here on Ankara for EVOS.
Right. And like the name of the game, they have better crossfire setups now, finally, to get the trade kills. So
they do.
Really paying off dividends. And now, EVOS exploring themselves in towards the A bomb site. Trying to clear out vents is going to be KSA and Yobib. Hold down by Rizal and WY. Waiting for the pop flash. Here it comes. Rizal at risk. Has to hold it down as WY was knocked down by Zetra. KSA with the wide swing. Not going to quite find the frags here as Rizal was able to retreat back towards the spawn area. Down to a 4v5 and a retake situation with all 4 players down, stuck towards the spawn area. This could be the toughest retake we ask for, Paladin.
Yeah, you can say that again. I mean, no real way into this one. No, I mean, yeah, you've got one flash. You've utilized that now, and they do have a way through. They've blinded up some of those players in the closer ranges. Danimals finds one. Ryuzao chimes in as well. 7-7 on the double sniper chimes in. And now it's Gokun and Ryuzao. What can they do in the 2-on-2? They can do that. Ryuzao and Gokun both chime in for a couple, and that's the can opener. That's another one of those big-time post-plant scenarios that goes the way of the favorites, and that should be the one to kind of topple EVOS here in this best of 3.
And you can hear the Brazilian boys get loud. That was a crucial round for them. Almost losing the momentum, but looks like they were able to pick it back up in just a blink of an eye. Ryuzao with the swing and the kills. And the coach gets excited as well, as you can see on the screen. 8-5, I believe, is the scoreline.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I think PSK1 wanted an earlier timeout. I think the round before. But now it helps that you get the round win. You're now in pole position to close out the series, and you've got time now to let your teammates revel in it and let your opponents stew in it.
And yet again, could be another caster curse, but we thought that retake was merely impossible. Cause
yeah, I mean, you think about the utility,
players are
right?
Stuck on spawn area.
You've got one flash, and there's just no way to get in.
Yeah, there's no way to get in. We thought, at least, it was impossible to get in, but some way, somehow, Danimals, the veteran leading the rifling corps, goes in, gets the opening frag, and apparently that was enough room made for the rest of his team to start moving in, bring it down to a 2v2 from a 5v4. And some way, somehow, Team Liquid just showing why they are one of the top teams in their region.
They have a hell of an Ankara, I can tell you that much. It's been nice to see Danimals have the map that he has. It's difficult as a captain in terms of, especially in the way that Ankara is designed. There's just so much going on the Blacklist side, and so many things you have to juggle on the global risk side. It's a very complicated map. It's one that's utilized by so many different teams, but I don't feel like anybody really have mastered it per se. It is still such a complex map to figure out.
Given it's a classic 4x4 type map, like you've mentioned, it's one of the definitely complicated maps. A lot of things to guide yourself through, but it looks like Team Liquid just knows where to go, how to do it. And this time around, Gokun, that's stuck outside long, eventually is taken out by KSA. The nade was flying his way as well. And down to a 4v4. Not entirely sure where EVOS wants to dictate their aggression towards. They're going to be playing pretty passive as well on the Blacklist side.
I don't think they have any idea where they want to end up, frankly.
Absolutely not.
At this point, in the 4-on-4, it's a much more doable position, compared to the man disadvantage. Zetra can be a little bit more flamboyant, trying to search for an opener, but nothing really just yet. And Ryuzao still on this angle, has an opportunity to find a kill, swing through, but the kill comes in for Zetra.
And funnily enough, Ryuzao was holding onto a sniper of his own as well, so Team Liquid absolutely favoring the long-range weapons so far. Minute 15 onto the clock, and even after taking yet another player down, EVOS still not entirely sure where to head towards. Probably they're just thinking about if they can find more players swinging out low to white like Danimals.
Ooh, real opportunity here on the Elvin. And, surely a sound cue must have been given, but Danimal still gets away with one. 2-on-3 now. 7-7 on this B bomb site is going to have to do God's work and then some. And decided to surge forward here. Why not take the risk? WY now having an opportunity, actually going to meet a couple of players right beside him and finds one. Keller as well trying to trade through, but WY pulls a pistol out.
What?
How in the hell does he get away with that? It leaves it all up to the armor of Zetra. He finds another kill on the pistol for himself, leaves it onto the one-on-one, but 7-7 gets the sniper out, has an opportunity here to reset the situation.
This was not supposed to be like this. WY shouldn't have gotten away. The first player he took down had utility in his hand. The second player, I don't know what the heck happened, but eventually he got the second frag as well. Down to a 1v1, 5 seconds. The C4 has to be planted now. Enough time for 7-7 to come back in to the bomb site. Zetra versus 7-7. Secondary armor of the squad. Oh, the timing was so off for Zetra. Unfortunately for him, 7-7 gets the better of Zetra, and Team Liquid gets yet another round. And Paladin, I don't believe this.
I think they're on top of each other there. I don't know how in the hell something like that happens.
Am I dreaming?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it, doesn't it? That's a hell of a dream to have.
We call that crossing paths, and I believe that was enough paths to be crossed.
No, not at all. And now TL marching towards that winner's match. Evos on death's door. And now you've got Danimals getting kills through the smoke. This one is getting out of hand here for the Filipino side. It is the favorites of this group looking to charge on through. And they're doing it in style here, Bench.
Yeah, if they were to win it for Evos, it had to be the last round. Yobip goes down on a trade kill at 7-7. Quickly snipes him out from the lobby. Down to a 3v4. Well, still yet to realize where they have to go. The C4 rotates in towards A, and for Team Liquid, they're going to rotate the players out, leaving only WY, who has been enjoying some cheeky frags from his positions in the previous rounds. But for now, minute 30 onto the clock, and A seems to be the site to be taken.
Yeah, and it's wide open as well. I mean, to be fair, Team Liquid have had some ridiculous retakes on this A bomb site that why not? You plant WY in the back to just get some information and make sure that you can get the rotations through, and then you hope that you can get one of those miraculous post plants yet again, but they're going to have to get moving.
Yeah.
Because by the time they get there, it's probably going to be around halfway gone. You would like a kill on top of that, but I don't think you're going to get one unless Elvin provides it in spades. Elvin does find one and can bound away, so 3v3 we go.
And now Ryuzel looking to clear out connector. Elvin gets spotted out, down to a 3v2. 2 players stuck in the bomb site, but the timer has ticked down to half HP. Keller finds a huge frag onto Ryuzel. Now Goken and 7-7 has it all to do. Timer ticking down. Goken down. 7-7 versus the world. The pot shot not going to hit. Keller swings out from the top of the bomb site and keeps the dream alive for Evos.
Whew. I mean, that is the risk that you run. If you're leaving it for a retake position for the Team Liquid side, there's got to be a response and a protocol in place to actually collapse it and have that retake through. Last time it was the flashbang, and yes, you had some stellar mechanical play, but there's got to be a little bit more. It cannot just be find the stragglers on the late lurks. There's got to be a little bit more to it.
And look at the aggression from Team Liquid. They're just going to be bum rushing outside of a bomb site, clear it out, gain crucial information that Evos is not here. That's why we see 7-7 rotating in towards B. As Keller trying to clear out office, indeed does that, but does he realize there's 2 players right in front of him?
Triple sniper set up here for 7-7 and Goken as well as Ryuzel, but none of them are able to nail a shot. And that means this B bomb site is under threat and then some. KSA chimes in alongside his teammates, and Daniel is going to try to fight kicking and screaming as he has in this map, but it's not enough. 1 kill simply won't do. Zetra chimes in with another, leaves it just on to WY, and this comeback is going to continue. OT 2 rounds away, Evo still alive.
Evos indeed stays alive, and now they're starting to get loud themselves. Maybe trying to intimidate the other counterparts, the Brazilian counterparts on the other side of the desk, which is Team Liquid. But 9-7, Evos, 2 more rounds to make it to the overtime. Otherwise, things could get very dicey, having to go into the losers brackets in the GSL format.
Complete slowdown again here for EVOS. Why won't you? I mean, the entries have been coming through eventually here for EVOS, and this A-bombs have been very kind to them. Despite the heroics that have come through from TL, they've at least had an avenue into the A-bomb site. Some of the entries have come through from players like KSA and Zetra, and you're hoping you can count on that again as they continue to lean onto this first letter of the alphabet. For TL, though, on the other end, no real movement. You get a little bit of advantageous positioning, but nobody really encroaching upon an extra rotation. They're keen on just keeping 2 here.
And looks like the aggression is on, but WY puts out a bunch of damage. KSA, not realizing what the shots are coming from, is going to go down. Yobib is there for the trade kill, but the damage has been inflicted, and the aggression has lost a bit of its speed. Yobib continues on with the frag, gets a double kill to pry the bomb site open, but the rotations are now here. Enough time has been bought for Team Liquid to send in the rotations. Down to 4v3. C4 now being planted. A little bit of util still left on the side of Team Liquid, but the pop flash allows enough room for Daniels to swing out once again, and this guy just continues to get the kills. Takes down Yobib. Goken adds onto it as well. Down to a 1v2. Goken down to a half HP. And a 1v2. Has the pistol out. Elvin takes him down. And EVOS very, very close from taking this one into overtime, Paladin.
It felt like deja vu there, I can't lie. Again, the smoke up on the spawn side, flash and go, create some space there for those encroaching global risk players, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. I mean, the round that they won with that heroic retake, that is a rarity. That cannot be the norm. And now, EVOS have gotten themselves a win condition on that A-bomb site. They've gotten multiple post-plant conversions, and now they're in the driver's seat to force us into OT.
You know what's funny is for Team Liquid, you don't necessarily see IGLs top fragging all that often because they have their minds focused on other things than shooting. But Dynamo sitting at 20 kills may hint to us he's doing really great, but the rest of his squad kind of being a little bit quiet, I would say. It's about 8 kills on Ryuzao, 7 kills on WY. But nonetheless, possibly the final round of the series. Otherwise, we get to see our first overtime in the whole tournament. Another Vents aggression led by KSA and Yobib. But this time, TL has 3 players holding up the bomb site, and they know what's up. Coming in their faces, the pop flashes are being thrown out. WY sees KSA, but the timing is a little bit off. And the rest of EVOS will have to start rotating out. KSA, eventually taken down by Danimals, will grant them the man advantage of a 5-on-4. Goken in underpass. So close yet so far. Gets the drop. Pistol out. Zetra at risk. Killer as well. Taken down super low. The C4 yet to be picked up. Ooh, look at Zetra's angle. Ryuzao is waiting. Less than a minute. The C4 rotates into the bomb site. It will be planted.
What do you do now? You go aggressive here. Keller switches over to that sniper. Can't connect the shot and has to fall away. The position noted, and they're just going to continue to box him in. Not let him breathe here. Now, Zetra's been found out as well, but he's going to fight tooth and nail, and it's just Zetra now on the 1-on-2, 1-on-3, and totally can't do it. WY chimes in. Overtime avoided. The favorites move on. TL 2-0.
Team Liquid showing and proving their dominance over EVOS, closes the series out in a 2-0, and even that last round was miserable to see, I would say, trying to hold on to dear life, hold on to the dear tournament life. Not quite there yet.
You know, the conditioning, I have to commend the conditioning there from the offensive end of EVOS. You know, you credit the great work that they were able to do in punishing that A-bomb site and again, but I think they keep it a little too complicated. Instead of engaging on that A-bomb site again, they switch back over to the B side a little too late. The rotations are there, the retake looks good, and at the end of the day, the fundamental outclassing here from TL is just better.
Absolutely. Well, we get to see some of the replays that these two teams were able to provide. Danimals absolutely dialed in today. Was able to drop, I believe, 22 kills in the second map. And the first map as well. He was well above 1 KD. So You don't see that all that often, Paladin, but this guy, the veteran, does it again and again, providing food for his team.
You know, you talk about the multi-kills that he's able to get on the side anchor positions. You talk about some of the clutches that they're able to put up on, and then that big retake that I keep talking about on that A-bomb site. That came off the back of him, and without him, this might just straight up be an EVOS Map 2 victory. We move on from Ankara into Map 3, but that's not to be the case. You know, it's the vets of Gokun and Danimals to put up some Herculean rounds. And now, as the dust settles, you say, okay, scoreline regardless, TL looks good.
But looks like we're ready to interview the MVP. Let's throw it over to Scriv.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here with Gokun of Team Liquid, of course. A bit difficult for you guys to close that one out there on the second map. Were you expecting resistance from EVOS here today?
Foi pouquinho mais difícil vocês fecharem esse último mapa ali quando vocês conseguiram match point. O que você achou desse final de partida?
A gente teve pouco de dificuldade de fechar o mapa, mas a gente conversou entre a gente e conseguiu finalizar.
Yeah, we had a little bit of difficulty closing this last match, but we talked together and we managed to close it and win it.
Yeah, it seems like the energy is really, really good on the team at the moment. Something that I think this GSL format will help with. Are you guys feeling good about the upcoming matchup? Are you feeling good about this tournament in general?
A energia do time parece estar muito boa, né? Vocês estão muito confiantes e estão jogando muito bem juntos. Quais são as expectativas para o próximo jogo que vocês vão ter?
A energia do time realmente está muito boa. A gente teve o PSK para ajudar a gente, que conseguiu falar coisas muito boas para melhorar a energia, e a expectativa para o próximo jogo com certeza é vencer.
So yeah, we have a lot of energy and PSK helped us a lot during this game, saying a lot of good things to us and motivating us, and yeah, we are very excited for the next match.
And so overall, are you guys feeling like you're a potential favorite for this tournament, or are you just kind of keeping things relatively humble at the moment?
Vocês estão achando que vocês estão como favoritos agora desse campeonato, depois dessa partida, ou vocês estão ainda mais calmos, mais tranquilos?
Eu particularmente sou pé no chão contra qualquer time e não tenho essa de favoritismo ou algo do tipo. Contra qualquer eu tenho a mesma sensação de vencer.
I'm very chill about like our play style and about all the games. I don't think about it a lot, and we play as a team, and we play with all the teams the same way.
Okay, brilliant stuff. Back to the desk.
Well, thank you so much, Scriv, for that breakdown with Gokun. Always great to hear from him, as I love the humbleness where he's like, oh, we're just going to take it one game at a time. We're not looking ahead too far. We're not thinking about who our opponents are going to be. We're just playing our game. And certainly today they played their game. Got close here on the second map. You feel like EVOS turned it up a little bit, guys? Do you feel like maybe they can be a contender and make some kind of dark horse run, or do you feel like they're not quite on the level of, you know, one of the other teams that also fell in Twisted Minds earlier?
It feels map dependent, I feel like. I mean, from Black Widow, the fundamentals were off. The trade game was poor. The crossfires were not there. But now you switch over to Ankara. It feels like they have a much better understanding of conditioning, timings, how they want to maneuver around the map on the Blacklist side, that they had TL sweating there. I really did feel like it. And, you know, I think they're just like a couple of individual steps away from pulling that to OT. And then, you know, who knows what happens from there.
But then again, we were just talking about how if the series ever ends up going into map 3 of Eagle Eye, then things are definitely heavily favored towards the side of Team Liquid. So yeah, I think Ankara is definitely justifiable to be the best map to be played by EVOS, but they ended up dropping it. Sure, Team Liquid would have sweated, but at the end of the day, they just close it out 2-0. So yeah, definitely EVOS has to go back to the drawing board, do some homework, find their mistakes, fix it up. Otherwise, that loser's brackets is going to be a nightmare for EVOS to survive.
Let's take a quick look at the bracket now that we do have the win here from the side of Team Liquid in Group B, as they will take down their opponents. On the A stream, we're currently looking at Q9 Club in the lead 1-0, which, to be honest, not too surprising, although I believe both of those teams were down in the kind of underdogs bracket of our predictions. But Yeah, definitely pretty cool to see what's going on there. Lovely to see Danimals and Goken really showing up there when they needed it most, you know, two of the veterans as well. What do you feel about this Team Liquid team versus, like, we just had Gaiman Gaming winning a little bit earlier on. Do you feel like Team Liquid's still the better team after this close encounter in Map 2?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, you've got the clutch potential for sure from players like WI and players like Danimals, and I think you've got the star power as well in players like Goken. And the fact that you have that is like a recipe for success. You've got all the, you know, the ingredients that you would need in terms of a quote-unquote super team. Of course, there are still better teams out there in terms of, you know, your Baixas, your AGs, and what have you. But if you talk about regions beyond that, you look at Brazil, you look at Liquid.
Yeah, definitely the ingredients matter to the food, but ultimately it comes down to the chef who cooks it, and I think Danimals is the perfect master chef to use those ingredients in the right spot in the right time and bring their team up the top. So, yeah, all in all, I believe the star players are important too, but can't miss out on the IGL, the veteran, the old blood, the old guard, whatever you want to call it, Danimals.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, we have to talk about our next matchup as well, because this one going to be hype as ever, as we are going to be jumping into this one in just a moment. We will have Evolution Power Gaming walking in right now. As you see, they look like they are ready to go. And, of course, up against their opponents. What do you think about this matchup, guys?
I'm excited. I'm excited to watch Evolution Power play, just off the notion of what they've done internationally. I feel like they've always punched above their weight. And, you know, of course, we've not necessarily had a Chinese team on the B-Stream yet. And that just makes me excited, man. I want to see a little bit of aggression. I want to see a little bit more, you know, oomph out of the East Asia side, and I think we'll get to see that today.
So whenever we talk about the Chinese region, we always put other teams on top, and Evolution Power is more of a tier 2 type team. But, you know, going back to the last year's Grand Finals, we were able to see the caliber Evolution Power was able to put out. So now things do really get dicey as one of the top teams in different regions having to face off Evolution Power, who they looked down upon, but now they can't do that anymore.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a difficult one, to be honest, for Inner Circle, but definitely very much looking forward to this match up against Evolution Power Gaming. We're going to have a break and bring that match to you guys. Don't go anywhere.
Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things ain't what it used to be. And this time, I just keep on walking. And I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, that's the last thing I do. Got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. I'm just a nomad. Come on. And where I go's where I be. Come on. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah. Come on. And all just I know I gotta be out of here. I just keep wanting more. There's gotta be a better place. Oh.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Hello and welcome back to Crossfire here at the Esports World Cup. We're here on Stream B and we're getting to our third matchup of the day. I'm still Valdez, joined by Paladin and Scriv, and we're getting into this big matchup here. We got Evolution Power Gaming up against Inner Circle. Does feel like on paper another one of these where our Chinese team, Evolution Power, they're a powerhouse. They have won championships in China and abroad many a time. Do you feel like Inner Circle's got a chance in this one?
I hate to say it, But no, I can't even be the guy. I'm never going to be the guy, Scriv. If you're going to be the guy to say, yes, the underdog has the possibility, then by all means take up that mantle, but I can't be that guy.
Yeah, sometimes I lead that way, but this just feels like it is far too top-heavy, to be honest with you. As Valdez mentioned, a lot of highly decorated players within this team, as well as the org itself, so I feel like there's just no real chance that many of the teams here, to be fair, not just Inner Circle, would be able to take down this EP team.
Yeah, it's not specific to Inner Circle, as you mentioned. Like, they're also a very strong team from West. We've seen what they can do. There's a reason why they're here. It's just that, especially in CROSSFIRE, the Chinese region as a whole is so strong, and this is one of the better teams from the Chinese region as well. So definitely looking for them to show up. That being said, we have seen some of our top teams, fall by the wayside and get upset a little bit, or at least have some close calls. We saw that Team Liquid, almost went to overtime there up against EVOS, even though they were mostly dominating them. Like, the vibes and the tempo were going very much in the favor of Team Liquid still, but it got close. So I've still got my hopes up, as here we are introducing Evolution Power Gaming.
XQQ, man. XQQ is all what I'm going to talk about with EPG. This is the guy that was the MVP of CROSSFIRE Stars last year. Of course, they've not risen to that same level in 2025, but just the opportunity for this team to have an international appearance here at EWC and see if they can make a deep run kind of silence the doubters a little bit, because I do feel like the community consensus is that they are underneath Baisha and AG. But for me personally, the narrative that I want to push, and we'll see how that develops really, is can they show that they are internationally more dominant than the rest of the Chinese region?
Yeah, I think so. There's again a lot of sort of question marks around Chinese CROSSFIRE is always really strong, but then sometimes internationally they maybe take their eye off the ball, they maybe slip in one of the key games, and then all of a sudden you are playing against another world-ending team and you actually check out the tournament quite early. So I think they have to be very careful not to make those slip-ups early on here. And we have seen Gaming Gladiators, another team that we maybe didn't expect to perform as well, but they've obviously come in with a clear game plan. I think Inner Circle could be a similar squad to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that Evolution Power Gaming, I feel like they're almost always underrated for some reason or another. So, yeah, they're still a very strong team. As here we go, we are introducing Inner Circle. We got Beck, Awesome, Alucard, Kiko, and of course, Jinzer. And I mean, these guys, they're a really strong squad. Like, it does feel like from the West, they have really tried to develop something with these 5 players who do have a lot of experience. They have some of the best riflers in the game and Awesome. It does feel like, for their own right, for their own way, like they can get it going. I'm a big fan of Alucard as well. I think he's a great guy, but also a great player in the game. And I wish them the best of luck, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I think Alucard's a guy to look at. Kiko's is pretty well-rounded as well. It's the problem is the cohesion. That is the main issue. You think about the rosters that you have here at EWC, it's a national roster through and through. Communication is down to a T. You've got that advantage in terms of how you want to play in the mid to late round. The Inner Circle side doesn't necessarily have that, right? They've got to figure out how to create that chemistry on the fly, essentially, and that is going to be very difficult against this Chinese squad that has just gotten reps on reps on reps.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they are ultimately going to have a challenge here. We obviously have that, but for me as well, Inner Circle, they kind of play in the West League where it does feel like there is a pretty big drop-off as well. You have some of these teams that are good and can compete and get to international tournaments, but they're not necessarily tested massively, within their own sort of region. So I think that there's a few issues. One of them for me actually being the map pool, right? They're not really like a specialist team anywhere. They don't necessarily have a map that they're super confident on in a circle. So yes, it's good to be broad and play a bit of everything, but maybe here in this game you need a map that you're really, really solid on.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I mentioned it before, but playing against any Chinese team on Ankara is deadly. And guess what? It's the first pick of Evolution Power Gaming. Not a big surprise. And we'll just have to see if Inner Circle can survive. They're going to be starting off on the blacklist side, which is not surprising either. But yeah, it's really the first test, I feel like. If you're going to leave Ankara open against any Chinese team, especially, this one, or, All Gamers also fantastic on Ankara, you're gonna have to prove it right here in Mat 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you just think about if you're Inner Circle, you ban Ankara out, you don't have that map advantage that you can potentially utilize later on in the veto. So it's an unfortunate situation. It's a poison chalice situation for Inner Circle where you're kind of in a pickle no matter what way you spin it. So for me, it's keeping it competitive here on map 1, showcasing that you've got the individual flair to hang around, and then you try to sucker punch your way back in on map number 2 and maybe try to force a third.
Yeah, I think so. It's something that you have to be prepared for ultimately, and as we've said a couple of times, maybe they have indeed. As well as that, though, there is just this underlying thing of, can they match up regionally? There's a lot of differences in terms of the strength, so can they bring that kind of game? But I do believe we are ready for the game.
We are ready, guys. Take it away, Paladin and Scriv, bringing us the cast for Evolution Power and Inner Circle.
All right. Looking forward to getting into things here. We'll see. Ankara, it is trial by fire for sure. Going to be a difficult opening map, but there's always a little bit in there, isn't there? You always want to hope that things can be brought close. However, one of those times where you do have to be realistic about things, Paladin.
I will say the mix of international play always brings some sort of concern, but right now, no cause for it here for EP. 3 kills, a quick flurry here for the Global Risk side, and Zay with a quick quad. Listen to them roar.
Yeah, they were very loud, getting into it. I think that's another thing that's just going to be intimidating on the other side. How do you play in these situations? I think that is what separates a good professional player from a great professional player, and maybe even the greats from the best. How do you deal mentally with these types of situations? And you can see EPG just super comfortable, man. Even a 4K to open up is a really good sign of that. So curious to see if IC let them get in their heads.
Slow down now for this Blacklist side. YH and Zay, YZK, this 3-man stack on this A-bomb side looked very formidable. The Crossfires looked solid enough. And that means Inner Circle kind of have to turn their attention. They've got to find another avenue in to this map. And maybe it is that B bomb site, but right now in the middle of the map, not necessarily taking too much space per se. They're just holding up in this middle of the map, hoping they can pounce on an opener. Alucard with this sniper. But nobody's showing face just yet. Very disciplined here from EP.
Yeah, it does feel like some of these more westernized teams especially like to play slightly more adaptable. If that's going to work here is another question. Great little bait and switch setup, but Zay is looking crisp right now. Very, very worrying signs, to be honest. I mean, in the best possible way for EPG, but he is just breezing through 6 kills already. As yet to go down, not the only one that is deathless as well. So, yes, we're only a couple rounds in, but if this is the pace that needs matching, I think it's going to be very challenging.
I like that little micro situation there from Zay, where he lets the player across, understanding that, I've got this crack angle. I've seen a player, no need to actually pull the trigger and potentially just warrant a double swing coming in from both ends. Instead, get the confirmed kill on Alucard, swing back over to win the one-on-one, and it's a much more doable little sequence there from EPG. So seeing the macro play working out very well in terms of the rotation here from EPG, and then on top of that, the micro plays in terms of the crossfires, in terms of the mechanics, it looks splendid here to start out for the Chinese.
So, Inner Circle very quickly trying to figure things out. They got a nade stack there at the back end of A. Unfortunately, no one in that spot, but it is good to see them coming up with ideas, and I think very, very important that they do that quickly. Seen a couple maps so far today where teams will just sort of go through the motions, try and do the same sort of strategies, but hoping this time it works better. So I think you need to bring some innovation, especially if you are that underdog.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, of course, it's always going to be difficult to try and outstrat a Chinese team on Ankara who have seen every situation in the book seemingly, and Mino is not missing a beat. A kill from him, able to fall away, reset, but Kiko there for the trade. YZK doesn't want anything to do with it, so he'll back away with nade in hand. And into the 4v4. Keen on just a pure gamble here from EPG. 4 players on this B bomb site. I think might have spotted out the C4. With the minute 5 on the clock, they can slow things down, they can rotate. They've got map control over on the A end. If they want to send out a feeler, that's a possibility. So decent game state here for IC to see how they want to move on in the 4-on-4.
XQQ going hunting here for a bit of information all by himself, but he is gathering quite a lot. They were maybe thinking more of a B hit, of a B stack, but soon they will discover that there's nobody around that area, whether it's because the attack's coming their way or indeed because that information is gained. So going to be a retake here. I think they're happy to give up the bomb site and just let that plant come down right on the corner. Alucard, though, taking an advanced position, will manage to find the flanking player, and that cuts off a large part, I think, of what EPG were hoping that this round would deliver. Solid advantage at the moment for Inner Circle, all of them coming in from the same sort of angle. There are no more smokes remaining, but you feel like enough time being bought here.
Yeah, absolutely, and no utility to make things happen, but YH with the bullets certainly can. Awesome, though, chiming back in. It leaves it all up to YZK. This one's a tough one to crack, to say the least. Jinzer and Alucard creating this crossfire, and yes, eventually the Europeans will capitalize, and they get on the board early here, Scriv, and I'm glad that that's the case. You don't want to let this game just run out of control as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and not too surprising, right? It's a pretty clean round. It does come a bit close at the end, but they were expected to win it. They do indeed win it. There's no crazy clutch required or shutdown of anything like that. So those are the kinds of rounds that you just want to prove that you can do it at the end of the day, and there's no real luck on your side. So pretty important pickup. Keep your eyes on it, and we'll see what the response looks like now from EPG.
It's really interesting how often a lot of these top-level teams are willing to play retake A and just not have enough utility to retake, but hold that thought. Alucard has found himself an entry. Wants to maneuver back around, but slow down here for IC, and I'll continue that point. I feel as though having a couple more players on that A-bomb site feels a little bit more warranted if you've got B-site control, if you've got that aggressive stance as well. But for right now, the gambles seem a little off-kilter, and I'm not necessarily sure if that's something internationally people are have just accepted, but it's something to think about moving forward. We'll keep an eye on the conditioning on that A side as this Ankara continues to develop.
A little slower again, making sure that they capitalize on this advantage. No prodding and poking this time from EPG. Just looking to rest on the direct setups. No one going to be brave for Inner Circle, so it looks like it will indeed be another pretty conventional A hit, using that extra man that they have to just try and cut off some rotations here. YH looking clean, though, as he keeps his crosshair trained. Trade's got to be here from Zay. Bombers hit the deck. Suddenly it swung back in favor of the GR side of things, looking to defend up, and it's looking pretty damn good. In fact, the lurk has to activate. Alucard able to get one, but it is ultimately Jinzer who is on the backside trying to get over there quick. Somehow finds the kill with a bit of nice movement. He's so very low. There's not loads of time. Still certainly doable. Minnow has to get into a unknown position, I suppose. Yeah, and playing it quite smart here. Just let him get the bomb back if he does indeed want it. Try and get the kill a little later on. It doesn't matter if he gets the plant at the end of the day. You just need to secure that round. In he comes, peeking round, and Minnow going to get it just about. Skin of the teeth stuff, but EPG just finding that extra level.
It gets a little dicey there. I can't lie for Minnow, but he gets it over the line, and a round is a round nonetheless. But EPG showcasing just a little bit more to them in terms of the micro looks so fantastic here from the side anchor. Zay doing great work in terms of getting the double. You think about YH as well in terms of his micro from the bottom of the stairs, tapping away 2 kills. And it just feels like I just feel so excited about watching each of these individuals play. We've not even seen XQQ truly activated in this map so far. I do fear we have a disconnect. I am not sure what the situation is there.
Yeah. Not entirely sure. Looks like we're moving. Looks like we're playing. But all the same, a little bit of a difficult situation indeed. Maybe a crash here or there.
Possibly.
But to me, it seems like we are continuing on. So whatever happens here, we will revisit in a couple of moments. An advanced position here from Minnow, as he will move down and find a lot of information out through Long B. Oh, and a lot. He's looking to play with the food here a little bit and maybe try and grab 2 where 1 is not quite enough. Alucard spotted, going to take him. Information in for the rest of the team. Tries to keep it cool here for the 1-taps, but not quite able to convert. So, yes, he's got a kill. He's kind of cut another one off. I guess the information gathered, but definitely could have had a bit more if he'd played his cards ever so slightly better. Quick scope in from XQQ onto the pistol, looking to stay alive and just baiting them in. Beautifully done there. Making use of the situation.
There you go from XQQ. It's like individually, like the mechanics aren't necessarily there. The accuracy isn't there, but he's understanding that, look, I've got a couple teammates coming back through. The rotations will be swift, and eventually we'll figure this one out. And having that camaraderie, that chemistry between these 2 players, or 3 players rather, in that situation is everything that you could ask for. Unfortunate circumstances there for IC, but EP, again, just showcasing why they're a cut above with some of these crossfires and these setups on the sites.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I think one of the big things that we've seen make key differences is just a discipline game, right?
Yeah.
Like we see there from XQ, not over-facing, not over-swinging. My first series of the day, there was a good handful of rounds where it's like you did not need to take that peak, and it's cost you the round because you did. So cutting that out is a really, really big factor. Minnow in a scary spot here. Surely has to be careful. They are on the way, looking to surround him here. Just about unable to find that kill, leaving the player very, very low indeed. Kiko going to fall to XQQ. Does get caught off on the attempt at another. So advantage looks good for a second, but now it's held up in the air. There's still this low HP player. A lot of individual moves coming in. I just talked about discipline. It seems like that's gone out the window in this round, to be honest, Paladin.
And now the chaos reigns supreme, but EP still stands strong. Alucard and Jinzer now pushed back at the end of the bomb site. Alucard caught with his back turn, leaves it all up to his German counterpart, but low HP makes this one pretty much over and done with. Zabel continue now moving his efforts from the A bomb site over to B, and it just continues to just add on the pain here. EPG just looking stellar.
Yeah, there's been a couple of moments, of course, that one dropped round. And one more coming close, but
I feel like hiccups, right?
Yeah.
You know, then the issues that I have of these rounds lost are being immediately improved upon in the round following.
Yeah. Looking great. The team aspect. And not pulling any punches. I think that's maybe what we were slightly concerned with, is that it's like they're expected to win. They maybe have their sights set on a top 4 finish at least, maybe even further. Sometimes you can miss the wood for the trees, as it were. But they're doing a good job here of just remaining present and making sure to take down this opponent.
Line up there for XQQ. Sliver angle nails the shot, but no kill. Falls away, and this little sequence that XQQ has done, I'd argue 4 or 5 rounds now, has been very kind to him. Has got a different part and a collateral there for XQQ. Beautiful work, and YZK wants to lay down the hurt even further. Jinzer, try as he might, cannot do anything unless he can do work with that M14. Double kill for him. Switches back over to the sniper, but Bino's encroaching. And he's looking like a shark here for EPG. 6-1.
Yeah, and I mean, realization sets in. They kind of take a step back, as it were, as much as you can, sat down, get a quick drink. What is going on? And some games you're going to look at, some players you're going to look at, especially in a game like this where it's so cut off regionally, and then once every 6 months everyone meets, and you have to be reminded of how different the game can be and how far ahead these guys are. But as we've mentioned a couple times, there are world champions, there are legends of the game on this EPG side of things that ultimately can come alive at any time, you know, and really just take over. But also they understand the game on such a deep level in comparison to the rest of the world.
Yeah, the reps go a long way, and you know, iron sharpens iron is what they say, right? Or is it steel sharpens steel? Is that it? I don't remember what.
They both
what the
sound
exact
pretty
phrase
good.
is. Yeah. Essentially, the best teams playing against the best teams constantly is just going to push the development of that region even further. I mean, you just think about how deep China goes. I mean, you think about Q9 being a little bit of a dark horse. You think about EPG themselves being underrated in certain situations. That tells you enough of a story of what that China League is like. And now you look back over to the West and you say, okay, yes, you've got Rock going on and IC is that second tier, but it is very top heavy. You know, the fall off is absolutely there. My North American boys don't necessarily make a dent in terms of the West League either. So that's saying something. So of course, if they don't have that ultimate competition, it's going to be difficult when you're splashed with this cold water of EPG to you when you go back into the group stage.
Yeah. But they take a time out here, clearly aware of that fact, clearly trying to figure it out. And this was always going to be a tough one. Yeah, beautiful. I mean, yeah, it's just crazy, isn't it, really? And then the cleanup after the fact, you know, everybody able to work together to just make sure that it gets converted. Even Liquid, we see on their final map, maybe losing sight. So EPG could be set for perhaps the quicker series if they can keep this up.
Flash through here, blinds up a couple for IC, but it's a bit of an execution here on this A bomb site. 3 players, though, to greet them, and YH has been so good from this position. Will tap out one, catches Kiko on the cross, and this one's one of the best shutdowns EP has had so far on this A bomb site. And now this third player is coming through, fourth player rather, in the form of Minnow. And with that C4 down on the dirt, there's nothing Alucard and Awesome can do, despite their mechanical brilliance, despite the potential these two players have. Joining hands against the force of the global risk is a nigh impossible task.
Keen flank here from the new edition with the cool name. Shout out Castlevania one time.
Oh, love it.
But either way, looks like he's going to overlook this angle ever so slightly here and get timed on, so no real excitement, unfortunately. Awesome starts moving forwards here. Can't take anything with him. It's looking really scary. I think, you know, even some of the more one-sided maps that we've seen, there's been a few rounds in there where you go, oh, damn, if only they'd, you know, gone left when they should have gone right or something like that. It's tough. Very, very tough to watch here as EPG are making mincemeat out of the inner circle at the moment.
You could say that again. I mean, it is just ultra solid here from EP. Now Nades dunking on Awesome. 58 HP now. And XQ's getting aggressive and can't flick over in time. Kiko's there to chime in, and finally an entry to hang your hat on if you're an IC fan. But what do you do with this 5-on-4? You got to regroup. You got to capitalize on this map control that's been given to you. And ultimately, it means that you're going to have to dislodge one of these side anchors who have all been stellar in their own regard. You got XQQ that was putting in work on the B side. You've got Zay and YZK on the A side as well. Still available. YH there now. And now the split is on. What can Minnow and Zay do?
A must-win round for Inner Circle. And they are feeling the nerves ever so slightly, not just wanting to charge in, clearing every single angle attentively. Slow encroachment towards this B bomb site. Do start to second guess themselves a little bit. Perfect nade coming in though, a lot of damage. YZK will be holding here. Just trying to draw them in. He actually doesn't find anything himself. Minnow goes down easily as well. So it seems like, despite their best efforts, there's not going to be much of a hold here. YH makes his presence known. He has actually dropped the bomb, which is a little awkward. Let's be careful here. Feels like he's in quite a good spot. You've got the flank coming in as well. There's no need to necessarily rush into things, force him towards you. But look at the HP bars, man. Not even the headshot's going to be required here. Really does look doable. He's going to keep it going.
No way.
The big kill. That's the big kill. He's just not ready. He's just not ready for the flank, and Awesome takes him down. Thank goodness. But my God, that doesn't paint the picture of how hard a battle this is. I don't know what will.
I mean, We talk about the coordination and cohesion differences between these two squads. The fact that there isn't a true nationality for Inner Circle and having to figure things out just from English, it's a tough ask. I mean, I think it's one of the biggest issues here for the West is you don't have too many homogenized teams.
Yeah.
And that advantage is clearly there for EP, but man, I don't know what they would have done if they'd let that Jinzer 2K entry go to waste like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, even as close as it comes, it's got to feel tough. You can't really get super excited about it. Just showing what they're capable of, and maybe even one of the names that we've not talked about loads and loads necessarily is YH, and he's able to do that. So we'll see. Flipping things over here. Maybe a change up in sides can bring Inner Circle a few more rounds and bring things closer. A lot of damage done onto these final two players, as there will be not the clearest of paths in towards that A-bomb site. Looks like they actually want to pull away, what with this info gathered by Minnow.
They see the smokes up and they're absolutely paranoid that the A-bomb site's already taken, so they're thinking we can encroach upon them before the C4 hits the dirt, and unfortunately for them, you had the feeler of Minnow on that B side to open things up, give the space over to the bomb to get planted, but he goes down. You would have liked to at least get one kill out of that position if you're Minnow. And now you're in this 2v3 with XQQ very far away, so you can't even actually punch the digits regardless. So finally it'll go down, and now you have a chance for an XQQ highlight.
Hey, maybe it would be nice.
He's got a couple already.
Yeah, he's got this sniper as well set up and ready to go. Alucard on the other side of the door. Ooh, the FOV dropping, but timing is still working for XQQ. They're going to start moving in. Missed shot there. Can't afford too many of those. He hears a lot of info here, though, so I think going to be very ready for this. Quick flick up, the pistol out as well. It's all down to Alucard. He's been flanked out. And just as you said, as if by magic, XQQ holds it down.
That's disgusting there from XQQ. An MVP prior looking to try and claim another MVP here. He has been dominant. It took a little bit of time for him to rev up, mind you. But once he gets himself planted on these sites, just so solid. Flick up, the pistol pull as well. Everything you could ask for. The domination, the pain, it keeps compounding here against IC. Nobody able to crack double digits yet on that European side. Jinzer now trying to shoulder bait out a shot, and he does. He gets it bound away back to the stairs. And Minnow wants to continue bearing down on this A-bomb side. Trades are good for the global risk side, but I mean, it's even better for the blacklist. 2v2 as the dust settles, an opportunity at this A-bomb site. Alucard pushed back, can't really see a thing. And yes, you've got this flank brewing, but it's got to speed up, and it's got to speed up quick.
Again, XQQ going to be in the thick of it, so we look to him to deliver. He did so massively in the previous. Looking for a return to form. A keen angle that a lot of players love under this staircase. Awesome coming round that corner. Oh, I was going to say he's a little fast, but XQQ still manages to get it done. He's even faster. Alucard onto the pistol here.
Wow.
Instantly traded out. And it is, again, it's those 5 to 10% moments, right? Post plants, they're just a little more comfortable and more capable at the end of the day in winning out those key fights.
Yeah, you think about the level of pro esports, right? It's all a game of minutia, and it just feels like you've got so many extra check marks ticked off here for EP. Wide swings out for YH and crew. XQQ not missing a beat. It's a 5-on-3 for EP, and now with how much time they have on the clock, they just erode away this IC side and look to march on through Ankara.
Yeah, isolated moments for Inner Circle, but really nothing all that impressive. We were warned, perhaps they were warned, taking the Chinese teams to their home map is always going to be a risk. And they unfortunately have not subverted those expectations. We'll see. Trade back is in for this round at the very least. Still an advantage that looks good for EPG. So I think this is likely to be the end unless we get a hero moment from IC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least you have the 3-player setup here, and Jinzer's still putting in work, but Zay, man. Zay has been unreal on the multi-kill potential, and now it's all left up to Awesome. And he's just been eradicated. That'll do it. EP just smashed their way through Ankara. The Chinese are dominant with a 10-2 start.
Yeah, again, as expected, but there wasn't really all that much to write home about. We did have a few close post plants if you want to get really down into the trenches with your analysis, but EPG just showing individually looking a lot better, multi-frag moments like you talk about on the entry, on the clutches. I think they just have this ability to go, right, this is a big moment. I'm going to need to find these opening kills, or I'm going to need to find this clutch for us to get this round, and they really thrive under that pressure, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Zay's probably my MVP of this map as a whole. You just think about the work that he's able to put on this A bomb site. You think about the great work that he was able to play off of his teammates. I think it was YH that would play with him alongside him there, and just that synergy that they had throughout the defensive end was just spectacular. And then you add in this like aggressive component of Minnow, who, yes, I think there's a little bit of give and take that I have with him, where sometimes I think he jumps the gun a little too much, but there were just so many moments in that map specifically where he just gets so much valuable information. He cuts the map in half, and it gives chances to players like YH and players like Zay to have their like mega star moment, and you can't forget XQQ as well. What a couple of sequences there from him.
Yeah, absolutely. It just felt like wherever you turned on this EPG side of things, especially again for Inner Circle on the Blacklist side, when they're trying to entry into a bomb site, you take out one guy, well, you've got another guy on that crossfire, on that bait and switch setup that is just as effective, if not better, at performing and finding those key frags. So really, really quite tough for them. And I think, as we said, look, you can talk about maps, you can talk about context, but it's just going to be a real challenge against EPG and their individual prowess.
Yeah, well, you guys did a very good job of casting that, but it didn't end up being a very good map in terms of just watching the gameplay, because it was just so one-sided. Back here once again. Yeah, I don't really know what to take from that, right? We were going into Ankara. It's like the Chinese team home ground, as we were talking about before, and they absolutely pummeled them. There was like the one round that they got, which was the post plant, where it was like 5v1, and it was almost a comeback 1v5, and so they won that one round. That was one of the two that they got, and it was just... There weren't a lot of great talking points for the side of Inner Circle, so I just hope they can come back for the next one. Do you guys have any hope? Is there any hope left after that cast, or are you feeling like this is kind of donezo?
I kind of like Jinzer. I think Jinzer was cool. It was fun to have him have a couple of multis here and there, but it always felt like a hopeless double kill. Like usually when you get a double kill, you've got a man advantage, you retain that, you're like, wow, yeah, we're in the situation where we close the round out and we're going to kind of charge forward. But it just doesn't happen. It's like a Hydra. You cut off one and two more pop up, it feels like, and it's just no way to really downplay the work that EPG were able to put on today.
Yeah, I feel like Hydra's actually a very, very good way of putting it, to be honest. There's just a lot to get through. I think that you can look at a macro level, you can really focus on that if you wanted to, if you were in a circle. It just doesn't matter all that much. They're unfortunately unable to match off. I think, again, we have to mention it's like the West League and some of the drop-off that can happen there. These guys are like the third seed in from West League, so are they the best of the best from there? Potentially not. But also just on that particular map, I think there are a few spots, there are a few setups that were coming up that they just didn't recognize almost, and have to deal with on the fly, which is never going to be easy, reacting as quickly as that against EPG.
Yeah, well, at least the second map is going to be Eagle Eye 2.0, which is a map that I would say historically this roster has been decent at, and that's part of the reason why they did select it. So I am hoping that they can make a bit of a comeback there. But the thing that really struck me the most as well was that there were key members on the side of Evolution Power Gaming who were playing really well, but it felt like every single player was carrying their weight. It looked like at the end of it, almost everybody had a 2 KD or higher, which is just kind of unheard of. Like sometimes you'll have like that one guy who has 4 KD and then another guy is like 1.5 or whatever, but it just felt like everybody was carrying their weight. So I do worry about them. going into this second map. Anything else you guys have that you maybe a little bit of hopium as we do go into the next one potentially for this team?
Well, listen, Alucard still has the goods, and I think Kiko still does too. And it's really a question of who can start the spark to create the fire. And it's going to take a really long time to kindle that flame. And it's going to have to start with someone. It's going to have to start with one of those moments. You know, you have so many moments that you can talk about in that game from EPG. You know, the XQQ massive 1v2 that he had. You talk about the Zay quad kill that he had on the site. And it revs up the team. They get loud, they get hungry, they get in your face. I need that for Inner Circle. I need some guy to step up. Be it Alucard, be it Jinzer, maybe even Kiko in a certain situation. But who is that guy? That's probably the biggest question that they're going to have to answer for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, to be honest, I think there was that moment, wasn't there, when they stopped the insane clutch from happening, the final player gets the kill. There just wasn't much of a reaction from
It's like a sigh of relief more than anything.
Like, oh, okay, good. There wasn't much in it, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think you do raise a very good point that we need these guys to find some of that energy. Hopefully the refresh onto a home map for them is the way to do that.
Well, definitely hoping so. I told you guys, Alucard, one of my favorite players. He looks very down in the dumps, so hopefully can turn this one around for their sake. But we are getting into game, and I'll let you guys take it away from here.
Yes, indeed. Once again, looking to that Inner Circle side. Do they have anything left in the tank? Or have EPG just flattened them and destroyed them and maybe made them hope for the lower bracket? Try and run things back down there and avoid these scarier teams. Look, it is rough. You're in Group C. It's the group of death.
Yeah.
And then you maybe as well come up against, I suppose, the second best team in this group. You don't even get like a hand-me-down of facing off against a more question mark heavy team in Falcon. So, yeah, it's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. But this is how it goes, man. This is how it goes. Maybe next season of West League, they got to get the #1 spot. They were pretty close, I think. I think they went down 3-2 in their semi-final. Nice find from Zay to open things up, but he's quickly traded.
Look at all these bodies that Minnow spotted. He's found one, and he already knows that there was a second around this apartments area, and Minnow will find a second. He wants to continue his winning ways. Back in the corner, manages to stave away death with the pistol. Downs back in. Awesome. Oh, goodness me. It's an unruly spray, but gets it over the line. Still has some HP to spare, but they've got to dislodge XQQ. Bullets gone dry, and the sniper not out in time. Beck there to capitalize, and it does feel like EPG there in certain situations probably should have confirmed that one.
Yeah, to be fair, I think it is a keen way to kick things off as well, as Inner Circle need these early rounds and just need to be the ones directing the game. But EPG, yeah, they'll be kicking themselves a little. They had, I'd say, 2 or 3 players in really good spots, but just couldn't quite convert them. And again, this is something you have to watch. They don't get too giddy, too excitable. We saw a lot of aggression, and this B-long area is kind of the area where you're able to lock things out. You can see, again, heavy presence from both teams over this way.
And very forward-facing from Zay here. Very gung-ho about holding on to this position as quickly as possible and making sure that there isn't that extra avenue into the B-bomb site. A double setup here from both YZK. The HUD threw me off there, but either way, Minnow chiming in, XQQ, and never mind, it's not XQQ, it's his counterpart. YZK chiming in with that sniper, that secondary sniper. Now YH also doing work. It's just kills all over the shop here for the Chinese. It's just Alucard, and he goes down. An immediate response. You can do one, I can do better.
Well, exactly. And I mean, again, getting very vocal even within the round. They're loud, they're communicative. It does just feel like something that is a keen difference. Inner Circle may well be calculated, but sometimes it comes across as nerves, doesn't it? We'll see. They've got more of a plan into this round, actually. So they're going to go charging in. Bit of a hold of cash in places. Thank you very much, says Beck, as he will find Zay trying to hide away there. 2 very quick kills. A change up in pace here as they do not waste any time getting into the face. So that is good to see. Again, a great sign that they are here to play on Eagle Eye. Oh, YZK. Scary little spot. Scary little spot indeed. Jinza seems ready for it. Trying to find some timing or a kneecap. The tiniest little bit of knee poking out there, I think. So now he's probably going to stay here for a while.
He's not seen that barrel either, but how long until he could potentially get double swung from that other angle is the real question. YZK so stubborn about this angle, and he's rewarded. He's got another kill on his plate, but Kiko swings in from the left-hand side. And again, there's that Hydra metaphor that I'd like to bring up. XQQ replenishing the defense here and surging forward. This is crazy work here from XQQ. Kiko completely unawares that this is a possibility. Jins are actually holding for that aggressive line. And now, as timer continues to tick down, he'll bound away, move back over to the long side as we hit a minute mark.
Yeah, it really all depends where this bomb decides to go, I suppose. A nice find from XQQ. He's immediately going to hightail it. Oh, towards middle. Got to be careful here. Not ready for them and does get taken down. For a moment there, you hope, don't you? Unfortunately as well, YH on the other bomb site now. The bomb is actually lagging behind a bit, so could get freaky. Awesome changing in between angles, and again, going to get the timing. So some of the overlooking players do get slightly lucky with their timings, but all the same, it is a conversion for Inner Circle and a lead as well. Here we go.
Yeah, and I do think the cohesion is a question that I'll call in now for EP. Not as ironed out necessarily in comparison. It does feel like XQQ has understood these timings very well, but what is the response in the mid to late round? That I don't necessarily see just yet, and it continues to worsen and worsen here for EP. 3 kills now in succession. Make it 4. Could be a potentially spotless round, but YZK says no. And Beck will give another body, but you saw that pop up on your screen. A pause is now imminent, I'm sure, for the Chinese side. We'll want to get their coach on the mic, discuss things, because they don't want this one to get out of control. 3-1 start here is obviously not what you want to see.
And it sort of flips a little bit, doesn't it? You know, we talk about not quite knowing what to expect for Inner Circle. You don't have much opportunity to play against these guys. It's kind of the same sort of deal now that we move on to a different map. There's a world in which this could be unpredictable and difficult for EBG to deal with. So, interested to keep our eyes on, excited to see what they're able to cook up as well, if there's any differences. The conventional move of just holding out long, smoking things off, and, you know, trying to find those kills around said smokes, not working for EPG. It does seem as though Inner Circle have done some work on how to break that stalemate.
You know, I like that their coach is like dressed up in a suit, you know. It's really cool. I feel like it brings a little sort of gravitas to the situation.
Sure.
He's like, it's business. This is all business.
It's very kind of reminiscent of the region. I think a few of the like League of Legends coaches and stuff like that as well, like wear suits and things like that. I think it steps them up as like the brains and the serious guy behind the team. Yes. Rather than like an ex-pro that's giving their thoughts sort of vibe. It depends though, man. I'm sure we get it in all competitive sports. Like everybody wears something a little different.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. You got the jersey on the other side for the Europeans. They're a little bit more chilled.
See, but he's like representing. He's like,
right, yeah.
I'm in there with you guys. You know, we're all friends here. Whereas I'm sure coach for EPG is a little scary. He's a little sterner. You know,
it's like lock in, sit up.
Exactly. But hey, whatever works, man. Whatever works.
And it's certainly working. I mean, for the most part, now is the time, yes, to actually say lock in, because it does feel like EPG have not really been able to have a handle on Eagle Eye so far. It does feel like there's some disjointed maneuvers where, you know, you've got Zay on an island in the apartments. You think about just the fact that XQQ can't get involved as often. And that secondary from YZK is not as potent as you might expect. What's the change, though? What's the change in the development here for the Chinese side now that they're done and through that tactical timeout? we'll wait and see. But it's still fairly passive here. They're giving that apartments control essentially, and they're playing as passive as possible. And is that change in pace enough is the real question.
I think there's one of those situations where you take this time out, the enemy team expects you to do something and be creative or whatever, and ultimately you go with the opposite thing, play it safe. So they're buying themselves a mental game and therefore a lot of time because of it. Yeah, really not a lot of movement from either team, to be honest with you, and sort of hiding away, trying not to give any angles across. YZK, though, he's got this deadly one that we have seen have great efficacy in some of the series earlier on today.
Oh.
Yeah, and these crack angles, just playing for information. Has he been seen is always going to be the big question here. He'll pull some players as well to come and help out on this B-bomb site. Only a minute left, so I think it is indeed going to be telegraphed here. Zay gets up close. He's only good for one. And no sticking around for the trade, just trying to bait them in, trying to draw them in towards B, but they're not biting. However, do you really have the time to move across to A? Oh, this is really quite dangerous stuff from Inner Circle.
I think they have. It should have enough time here. You've got a Feeler and Alucard on the A end. You've got a player in mid as well with Awesome. You've got the avenue to leave, and now they will. They managed to get out safely. Now the lean back over in from the global risk side is the real question. Can they cross over safely? Can they help out YH on that A bomb side, or is he alone to his own devices? 18 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to continue to approach, but now XQQ has caught out the lurk. Now YH knows what's coming, and he's got to step up massively. Kiko crosses, the C4 hits the ground, but Kiko with a double leaves it all up to YZK and Minnow. Alucard finds a way to scoop up the bomb, but cannot get it planted. The time runs dry, and EPG are back on the board.
I mean, scary. It felt like, for me, they were planting on that B-bomb site maybe a bit too much. You know, they didn't draw anyone across. Even after XQQ, he gets a kill in middle. There's still no noise at B. Nobody moved. So it really does come down to those A defenders, but Inner Circle maybe not helping themselves, as you so rightly point out, with the time. I think maybe a second to spare, but it's a pick your poison. You know, stick the bomb and die, or get off it and lose the round. It's just an unwinnable situation, perhaps. One unchecked angle making all the difference.
It's an interesting situation there from IC as well, where you've got a lurk over in middle, and you've got a 4-player sight hit on A, and the lurker is taking first contact. That, to me, doesn't necessarily bode well for the future of this offense here from IC, but they're going to barrel their way into this A bomb site. Zay and YH chime in. This dastardly duo continues to rain death upon the Europeans, and it'll continue to lay down the herd as XQQ has arrived on the scene. Beck hits the deck. Back to 3-3.
Timeout has absolutely worked wonders then, as they will turn things around here, even things up very quickly indeed. And some quicker rounds coming in also. A scary, scary look now as the Dragon has been awoken. So they have to be careful. Inner Circle. Where is their innovation? Where is their sort of comfortable pick going to start coming alive? As yet, not impressing, but certainly more comfortable, certainly more competitive than map number 1 ever was.
Yeah, there's some ideas, right, flowing from IC, and that's the biggest thing, is that there's an idea of how they want to play the late round. They understand how they want to open up these rounds now. But the question is, can they get rid of Zay? He's been really a menace to work around, and he's just been putting in work. Damage dealt, and Minnow there for the trade. The pre-fire is good, and he'll triple up. EP look good now that you've got Minnow activated and Zay not too far behind. Alucard looking for a trade that won't come, and minute 25, 2-on-4. This one will be a tough one to right back the other way. YZK has also arrived. The secondary sniper laying death from above, and it's just awesome in the 1-on-4.
Yeah, not looking likely. I suppose hoping to take some guns away maybe, but not looking too likely at all. He should have free reign for this bomb, which is certainly curious. But for the time being, just looking for the kill. He's not really all that bothered about the bomb itself. Not going to happen. EPG now going to take the lead. A slower start, a rougher start, but they have all of a sudden hit 6th gear, just overtaken on the inside and left these guys in the dust, in a circle, struggling right now.
I will say, it's like there's an adaptation. You've got now support for Zay in the apartments in the form of Minnow. You've got XQQ being a little bit more mobile on that sniper rifle, and that makes things a lot more easier. Just getting to the scene of the crime a little bit more and having even YZK on that secondary finding a little bit more impact. It's clear to me that their coach has drilled them to a certain point where they've really evolved in a very short period of time. And now IC have to come up with answers of their own. They turn their attention back to this A-bomb site. They try to find a way to maneuver in. Hopefully Alucard can find a way through, but this is XQQ's domain, and as he finds a double, YH chimes in with his own, and now with Minnow arriving with an immediate rotation, it's an absolute beatdown on A.
Goodness gracious. Not looking good. Not looking good at all. Lots of noise again coming out from EPG. In a circle. Just a bit flatter, aren't they? Maybe it's just the way it is, man. You know, they don't want to get too loud up in here, but they're maybe not quite as energetic as their opponents. The crosses coming in here, harder to hit, of course. Nice find from Jinser. Okay, flying in for 2, in fact. Beck as well looking to back his man, and in a circle, not messing around. They are frustrated here, trying to entry on in to this A-bomb site. XQQ to get past, somehow stays alive if he can get the quick one, but he can't. We would have been on. You never count this guy out.
No, I mean, when he's up on that perch, man, it just feels like a guaranteed 2 kills. And this time around, Bounds down, has an opportunity at a 3rd kill. Can't necessarily connect it, but you'd want IC to get revved up about that. You want them to get excited. That's the type of round that you want to when you're keeping this game close. The side swap is in. And aggression here from the Global Risk side gets absolutely eviscerated by XQQ. Finding a couple, make that a triple. The swing around is there. Awesome, though, with a couple of his own. Make it, I was going to say a triple, but Jinser is the one to shine through. Minnow now in a 1-on-2 flank available. 19 HP, no C4. And 2 minutes to spare. He can reset this as quickly as possible, but they're trying to play together as quickly as possible on the other end. But Awesome there on the trade. We equalize and we stay at 5s.
Ooh, close. Very, very close. I mean, the whole MO of that round, the C4 was left in spawn. So I think they were just looking for a scrap at the end of the day, you know, rushing towards middle, try and take those early kills and see where they end up. They met a lot of resistance, though. So we'll see now if, again, there is an adaptation here from EPG. Good nade damage to kick things off. Minnow, though, not wasting any time. They are moving fast. There's aggression coming their way. YZK in an awkward spot. He's got players all around him. Teammates dropping like flies. XQQ, not much that he can do to help out. He will take one in and around that mid area, cutting off the B rotation. So I think I'm going to start to confirm that they're all towards the advanced A angles. Doesn't help, though. YZK still goes down. It's a 1v3 for the big man.
Unorthodox plays here from IC. You think about the mid push in the round previous. You think about the A aggression now here from IC as well. And it is completely catching EP off guard. They're not taking the C4 out because, frankly, I think they're settling in for a default, expecting to take the first minute to really clear out positions. But these rounds are ending in an absolute snap. And it's surprising that it's IC dictating the pace here on the Global Risk side, considering how slow and methodical their Blacklist approach was. So very interesting in terms of how IC have adapted and evolved here into this second half.
Yeah, it does feel like some of these West League teams have had more proficiency on the GR side, aggression especially, you know, the coordinated moves and things like that, that maybe aren't as conventional in the rest of the world. Still plenty of time to get this done. XQQ has retrieved the bomb. Maybe a small oversight. Again, maybe part of the plan. Leave it in the spawn there, and they will have some kind of a free reign. So now he's looking for this clutch up. But for the time being, just looking to clear. Listen, nobody home. I know it's a bit surprising, but nobody home. This is the way that they're playing it. Just keep control of what they have. So he has run of the mill, can get this bomb down where and when he likes. Actually going to buy a lot of time before the rotation comes in as well. So he can play around that timer pretty effectively, I would argue. Dropping quite fast, in fact. XQQ looking to find the long angle here. All three of the defenders stacked up on top of each other. Oh, this looks dangerous, doesn't it? He spots out a barrel, takes the player actually behind the one at the front. Oh! The flick lands onto the second, and now it's Awesome left, but he's going in for the hold. Can XQQ get in there fast enough? He pressures him off. He pressures him off. The kill not quite coming in. They both run out of ammo. What is going on? Awesome takes him. Is there enough time? I don't think there is. You can see they start celebrating a little prematurely. They know what's up, and Inner Circle head in hands.
XQQ, man, you can always count on him. He had that big 2-on-2 over there on the first map of Ankara, and now here on Eagle Eye gets that last little bit of effort in that clutch. And you just got to think, how long IC take to at least get into that site proper? And it's forever. That's the answer. And you give this guy time to set up, and that causes some extreme concern. Man, brutal way to lose that one and lose the lead here for EP, or for IC rather. And now they try to turn their attention to a double sniper setup. Jinzer on that secondary, who has been good in this series despite how lopsided that first map was, but he's been important here to keep them in Eagle Eye as well.
Could be some game-breaking rounds on the way. EPG, I think they recognize that. Been playing quite fast in these early rounds on their blacklist side of things, but ultimately slowing down ever so slightly. I think maybe not meeting as much resistance in at mid as they have been, you could argue, but not looking to rush things. Again, C4 is far away. Hold on. Watching that spot. I'm watching your spot. He's watching my spot. Everybody's just got an eye on all these sneaky little head angles. YZK needs to be careful.
The whack-a-mole across Eagle Eye. You love to see it. And now a little bit of a mid-round play here from the IC side, and it's punishment from YH. A quick double from him and a wall bang from YZK. Leaves it into a 3-on-2. Plenty of time here, a minute to spare. Minnow's already encroaching upon that B-bomb side. Zay clearing out a little bit more. They should have that free route in, and I think a barrel's been spotted. Surely from Zay, an opportunity at taking down one of the two snipers. And now Alucard trying to clear out this map as much as possible, but it's just not possible. So much room being given over here to that the blacklist side. And Zay will find the key, the critical kill. Alucard now left on a 1-on-3. Individually skilled, but quiet in this series altogether. He's got to find this deep sniper line of YZK. He's got to dislodge the aggressive Minnow. And he'll try to cut down that distance with the pistol. Continues to encroach upon him, but YZK has the kill. And the winning ways are back for EPG.
Yeah, I mean, a good look on the coordinated aggression. I like the idea, but maybe the operative word being coordinated, it wasn't super coordinated in the end. A couple players getting caught and just not grouped up well enough, I think. Very, very unfortunate, as we see here on the replay. Should never get away with two, but we got a guy flying in. The second guy's like, oh, we're going? My bad. You know, they're just a little disjointed, to say the least. And this one has turned upside down quite quickly as well.
What? They've tried it again. They've tried that mid-push in the early round, and there's just been punishment everywhere around. You cannot play this kind of brazen crossfire with a Chinese team on the other end of the server. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, especially at home, these guys, you know, they play real fast into each other and, you know, very, very aggressive. It's a lot of mechanical prowess, isn't it, that they like to work around. That's maybe sometimes why they can underperform, not necessarily struggle, but underperform internationally, is I think when they come up against some very deep macro, some of the teams can struggle or maybe get frustrated. But here, they are just a better side. pound for pound, as we like to say, whatever sort of aspect you look at, it's always going to be a struggle, an underdog battle, an uphill battle maybe, all those types of phrases for Inner Circle at the end of the day.
No good battles, unfortunately.
No, yeah, that is true. There's going to be like heavy casualties. You may win, but at what cost?
Yes, yes. And, you know, I spoke about it in that little interim that we had between series, or between maps rather, of needing a spark to alight a flame, and there just isn't enough of a spark. And you had the couple of moments here and there. I mean, I think about the punishment that they had to start out the second half, and you think, okay, this is a thing of signs to come. You know, they've got some unorthodox strategy. They've dislodged the defaulting setup for EPG. Maybe there's something here. But the adaptations are just so much swifter for the Chinese side. They did it on their global risk end when you talk about the additional CROSSFIRE addition since that tactical timeout. And then we switch over here on their blacklist end, and they're punishing the aggression as well. Like, it showcases to me that this is an EPG side that has seen everything and now is committing to everything as well.
Bit of time taken before getting into this round. Hopefully, Inner Circle are able to find this second win. They started off pretty well. I think that's another thing. Yes, it's 8-5, but this was once 3-1. So I think that kind of paints how one-sided it became once EPG were able to find their sea legs. So there is potential for Inner Circle. It's just been a while since we've seen it. Have to find a way back in. They really do. You know, you do not want to be in the lower bracket without having a map, without having anything competitive in this group in particular, as is the talk of the town. All the same, Alucard, back end of the site. He's got some support under him as well here. Will lose that support pretty quickly. He himself is now struggling, takes the fight to YH. Fair enough, finding an unlikely kill. He's caused a bit of chaos here in on the site. Jinza not able to find the frag, but he does fight to live another day. 3-on-3 HP bars, though, do not favor the GR side of things here. XQQ has perhaps thread the needle in behind. Just got to be careful. Let me do my thing, he says. Pistol comes out, and that should send this one home. Jinza's behind a smoke. Trying, failing on that Orm. Will go down. And another clean round from EPG to get us to map and series point.
Now they got the execution as well. I mean, the smokes are well placed. The flashes are even better. They get so close to that stair position, and as soon as they knock one player off, Alucard can only do so much. He pulls out the pistol. The distance is again cut there, and EPG, once they get the bomb down, so much comfort in the post. XQQ, it's just that gangster mentality of just like making everything his own. And say YZK caught between a rock and a hard place here in the 2-on-4, but they've clawed back a couple. But they've got to recover the bomb.
Yeah, that is the key thing here, of course. I will say there's some isolatable 1v1s, which is what you're always looking for in a situation like this. So, okay, maybe not, as Jinza does check all his angles. Head on the swivel for sure. YZK can't land the shot. Looking, Kiko giving him a couple opportunities. Just got to watch out. This, of course, for the game, for survival. On Eagle Eye 2.0, creeping in. North incoming. Plenty of time. Can play this very slowly indeed.
We got a couple of sound cues, but what do you do with that? YZK hoping that a kill presents itself and he can play out the one-on-one. He knows he still actually technically has an advantage with the C4 dropped, and he spots ahead. Can't capitalize, but again, that bomb recovered. A red carpet rolled out to this B bomb site, a chance to, again, clutch up as XQQ did not too long ago.
Curious, they'll give him the space, maybe not realizing that they had control of the bomb, so he will manage to get that plant, like you say, and now he's looking to take the heads-up fights as well on this corner. They have to be very, very careful. Actually drops away from it, gives him the space back. Just playing in between a couple angles here, looking for those timing peaks. Both coming in from the same hotel kind of area. Oh, spots one onto the pistol.
No
He will
way.
manage to find it, man. I mean, it just sums it up, doesn't it? Inner Circle just really not considering, not working together, not both into the same angle. I mean, a wild way to lose it. Felt like it was playing into their hands perfectly, but he just catches them, pants around their ankles, and they're the ones heading in with the advantage.
Brutal. That's just a brutal sequence to lose that series as a whole. But again, as you mentioned, it really summates it as a whole that EPG is a team to be feared. This Group C is different gravy. I mean, we haven't even really talked about Baisha and Falcons, who are duking it out as we speak. And now you've got to deal with the loser of that game. Talk about a tough hand to be given.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not going to be easy. It never was in this group, unfortunately. Inner Circle may well have looked into this tournament and felt like there's a reality that comes crashing down quite quickly. Look, they started off well there. There was some much better signs for sure on Eagle Eye, but at the end of the day, EPG, I think just across the board, it's like, listen, you take XQQ down, you've got someone like Zay, someone like YH still alive, still left to deal with, and they play the simple setups very, very well. I like some of the ideas of what I'm seeing. You know, the coordinated global risk aggression is cool and seems a bit fresh here for the meta, but not quite as well coordinated, not quite as tight as we would want in those situations.
I do think that if you do have those setups, there's got to be multiple, right? There's got to be much more adaptation, but we've got Bench on the sidelines here to give us a little quick interview.
Thank you, boys, and Mino, welcome to the interview. Congrats on your win, 10-2 flawless victory and 10-5, a little hard fought, but at the end of the day, you were able to close the series out 2-0. So I heard that you took a long break in CFPL last season, but how does it feel to be back here on the global stage?
Mino 就是也听说你在来到这个比赛之前，你已经休息了一个赛季，然后现在又返回到这个职业战场，就感受如何呢？
还挺好的吧，因为好久没跟队友并肩作战了，然后重新回来的感觉挺爽的。
It feels great. You know, I haven't been fighting alongside my teammates for a while, and now that I'm back, you know, fighting side by side with them, it feels absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. So right now over on Stream A, I think Falcons is fighting against Baisha Gaming. Who do you want to face against in the winners bracket? And if you choose one team, why is the reason do you want to fight against that team?
那你们后面的对手是 Falcons 战队和白沙战队其中一位，然后他们现在正在另外一个直播流上面苦苦对战。就想问你，你更想后面就是你下个对手，你更希望是谁呢？以及为什么？
我觉得应该是白沙吧，因为我更相信我们 PL 的队伍一些吧。
I believe our next opponent will most likely be Baisha Gaming because, you know, I trust the skill level of the players in our league, and they are certainly very much a very, very strong team.
As the victor of the last year's grand finals at CROSSFIRE Stars, do you think you're feeling good about EWC? Do you think you can come out on top of every other team?
那你觉得这次来到电竞世界杯，你觉得你们战队能拿到什么样的一种名次呢？
我们来了肯定就是奔冠军去的嘛，然后一场一场好好打，努力干就完了。
Well, here at the Esports World Cup, every team is here for the championship, and so are we. So we're here for nothing less than being the top. So I would say we just gotta take it slow. Win every game, win every single series, one match at a time, and we'll get there.
Thank you for the interview. Congratulations on your win, and let's throw it back to the desk for the boys.
Well, thank you so much, Bench, for that breakdown with Mino. Great to hear from him. Concise as always. You know, he's like, we're here. We came to win. Everybody came to win. We're going to win. And, yeah, I mean, obviously oozing confidence after their strong victory here over Inner Circle. I'm sure in their minds that this is just the first stepping stone, and, you know, I'm not even sure how much preparation they put into this. You know, I was watching with Bench, and he's like, oh, YZK's kind of leaning back. He's not even, you know, forward in his seat, really putting in that much focus, and yet still, it was quite a dominating victory here, guys. Thoughts about Evolution Power Gaming? How far do you think they're going to go?
I would love a top 4 from this team, at the very least. I just think that the mechanics are so splendid. The little micro setups that they have and the way they play off of one another is so fun to watch on the global risk side. And then the explosiveness that you have on that blacklist side is one to watch. The executions look solid, but the small little moments of like, we get an entry, we pop out after that is really, really nice as well.
Yeah, I think we talked a little bit, didn't we, in a circle, bringing some of this innovation and some fresher ideas, still trying to be confident, trying to get in the face. But there was just nothing that they could really do about those individuals. And again, when EPG flipped over, I think you raise a very good point that they have a lot of trust in each other, and you can see that the way that they maneuver, the way that they bounce off of one another as well. So yes, you can talk from a mechanical standpoint, but I think that they just have a really, really high floor on their fundamentals, and so much discipline, baiting people in properly and things like this really, really worked well.
Yeah, well, definitely a very strong team. We have to take a look at the bracket now. This is, of course, Group C, which is the group of death here at EWC for CROSSFIRE. And as of now, obviously, we've already crowned Evolution Power Gaming the victors of today. Baisha Gaming versus Team Falcons, as was mentioned in the interview, is going on right now. I was watching that on the side. Baisha Gaming was up like 6-0 in rounds in that first map. And obviously, it's just the first map, and I do know that Team Falcons do take a little bit to get going, so hopefully that turns into a more interesting matchup. But yeah, it was interesting to see that Minnow also showing a lot of confidence in his Chinese brethren, saying, we're going to face Baisha, and we have confidence that they're going to be there. And we'd love to just have a good matchup against them.
Yeah, I really am excited to see what level EPG look like against their former comrades. I mean, I think the biggest question mark for me is what does EPG look like when they do play the best of the best? You know, you can't lean back in your chair at that point. You've got to be all guns blazing. You've got to have these individuals alive. And you can't have these slip-ups that you had at the beginnings of Eagle Eye in that little mid-stage of Ankara where, you know, you've got players on islands, you've got players feeling a little discombobulated, and you needed that tack timeout to really, you know, spur back into control there.
Yeah, for sure. There were a couple of moments, I think, where they realized that, okay, this could get out of hand. We have to be careful. Some respect being shown across. And again, there's maybe a couple of maps in places where just regionally the approaches are a bit different. And I think that they have to get a handle on that. And yeah, it maybe just takes a bit of the coach coming in and straightening them up. We kind of joked about it a bit on the broadcast, but I think ultimately that is something that does come into play in a lot of situations, a lot of different games. You just had a really solid opening to your series. You feel like the hard work is done. You just have to remind them that it's like anything can happen, especially in this round-based kind of format. Let's keep our heads in this game, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was the end of our Group C matchup. Up next, we are going to have our Group D matchup here on Stream B, which is going to be, of course, Team Stallions up against Na'Vi, as you see them arriving right now, getting ready to rumble here at EWC. Should be a very fun head-to-head matchup.
I think Na'Vi have a chip on their shoulder. Same for Stallions, where like you're coming from regions that are stacked on the top side, but you want to see if you can make that dent internationally, if you can add yourself into that conversation, because we throw around so many names here on the broadcast. I know the A-Stream does as well, but at the end of the day, Na'Vi and Stallions are not those household names. Do they want to become them? Of course they do. This is that first step to getting to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both teams, like you say, maybe don't perform the best with their own regions, but they still have that potential. They still have the ability to, especially with this opening matchup where it's like you've not got a really, really hard first game, you still have that potential to maybe make playoffs, right? You just need to come in a little bit of a specialist team on either side. You know, they have like some really solid maps in there that they can kind of confirm in their mind. So excited to see how that one goes down.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Well, guys, we are done here for now. Stay tuned for the Group D matchup of Team Stallions up against Na'Vi, and we'll see you after the break.
tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
fries on my tongue. Movie stars on my walls. Running to the phone, hoping it's you who calls. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile.
And welcome back to Crossfire here at EWC. We're getting ready for our final match of the night, which is going to be Team Stallions up against Na'Vi here for Group D at Stream B. Still Valdez, joined once again by Scriv and Bench. It was a great interview you did there with Minnow, Bench. How do you feel after that?
Minnow, definitely one of the top veterans in the CFPL scene. Good to see him back. I mean, I was expecting him to kind of underperform, but he was completely dialed in. He had like 9 kills on the first map and above 1 KD on the second map. So yeah, good to see the veteran back on track.
Yeah, and Scriv moving into the fourth match, actually. I don't know why I felt like it was the second one, but Team Stallions up against Na'Vi. This feels like one of the more closer matches we have today. Do you have a favorite in your mind, and why?
I feel like there's been a lot of conversation around this game actually from some of the other talent members and whatnot. I think that you kind of have to lean the way of Na'Vi. Just again, regionally it feels like it makes sense, but we have sort of the lower seed from that Brazilian region against the second seed in from the Filipino region, and then for me they did perform pretty well at ACL Stallions, which is this kind of new tournament on the scene sort of thing, and getting that Asia region together a bit more close knit. So I think that looks pretty impressive for me. But Na'Vi, of course, as they come up here again, a lot of well-known names on this squad, looking to. I think it's expected for them to vie for a playoff spot and whatnot, again, especially when they're in this group.
Yeah, definitely got to look after Asia and GDSZ, the 2 top rifling corps of the squad. Let's see what they have prepped us coming into this game against Team Stallion.
Yeah, those are definitely the 2 that have been around for a very, very long time. And it feels like, they've been playing together for a long time as well, and they're trying to rebuild pretty constantly, pretty often, these 2 guys, and trying to bring in the young talent, which it seems like they have done. And as you mentioned, they're not the top dogs from Brazil, but they are still from Brazil. And it's been essentially our second strongest region for a while. Now, there have been contenders like Vietnam, like even the Philippines, trying to make waves here and there. But at the same time, definitely looking at GDSC and Adrian and seeing if they can get it done here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, as we've talked about, it should be a very, very close kind of matchup here, and I think that there's a good potential for it to really go all the way. But there is also that kind of flip side of things where you look at Stallions, they're a very young team, actually. There's not loads of experience there, and I think that that's something that might affect them a little bit coming into the final game of the day. You've been waiting to get going all day, and I think that maybe could work against them if the Na'Vi team, with their experience and just their prowess, are able to find themselves in a good headspace moving into this series.
But if it's anyone else to take down Na'Vi, I think Team Stallion is definitely one of the teams to do so. Ex-Ubek Mania, sure, in my memory, I don't think they were able to perform really well in the grand finals. But like you said, during the ACL, they were able to, start clutching up, and the young squad has now gotten the experience that was definitely needed. And let's see if that translates into some sort of result tonight.
Yeah, I feel like also, a look behind the scenes here, one of our Stream A guys, Sneaky Frog, he's a big fan, obviously, from the Philippines region, and he always talks up this team. It talks about how great the players are, how wholesome the whole situation is on the team, how great the coach is doing with all these young players, but I'm not willing to read into the hype until I actually see it, guys. So I think it should still be a close match, but at the same time, I still have to go with Na'Vi myself.
Yeah, I think so. It's the safe bet for sure, the way that they lean, the way that they play. And Team Sounds still on this, you don't quite know what to expect just yet. Yes, they've done well at one tournament. Did they get like a favorable bracket there? Was there a team that was underperforming they were able to capitalize? So that big consistency factor that we look towards is maybe lacking a little bit.
So if we ever make any sort of expectations, not to jinx anyone, I think Ubek Maniac or Team Stallion here is going to be able to take at least one map, if not 2-1, 2-0. So yeah, I have to look forward to how the map ban picks play out, because I think Na'Vi does show some weaknesses in certain maps, especially when it comes down to Port. They only have 5 wins, 3 losses, so it's not one of their best maps. But for Team Stallion, Port is definitely one of the best maps coming from their region, so we'll have to look after what is going to happen.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to look at that. But first, guys, let's take a look at the road to EWC here for Team Stallions.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Sandstorm and I'm here with Loy and JJ from Team Stallions. We're going to talk to them a little bit about their journey making it to the Esports World Cup, and
See how it goes. Boys, welcome. Can you talk to me a little bit about your journey qualifying for the EWC? Walk me through it.
Naglisod mi sa group stage. Kapit nga pildi, tas confident pa rin.
Naglisod mi kay pildi mi sa group stage pero nibawi ra mi sa semis.
Did you expect to make it all the way to the Esports World Cup here to represent your country, to represent Team Stallions?
Oh, nag-expect mi nga makadaog mi kasi palagi kami nag-practice.
Gibuhat na mo tanan.
Dua. Napayos ka man sa nice.
Kailangan tutukan doon sa shutter and they do get that round.
What does it mean to you to have people from your city, from your country supporting you? Does it add pressure or does it make it a little bit less?
Sila mong pampagana para makadua, makasud.
So what kind of challenges did you and your team face on your way to EWC?
Usay, di makasinabot pero masulbad ra.
Prepare mi para sa sunod na duwa.
Now, can you tell me about your team's growth since the name change and since the rebrand?
So una kay dili kami disiplina, tas karon org na disiplina na.
Ang team rin nalahi pero wala na usab na mo maura ka pagkita.
Can you tell me about your journey and how do you feel about your journey so far? How do you feel about your team from the beginning of the year and reaching now Esports World Cup?
Malipayan kaya kabot ng mga pangandoy na professional player.
Malikod!
And that is a storybook ending sa Ubik Maniac. Magkikita-kita pa tayo sa Grand Final.
So after all those, I want to say like late nights, every single day, grinding, practicing, you feel happy, I want to say over the moon, ecstatic that you managed to reach this level. Tell me, what does it mean to you to represent your country on this level?
Happy kayo kay among bansa, among representative.
Very happy for you too, and congratulations on an incredible journey. And you know, I want to give you this chance. Is there anything that you want to say to the people supporting you in Cebu specifically?
Salamat sa nagsuporta sa Team Stallion. Lalo na kay Ate Lizel at Kuya Chris. Good luck all.
Yeah, good luck to everyone, honestly.
Yeah.
Watch out. These people from Cebu, from Manila, from Philippines, they're coming for you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations. Salamat. And that's a wrap. We'll see you guys in the next one.
Well, that was very wholesome to listen in to those two guys there from the side of, you know, in the past, Ubik Maniac, we got to see some of the clips as well from when they were that team and then the rebrand coming in and Team Stallions and all that. But it's very obvious that these are a couple of very young players who are still just dipping their toes into esports. And I feel like, you know, again, they're very happy to have achieved their dream and make it into EWC, but now they actually have to pull the trigger, per se, and actually get it done here. So let's take a look at the map ban pick. Eagle Eye, Ankara, and Port as the decider.
Yeah, justifiable. 13 wins and 5 losses for Navi. For the map of Eagle Eye, and then Port's coming in as decider. A little bit surprising to see. I rather expected sub-base of all maps.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. There's maybe a little bit of creativity coming in. One of the things for Stallions, map pool-wise, they're not super scared. They try and play a little bit of everything, so I think maybe as they get to roll things through, but it was the side of Navi that decide that final map, as it were, quote-unquote, you know, the last ban. So a little bit curious maybe that they are trying to change things up ever so slightly here coming into EWC, just a little bit at least.
Yeah, well, guys, looks like the game is beginning, and I cannot wait to get into this epic bout. It's going to be so close between these two teams, and to be honest, even though we favor one side or the other, you never know who's going to come out on top. We need to see their form on the day, and we are ready to go into Eagle Eye 2.0. Take it away, guys.
Yes, indeed. Been enjoying this map so far today. I think we've had some of our better maps, actually, in terms of the closeness, the difference in play styles. GDSC going to open things up. Really keen find from him to start off proceedings here. So we've got this triple sniper setup coming in as well, which is something that we saw a little bit of. But usually when the game gets closer for that GR side of things. So already I think we're in for a fun game here, Bench.
Absolutely. Although we're down to a 4-on-4 as we speak, as Na'Vi now going for the 2-2 split. But yeah, like you saw in the interview between the members of Team Stallion and Sandstorm, a lot is on the stake and a lot is on the line. Nothing is granted, as the slogan speaks. Everything is earned. So yeah, these young boys have to show what they've got, the caliber of their guns, to prove that they're capable of winning a global tournament. Looks like they're going to be sending themselves down towards the A bomb site. The flashes are being thrown out. Juan has to hold it down by himself with the support of 2 other players. Initial frag opened up by NO, and Loy gets a kill as well, but JV so accurate with his shots. Quick double kill to hold the aggression down. The C4 soon to be picked up, but the flank is coming in from Adrian.
Yeah, really keen finds, of course, from JV. Adrian here. Slow but sure, doesn't want to jump the gun too early. Maybe just give them control of the bomb site, let them get that plant in. He ultimately is able to cage them in as well, so just playing on the extremities to be like, right, are they going to try and exit? Are they going to try and go towards B? The answer, of course, is no. And slowly moving in.
JV is down super low, so Adrian might have to make the move by himself early. Ooh. Stallion completely missed out on it, but Jay eventually with a quick double kill. First round granted.
Hey, I thought there was enough sneaky movement there from Adrian to maybe get in and get that catch, but it seems like they had the sense of timing and the sense of his game plan. So really solid finds there in our first post plant. Great signs, and again, have to be prepared for the difference in play. And we saw earlier on there was a lot of aggression from the Filipino team, so I think that there's a keen chance that Stallions are also going to bring that same kind of confidence. Twisted Minds couldn't quite get it done, but hopefully here we'll get some representation with a victory today.
Absolutely. Moving into round number 2, yet again the triple sniper setup being delivered by Na'Vi. Didn't pay off dividends quietly last round. Hopefully they can do so this round. The nade is going to tick away half HP away from KLB. As Stallion slowly inching in towards middle, watched by JV. As Hatsmaker's shots, the wall wings are there. As KLB is taken down to even lower HP.
JV, pretty good spot for him. Does just go swinging in wildly. Maybe needed to wait for the support a little earlier. All the same, they find the advantage here. Adrian gets caught on this quick switch, going down to a nade or something. He will fall. And that's a key frag. The bomb's still in the sight line here of that defensive side. Ultimately, the GR boys looking to hold the line here and just scaring them away from the bomb. I think it's working pretty effectively. Trade is instantaneous. Now they maybe have to give up the position.
I mean, how does No even get away with swinging window like that with the pistol getting a frag? Eventually, the C4 not yet to be recovered. Akashi has a pretty good angle to hold it down with the support of Juan. KLP thinking about swinging. Juan finds one. Down to a 1v1. Akashi still has an angle onto the C4. KLP has it all to do. 35 seconds on the timer. Definitely more than enough time to work wonders. But in a 1v1 situation where you don't know where the global risk is, not going to help. Akashi quickly pistols him down as Na'Vi will find a round of their own.
Well, here we go. This is the game that we were talking about, the competition between these squads already getting going. Really going to be difficult to split them as the series goes on. But time will tell. Early rounds at the moment. So still just feeling each other out. You know, what's the style? Do we get aggressive? Are we going to get away with those types of moves? At the moment, it does look like Na'Vi like an advanced position here.
Yeah, I don't want to go into that long old story time, like how CROSSFIRE was back in the days. Now, I don't want to go into that, but it's good to see that Eagle Eye gets played out more often than not coming into the EWC. Juan finds the opening on towards Loy. So the sniper for Stallion goes down. But yeah, it's good to see that Eagle Eye gets played out more often. Hope to see Mexico gets played out as well. I don't think even over at Stream A was picked.
I feel like there's a couple of the regions from what I'm seeing that maybe have not had as much time on it or as much experience. So might be one of these old gentleman's agreement type situations where They just don't pick into it. Nice finds here from the snipers. Solid advantage given across to Na'Vi then. See if they can break in. PJ does a good job of correcting his spray, but to no avail here, it feels.
If it gets the job done, it gets the job done. The sniper triple setup, it works out. No to the clutch. 1v3. Swings, gets the first. The C4 down deep outside of A long. Doesn't help him out. Has a minute to work with. Look at the angle Asian is holding. Spots him out, but somehow, no. Is able to adjust his crosshair, get the drop down to a 1v1. Akashi spotted out, and what a clutcher, Scriv. Out of mind.
Yeah, man, unbelievable. Keen finds, and I think Na'Vi will be absolutely kicking themselves. It felt like a done deal.
I thought Asian surely had it on top of the Nook there. Somehow, no, finds the frags.
Yeah, crazy. So we'll see. It could be a really big springboard now in the early stages of this game. If they can take 3 or 4, they maybe start to set themselves up in very good stead. The opening kills going their way as well. Na'Vi losing some of the bottle at this stage. Juan with a trade out, but how good is that really going to be?
Dropping players after players. Stallion finding 3 frags to open the round up, and look what they're doing. They're rotating out from B, repositioning towards A, and to make things worse, Loy finds the solo holder, which was on top of the bomb site. That was one. And that's a free bomb site. It's a freebie, the bomb planted. And Stallion has all the time to reposition themselves for to hold on to the retake.
Yeah, I think that should be job done for this round. But we said that in the previous round, and look what happened. So, listen, just be careful.
Caster curse at max.
Yes, absolutely. Adrian No will be traded out, and some big cheers. Finding that key clutch round, then getting the follow-up. Really solid stuff here from Stallion straight out the gate.
So we were questioning whether the Young Guns could hold the composure, and the answer apparently is yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
No major expressions coming out even after winning 3 rounds against one of the top teams in the world. So they know what's under the belt here.
Yeah, looking to change the game for sure. I think, young team, they've been sort of on that grind of promoting their way up, and as we've mentioned, and it could be something that we sort of look back to as the tournament goes on, the decent placing at ACL, I think is a relatively big deal, maybe over performing for sure. So excited to see what they've got in store for us here, of course, across the course of this week. I think
across the coast.
Yeah, what I was trying to say. It's been a long day, mate. It's been a long day.
Yeah, trust me. We've been through this together. But at the end of the day, as we speak, this is the last series of the day for StreamBeat. It's going to be tied down to 4-4. And Stallion wants to force the issue down towards Office, down towards B. Making quick rotation is going to be Na'Vi. But is Adrian aware there's a wave coming his way, and can he hold on to it? That's going to be the question being asked here. JV about to spot out JJ, and somehow the jiggle peaks work wonders. And the bomb site is about to get prayed open.
Oh, man. Wow, just again, individually looking so good from Stallions, catching these players, overwhelming the site. There was, some good spots being held from Na'Vi, but they just cannot land their shots at the moment. I think certainly being sapped out because of that clutch round that they lost, and I would argue maybe a timeout going to be needed just to straighten out the mental a bit.
So the question I want to ask here, Scriv, is Team Stallion's macro just purely better than Na'Vi, or is Na'Vi's micro not working?
I feel like it's got to be the individual
or is it a bit
level.
Of both, right?
Yeah, well, for sure, always. But I think for me, it feels like the individual level from Na'Vi is just lacking ever so slightly. Stallions, a lot more energy to them, a lot more get up and go at the moment. And just looking sharper. And again, this is unfortunately the reality of it. You come into the tournament, it's a bit difficult to get going again when you've not played internationally for so long. And it could be something that favors the Stallions. They've been looking good when they have played in LAN environments. So it's a game changer.
And historically speaking, young players tend to play with the vibes. And so far, I feel like Team Stallions has rode into that vibe.
Pretty good.
That's the scary part if you're a Na'Vi fan. Seeing these young guys just get on track and start getting dialed in. for Na'Vi. They got a lot of work to do. Just a single round in their pockets. Surely they're capable of picking up more rounds, but so far the 3 sniper setup is not working out.
Sure.
Looks like they will need to switch back to some riflers.
Yeah. Curious, isn't it? This is something as well, the tac pause I think has to work for them. If this doesn't result in a few rounds being won in turning things around, then we could be looking at a very quick first map actually. So yeah, dangerous on the horizon.
And especially if I'm coaching Na'Vi, I don't want to go into Ankara after losing Eagle Eye, because Ankara statistically is one of the better maps for the Asian regions.
Yeah.
So having to go against Team Stallion with your backs against the wall, and that map being Ankara, is probably the worst dream or the worst nightmare possible.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, looks like we're alive back into the game. 4-1 on the scoreboard. Team Stallions having a superior lead so far. Let's see if the attack pause is going to help Na'Vi get dialed back in. As KLP swing and a hit. Adrian gets knocked out. Down to a 5v4. And this is what I like from Team Stallion. They find the opening frag and they rotate out, expecting another player to rotate out from the bomb site on the other end of the map. And so far, it's been working out. So let's see what Na'Vi has prepped during the attack pause. Main aggression now coming in towards the A bomb site. JJ also finds one, and look at that. KLB takes down Akashi as if he's cutting through cheese with a hot knife. The flashbang worked wonders. Down to JV only to a 1v5 clutch and a dream. I don't know, Scriv. That attack pause may not have helped all that much.
No. Maybe quite the opposite. It seems like things have potentially gotten worse, actually. So, they do have to watch themselves here. This is getting out of hand, timeout just not working, unable to really get into things here on that Na'Vi side, and it's got to be a bit frustrating at this point, map just getting away from you, and again, we've seen Eagle Eye deliver some pretty good maps so far, some pretty good games so far here at EWC, but it's come down to a few different styles, a few different approaches, and I just feel like Na'Vi on that CT side especially are lacking somewhat. That being said, they've come in with a fresh approach into this round. Relentless aggression in through A main, in through middle. And so far, so good. Big tag onto NO as well.
Yeah, sometimes
looking good here.
You just got to shift up the gears and change the air in the game, so to speak. And it looks like it's been working out. 2 quick frags to be opened up by the sniper cores. And now down to a 4v3. No, stuck here. But the C4 is planted. The retake seemingly doable rather than the past couple of rounds for Na'Vi. Bomb timer ticking down. Has some utils to work with. Na'Vi now inching in closer with the smokes being popped. With the pop flash and the nades, they're going to send it in any moment soon. Can Stallion hold this one down? The bomb timer is down to about half. JV takes a bunch of damage. Akashi takes a bunch of damage, but Adrian is there to take the headshot. GDSC gets a frag, but KLP finds quick 3 frags. Looks like GDSC is going to have enough time to defuse the bomb, so it was wonky retake, but
sure,
if you get the job done, it gets the job done.
It is a little closer than we would have liked, but an all-important round netted all the same for Na'Vi. Very much required. But it, again, does go to show Stallions making them work for it, keeping things close every time of asking. This could get very, very dicey, and can't let them come this close that often. So hopefully Na'Vi can now convert and close the gap in a solid manner.
And as much as Stallion's performing out right now, Na'Vi is definitely one of those teams that if you keep the scoreline in the arm's length, they can definitely make a comeback. They do have the caliber, they do have the experience, and we've seen them pull it off many a times in the previous tournaments. So let's wait and see if Na'Vi can start stacking up more rounds. But so far, it's going to be 5-2 with Stallion still in the lead by 3 rounds. And no major aggressions so far. Last round, Na'Vi decided to take the fight to the faces of Stallion. They were rushing out of A, rushing out towards middle. After taking the round, rather wonky, this time around they're going to shift the gears back towards D, go a little bit more neutral with a slower pace.
This is a scary angle though, isn't it, Adrian? Round this corner, ready and raring to go. maybe could have got a bit more from it, but at the very least it happens so deep that they have to be careful on these peaks. A key kill given across to Na'Vi. They'll recover the bomb, but A is compromised now as well. So, yeah, really not looking too good. They have no control of anywhere, really. This just doesn't look doable for the side of Stallions.
In a 2v4 on the Blacklist side, the best guess you can take is try to clear out the angles down towards middle and see if you can rotate towards the bomb site. That seems to be of the weaker presence. But looks like Stallion, they're going to split up for now. Try to gather some information. JJ creeping up the stairs. Ooh, he spotted Juan. But does he realize there's another player? The pop flash is going to blind him for just a second. Akashi waiting under, gets tapped out. Juan at risk now. JJ absolutely feeling it's going to go for some pot shots. JV takes him down though. And eventually, Na'Vi is going to be able to pick up one more round. And these 3 rounds is what we basically need for Na'Vi to start bouncing back.
Yeah, 100%. They have just on the line of like, okay, this is getting unacceptable. They've managed to find a way back in.
Getting warmed up, so to speak.
Yeah, I suppose it can take some time. And again, you just have to adapt to these teams. We've seen a lot of it today, actually, where it's like the overdog, as it were, will drop 3 or 4 rounds and then all of a sudden just turn it on out of nowhere. And Juan answering that call in on the A defense. They will continue pushing forwards here and try their best to break things open, but there's an advantage that looks solid for the global risk side of things.
The Juan taps working wonders. Double quick frags with the arm, and now KLP and No to do the work. We'll bring the C4 in towards the bomb site. And it looks like Na'Vi's just going to give it up and go for the retake. They know they have the man advantage. They know they do have more utils. So they're going to allow the C4 to rotate in. And now the information has been given, and the retake is now on. 3v2. KLP on top of the bomb site with the arm is going to reposition in towards the hut. And No is going to be the one to respond for the aggression coming in towards the sidelines. He finds one, switches to secondary, not quite going to hit, but now it's down to KLP versus Adrian. Adrian off to a slow start today. Can he find this frag to win the round? Not a lot of time left on the C4. KLP switches to the rifle, gets in, but the time has been earned, I believe. Script, this is going to be close, but it's going to detonate.
And he can't get it. He can't get it. Yeah, they save enough time. Oh, man, that is really close. And again, a very divisive kind of round coming in. It's going to suck for Na'Vi. They worked very, very hard for that.
That's heartbreaking, isn't it?
One shot through the smoke that makes all the difference, it feels like.
Yeah, I thought Na'Vi was going to go on the retake a little bit faster, but they did spend a little bit more time going on the sidelines. So eventually cost them the seconds, cost them the round. 6-3. As we now switch the sides. Let's see if this does, refresh the air a little bit for the side of Na'Vi now as they play on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, hopefully a change-up will do them some good. Made over the top. Doesn't quite do the damage I was expecting. There's going to be a swap up here, the old Bogdans, as you talked about.
Good old Bogdan.
Yeah. One of the wilder guys from the Counter-Strike madness days. I don't know what to say.
Long time ago.
Yeah,
but JJ, the TRG is going to do the work as GDSE is going to go down. JV, though, with a quick double spray down, looking for a third. Not quite there to hit it, but his teammate is there to hit it. Adrian will find the frag eventually. And so far, a solid round happening on the side of Na'Vi. The C4 is going to rotate in to be planted, and Loy and KLB on the retake. As long as KLB finds some cheeky frags through the smoke, will make things a lot easier.
Yeah, I don't really see them having a chance at this one. It's also being held off as well by Akashi. Through that smoke, easy one for him. So KLB trying to get the higher up angle. I mean, yeah, it's a little overphase, isn't it? Akashi also going down, so you just have to be careful here. Swaps up onto this TRG. Looking to try and find a kill at range, but now as he gets closer, maybe regretting his decision, and the timing peak comes in. Na'Vi will hold the line there.
Much needed round for Na'Vi to be picked up. Change of pace as well. And for Stallion, now that things have switched across the board, now that they're playing on the global risk side, Scrib, what do you think is the go-to plan for Stallions? More aggressiveness or more composure?
It certainly seems like aggression is the order of the day, as they're looking to press the attack on that B side of things. Has been somewhat of a lockout in a lot of these games, so they're looking to sort of do the same at the end of the day. RV, though, they're ready for it. There has been a couple of trade backs from NO. So keeping things even, but it's a weird game state right now. There's pressure up on A, but the bomb needs recovering, but it's like, can Global Risk see the bomb or not? We don't know. So really weird sort of round unfolding here.
If No can sneak all the way out towards the Blacklist spawn, then he can divide the map by himself and isolate DC4, which is being held by Akashi. We do see Juan kind of trying to creep in towards the Global Risk spawn, but it is being held down by JJ. Quick and easy. GDSC, though, quick with the arm shot. Loy gets the C4 down, and all of a sudden, down to a 1v1. The C4 compromised. Loy, one of the young guns of the team, smartly repositions himself down towards long, and GDSC is going to have to go for the longer flank here, all the way through spawn, all the way out towards B office. Still has a minute to work with.
Yeah, plenty of time. It's just all about checking those angles, but also taking it kind of easy. You know, you have to figure this one out. Meanwhile, Loy is just resting on his heels, ready and waiting for the fight to come towards him. Not wasting any time. GDSC's checking every angle right now.
He's got it, right?
I suppose. Time starts to become somewhat of an issue, though. Don't want to put yourself under too much pressure.
Ooh, so he's not going to go for the connector push. Rather, he's going to go all the way around spawn. And like you said, Scriv, the timer is ticking and ticking away for GDSZ. A lot of work to be done. 19 seconds. He does recover the C4. We'll have to eventually walk in towards middle and pick the site of Ray. Spots out Loy on towards A, so he runs and books it towards B. Should have enough time to get the plant down. But Loy, does he have it? Does he have the wall wings ready? And the answer is not yet. The pistol, secondary game. GDSC comes out on top, and Na'Vi inching in closer to a tie. That's going to be a 6-5. Stallion still has one round on top.
True. They will be kicking themselves if they can't convert that one, though. An early bomb drop and maybe just allowing a little bit too much respect. Perhaps you, as Loy, perhaps you have to, walk around and just clear a little angle here or there. Get some sort of control rather than he was hoping and praying the bomb would come towards him, but it just didn't.
Not at all. Here's the replay. Asian with the quick shot. Akashi as well. Drop. So yeah, this is the moment you're talking about. Akashi went down, the C4 was down, and Loy had all the room to hide, and eventually just gave it up. So maybe granted too much room for Na'Vi to clutch it up. Eventually down to a 1v1 and a plant. And going into the pistol duel, GDSC coming out on top. But now we are in round number 12. Na'Vi looking to tie it back up, guiding themselves in towards A. Possible split coming in as three players are poking, prodding down towards middle with the pop flash as well. JJ has to reposition himself from that.
A little slower here in the mid-round. Winding that clock down. Loy, though, is in a very good spot. KLB in behind him, so they work in tandem to just keep things held before getting into that B site. NO, meanwhile, on a flank from the bridge. So looking pretty solid. Just got to hold it together here and not let it get away from you. They do have to be really wary of how they play these next few moments. JJ trying to draw in the bomb, and he does just that. Down to the only player, Juan here, looking, failing, and they will hold it off. So just retaining their lead, you can see as well. They get very vocal there. Stallions, an important win.
Absolutely an important round. If they lost it, then I don't know, mate. Could have been the moment where the wind is taken out from the sails. But that wasn't the case here for round number 12 as we move into round number 13. 7-5, Stallions still maintaining the lead, but not by far. As coming into this one, Na'Vi going for the slower approach as opposed to the last round where they were just digging their nose into middle early on in the rounds. This time, they're going to use the utils, and GDSC with what an angle. KLP gets clapped from Narnia.
Yeah, I suppose. That is one way of putting it.
Bullets from nowhere.
Yes, indeed. All the way back in the wardrobe.
All the way back in the wardrobe. But now, Na'Vi bringing the C4 in closer towards middle. As they're splitting A. Only held down by JJ. Had some huge moments here and there, but not this time around. KLB and No finds one frag each, but Juan is there to find the refrag. Bomb site compromised. As a C4 seems to be planted, and No and KLB barely breathing here, Scriv.
Yeah, not looking too good for them as that C4 goes down. Ultimately feel like there's not really much of an argument to try and go for this. Maybe if a kill presents itself. I don't think that is going to be the case. Yeah, and even with Eno going down to a stray HE, it will be the end of this particular round. So Na'Vi keeping things close. Lots of pressure on Stallions in these upcoming rounds. You know, they have to keep Na'Vi at bay in this series.
First Nate kill for me on the cast.
Nice.
Counting those. But yeah, KLB just going to buy time for his team to talk about the tactics. That's what players usually do. Save on the attack pause. But yeah, like I said, Na'Vi keeping Stallions at bay, just one round away. 8-7, I believe, is the scoreboard.
I'm trying to remember. So you've got me. I was going to say, I think you're one round ahead.
Something like that.
You've got the script, mate, don't you? Somewhere hidden away.
But nonetheless, I feel like the issue, or should I even say it's an issue, Stallions on their hold. They are the fakes being sold by Na'Vi is working out every single time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they might need to start not believing every information given.
Well, this is it. And now if you're going to let them into your heads, right, how do you play around that? We've got an advanced push coming around. LP actually looking to press in here. Got to be very, very careful. Flash comes around. He's left halfway blind. That one will totally blind him up, though, and he just cannot help here. So hidden away on the corner. They're waiting for him to come in. He might just catch them off, and he does on the pistol. You can't be serious. He runs out of ammunition here. Reload has to come in, but KLP is running absolute rampant in the back lines, behind enemy lines. Keeps it down to a 2-on-2.
How did Na'Vi miss KLP swinging out? I mean, they should have heard the shots being thrown out behind the boxes. They
just so much carnage, I think. There was a bit of movement in from mid as well.
Right.
So I think that they're just getting caught on all sides. That one, less forgivable, as Loy just creeps in, catching them completely unawares.
8-6 as another attack pause being called. Na'Vi now, with having Stallion running away from them, gonna need to work a lot to get some rounds back. I'm pretty sure they weren't aware that Stallions would come out this aggressive.
Yeah, but again, as you talked about, there was a sort of mini timeout taken, mini tactical talk taken, something that they could have worked with. We now have, you know, an official tac pause coming in. It just seems every single time Na'Vi getting pipped to the post, you know, they're right there, and then they can't even it up, and they just slip through the fingers, slip through the cracks. So Stallion's doing a really good job of staying in the lead here.
And like the young guns of Team Stallion, it still doesn't fully convince me that they have their macroette ready. It still does feel like some of the rounds had to rely on the individual skill levels.
Sure, yeah. It seems like that's maybe regional as well.
Yeah, but if it gets you the rounds, it gets you the rounds. And what's even better is individual skills are harder to train than macro. You just have to grind the team practice games in there to get your macro ready. And for these guys over there, Team Stallion, they have all the time in the world to practice scrim, get the macro alert ready. Then that's when you see a scary team up on the board with high individual skill levels, with high levels of macro. But now we're back in the game, 8-6. Stallion just 1 round away from the map point. As Na'Vi already dropping GDSZ.
Big
down
kill.
to a 4v5. Akashi almost getting caught out as well to make things worse. But Juan does find the equalizer on towards No, who was having a huge day today.
Yeah, gets a little excitable for that one though, doesn't he? I think he was really, really looking for that kill, and the over-aggression will cost the advantage. It's not necessarily something you have to take. Really big find from Juan. Leaving this A bomb site super vulnerable right now. JJ hidden in at the back, but you can see the rotations now start to panic, feel like they have to do something. Loy gets caught on his aggression. And this is a mess now. A keen start for the Stallions has fallen by the wayside once again.
Once again, indeed. And now all down to the hands of KLB. Had some huge moments springing out towards Long, having a triple kill. But can he do it once again? But this time, not a rifle, has a TRG. Harder to go for the spray downs. The C4 rotates in towards the bomb site to be planted. KLB does spot one. That's JV. One less player to take down. Has 3 more to go through. 1. Ooh, I don't think he has realized. But KLB does whiff the shot, and now his position has been given away.
Looking to just take some away with him if he can, but ultimately the round not looking likely at all. So a really key find here from Na'Vi. As we sort of talked about, you know, Stallions have held on to their lead, but Na'Vi have also not allowed them to really expand it. Just 1, maybe 2 rounds at a time. So that means that they are always in with a chance of closing the gap and taking things away from Stallions. This does feel like a game that could go all the way, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like this is the map that could go either way. Na'Vi still on the chase. Stallion definitely wants to run away, but Na'Vi keeping them at arm's length still. And some quick replays. Juan hitting some naughty shots from the players jumping across the window. KLB did find that frag, but couldn't find 3 more. And Na'Vi continues on to pick up some more rounds. Round number 16 this time around. No real aggressive angles being posed out by Stallion. They have learned their lessons. They were punished from early aggressions, so this time around they're going to be playing with a bit more composure. But will it help them out is the real question here, Scrooge.
JDSC getting away with a lot.
Yeah, he's buying valuable information.
Yeah, 100%. I suppose weakening things up on the A site on purpose, but they're going to have to do something with the resources that have been placed elsewhere. And at the moment, it doesn't really look like they're doing an awful lot with it for my money. However, the attack is potentially coming their way. Blacklist players just on the other side of this mid connector. Dangerous, very dangerous indeed. JJ has to be careful. He's so blind. He does not know what day of the week it is. Down he will go. A big trade is there, to be fair. So not over just yet, but a lot of control taken.
What a flank by Loy. Picks up a huge triple kill with the flank he gave out. All down to the hands of Juan. Was able to drop Loy, but with Mom and the Dream, it's going to be a tough one to ask. And Stallions, they have a pretty good defense setup, and now look at the flank coming out down towards middle. No. Gets pistoled out from the lobby, and somehow Juan is still alive. KLB whips the first shot, and KLB now on the chase with the pistol as well. Gets the kill. The Stallions going to secure their 9th round. That round itself was wonky as well, wasn't it, Scriv?
Well, yeah, of course. There's been a couple of those, to be honest. It's maybe not the cleanest crossfire in the world. But all the same, exciting and continues delivering. And again, Na'Vi, they get close, but it's always within grasp. It's always, you know, very final hurdle. And you see the round looked decent, good control just as they turned tail. They weren't in position for the flank, but they also were not expecting him at all. Really well found by Loy there to thread those few kills.
Crucial round picked up by Stallions. As Na'Vi now thinking about a possible A hit The C4 still lingers outside of middle. Gets picked up by Adrian. Off to a very slow start, we should say. I mean, we all know he's one of the top players in the region, and he himself well known for clutching up many a times. Just not being able to provide coming into this map of Eagle Eye 2.0. It's about a minute burnt down onto the clock. There's a minute 30 left on it. And the aggression is on. JV will knock out JJ. Leaves KLP all alone with the TRG. Gets almost the kill. Not quite there yet.
Oh, KLP looking good. Does manage to find one. He's lost his brethren in KLB, of course, but they're still holding strong. Few missed shots, but he's in a good spot. He looks to get aggressive. Oh, this could be big. I don't think they're expecting him at all on the pistol as well. Able to find them at range. Keeps it coming on said pistol. Will miss out on the sniper shot, but KLP is still alive somehow. They close him down eventually. Na'Vi keeping the dream alive here.
Na'Vi looking to send us over into overtime. I mean, we are yet to see an overtime.
I believe you're correct. Yeah.
Whole tournament so far, isn't it?
Oh well, I'm gonna wash my hands of the A stream, but yes, I think you are correct.
Yet to see a golden round as well, but nonetheless, Na'Vi still keeping the dream alive, like you said. GDSC taking a bunch in the process. We'll have to retreat a little bit, take a more passive angle. And Stallions, the pressure is now really on them. The weight on the shoulders to close the map out. Will they be able to do it, is the real question.
KLP watching, waiting for something to just step into his crosshair, but it never comes. So he's able to take some info, drop back, get a smoke down as well. It's going to keep them at bay for quite some time.
And like you said, when the pressure really kicks in, players will go for the rifle if they use the main rifle. So only a single sniper on KLP for Stallions. And the aggression from Na'Vi inching in closer towards B, towards office. Can Loy hold it down? Had some huge moments a couple rounds ago, but has to repeat. Otherwise, this could be Na'Vi's round. KLB goes down, and Loy, well aware that he has to hold it down by himself, gets knocked out by Akashi. And all of a sudden, Na'Vi looking at an overtime right in front of their faces. 5-on-3, although some of the players are down half HP. They're looking to send the aggression down with the pop flashes and smokes being lined up.
Yeah, this is the pressure, isn't it, though? They've got to be able to keep it together going into this side. Spray down doesn't quite land. JJ going to run out of ammo, unfortunately. He splits the difference on 2 or 3 players. Just can't capitalize to find those kills. No rush on the plan. Let's get this overtime locked in. They know where NO is coming from. They do not want to take any chances. C4 will go down. They're trained and ready for him. Just waiting for him to come through this door. And indeed, as soon as he steps through, down he will go. Our first overtime here, Bench.
Sending us right into overtime. Exactly what we wanted. Want to see more of Eagle Eye, like I mentioned.
Sure.
It was... This map was, I think, hated by every single org back a couple of years back. So I do really love to see that this getting played out more often. But yeah, talking about the vibes that I was mentioning, I feel like now that we're into overtime, I think Na'Vi really has an upper edge. And as I say that, GDSC gets knocked out.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is it. It's been so hard for them, very back and forth, not quite able, and you feel as soon as Stallions are on that map point, that's when Na'Vi would fail again, as they've been unable to, retake the lead and whatnot, but done a very good job to bring it to the OT and keep the composure. For the first time in a long time, I believe, string 2 rounds together in order to get it here, so...
And even if Na'Vi does drop Eagle Eye by taking this map into overtime and dragging and drawing the energy out from Team Stallions, the next 2 maps could write a different story. As, like I said, the wind could easily be taken out of sails of the young players. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. So far, down to 4v4. Akashi down very low. It's about a minute 20 seconds left onto the clock to C4. By himself. No, what a nice frag. JV goes down. Akashi, 3 HP in a dream. In office, gets taken out by No.
Ooh.
1, can't whiff those.
Yeah, that's a big kill to be finding. Started off well for Na'Vi in this round, but Stallions have pulled it back. I think should be able to convert things here. Adrian slowly moving in. We'll look to try and find some keen shots. It's a good start. It's a very good start indeed, but he's robbed in the end. And there you are, Stallions able to answer back. So all of a sudden, the case reopens for the Stallion side.
Na'Vi now has to respond to the round being lost there. 10-9. And if I'm not wrong, the aggression comes in hot. No, with a quick frag, make that a double with the rifle as well. And the early push out towards middle is going to cost Na'Vi some huge deficits. Down 3 members, it's going to be 4-2.
Frustration setting in ever so slightly, I think, as the rounds are getting messier and messier here into the OT. Oh, nice pickup, though. ESC with that bomb so far back. All these kills are going to be valuable. Juan getting his as well. Suddenly a 2-on-2 out of nowhere. The bomb is no closer to a site. They really do not have anything locked in. Loy, though, creeps up and will manage to take a key frag. And now, all of a sudden, things look a little better. Juan is here. They've spotted him out. They'll go peeking into him, and down he will go. Big finds from Stallions.
11-9 is going to be the scoreline with 1 round left onto this first half of the overtime. And Na'Vi direly needs to pick this round up if they want any sort of chance in getting the map point back into their pockets. But so far, doesn't look like it's Scriv. That early push out towards middle completely punished by JJ. GDSC having some nice frags here and there. Wasn't quite there, Loy, with a nice flank once again. He's been the flanker of the squad.
Sure. Yeah, absolute machine at times.
But now, Team Stallions, where do they want to force the issue? Yet to see a strong B take. So,
it's true.
Looks like they're willing to do so this time. Held down by GDSZ and Adrian. JJ leading the charge. As looks like they're just going to back out from this one. Big rotation.
Yeah, kind of completely bailing away. It's still not really convinced them of anything, but some smokes over here that will fake things out slightly. Draws 1 rotation away from the A side of things, and maybe, you know, puts these A players on edge. Might get caught in rotation if they make the wrong guess, but they have still stuck around here. Nice find from Juan up above, looking good as they will hold the line. Trades are in, but ultimately the numbers from Juan in particular looking really quite solid. He's broken 20 kills, and he looks set to keep Na'Vi in the runnings.
3 quick frags looking for the 4th. It's going to be JV contesting KLP. The C4 is down in favor for Na'Vi. KLP has 40 seconds to work with, but not a lot of angles he can cover. As Na'Vi now looking to close the round out. Inching closer, they're getting ready to go aggressive, and here we go. JV swings out, gets the job done, and Na'Vi at least picks up 1 round and a half.
Yes, indeed. Rather than having to pick up the run back, always good just to convince yourselves. So getting a little bit serious now, as we may be on the cards for a golden round if this continues.
Possibility still there. Would love to take the honor of the first golden round of EWC.
Sure.
Nonetheless, sides have been switched. Stallions now on the global side. Their performance not the best in the main rounds, but let's see if the time they've spent on Eagle Eye switched up their gears. Na'Vi looking to split towards A, since 2 players creeping out towards long, and like you've mentioned, GDSC gets away with a lot of cheeky peeks and just sliding in towards the angles that are not being covered properly by Team Stallion. Or should we say, is Team Stallion just leaving that angle open and just closing the box on other angles?
Time will tell. But yes, it does feel, and now it's Juan actually able to get away with a bit. What was that? Oh my goodness, a keen find.
Not punished as well.
Yeah, I know, just completely blindsiding on the jump peak. Absolutely mental stuff. We'll see now if they're able to keep it together as Stallions. Reality starts setting in that these rounds are going to be tougher than first expected. You know, a great start out into the OT has been squandered, has fallen away slightly.
Only so slightly. Stallions down 2 members. Already, A bomb site has to be defended. And that leaves B somewhat open as well. And Na'Vi gonna play the clock, play the timer, burn it down. 40 seconds remaining, leaving Stallions guessing where the aggression is coming. Adrian does spot Loy trying to go cheeky and towards middle, and that's going to punish Stallions even more. GDSC with a quick fire on towards KLB as well. Down to his JJ, finds one, eventually he's taken out. And Na'Vi is going to be able to do some work, get the lift in, and pick up some rounds.
Yeah, getting very interesting now. I mean, again, we've seen so much back and forth in this game as it's been one round here, one round there. But once a team hits some consistency, we start to worry that it could be like a key breaking point. If Na'Vi play their cards right, they are in with a pretty good chance. Just about edging this one out, but Loy gonna open as he goes absolutely wild. Trade is there. KLB got to be careful now. I mean, they're just trading places. The backup is there. What is that find? There's just players all over the place. Kills are keen and sharp. Na'Vi come out on top.
Stallions are swinging in off timing. They're not swinging together, and that's why Na'Vi is going to be able to find frag after frag. JJ, sure, he does swing out, gets the drop onto Adrian, but at the loss of 3 players of his own teammates. So whatever that skirmish happened outside of B, that was not the cleanest showing.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Still not over just yet, though, because we're not really that close to a bomb site at the moment.
Not yet.
There's still potential for an individual to just put a stop to any of the attacks. JJ looking to do it on B. I'd maybe be a fan of these 2 Global Risk players grouping up. And that is indeed what they're going to do, so...
And as you can see, the frustration really builds in the side of Stallion as Na'Vi is going to play with the clock, just burn the clock down all the way. A minute left onto it, looks like KLP and JJ is going to go swing out aggressive, and that's going to completely punish them. GDSC, quick drop onto KLP, and JJ left all alone in a 1v3. The C4, with a minute left onto the clock, is going to rotate out, possibly. And for JJ, he's going to start swinging, gets spotted out. Has to fall back, but Akashi is on the chase. JJ gets the drop, but he is now put to 7 HP, and a 1v1 somehow finds the tip of the head there. Juan nays it, misses the nade, and down to a 1v1, swings out with the pistol. JJ almost had it. Eventually, Na'Vi picks up the round. It's going to be 12-11. Do we have the golden round still on the talk script?
Well, we're going to find out. I mean, after a round like that, I think it's going to be tough. There's been a couple here, in fact, for Na'Vi on their tear, honestly. You know, it was 11-9. It felt like a very good spot for Stallions, but they were able to bring it back on the Na'Vi side of things. So some really, really heads-up rounds coming in from them that I think have just turned the tide. So I can see them taking this over the line with a heartbreaking loss for Stallions, who have led all the way up until this very point when it matters most.
When it matters the most, indeed. A lot of weight, a lot of pressure built on the shoulders of Stallion. And Na'Vi, yet again, with composure, is going to play the rounds very slow, building the frustration of the young guns. Almost playing into the minds, I would say.
Yeah.
And it's been working out.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's always going to be a catch. Ooh, nice little move here, though, to get the flashes out, to try and get Adrian in behind. He's going to have to do something, but unfortunately, just does not work here. They tried something slightly unorthodox, send that solo player in. Hopefully the flashes are effective enough. And yes, he got into the site, but he just didn't know where to look. He didn't know where they were holding.
Golden round cooking up here. Juan versus the world gets another kill. Looking for the third, has to fall back, but juggling with fire here. with 20 HP and a Dream. Now gets pushed by NO. Gets the drop down to a 1v2. It was a 4v1, quick reminder. And in a blink of an eye, a lot of room has been opened up for Juan to work some wonders. Still has a minute to work with. The C4 not yet recovered though. And now this pressure is low in KLB, as you can see. They're not split up on the bomb sites. They're playing together. They want to get the refrag, sure. But it does open up a lot of gate for Juan to get the bomb planted.
Ooh, spotted on the backside. Somehow it doesn't go down though.
1 HP.
Yeah, he's very lucky to be alive. Got that bomb back. Always have to be careful. Only 20 seconds, so starts to lean in favor of the Stallions. They do not want to mess this up. You can feel it. Oh no, looking to break 30 here. My goodness, this is really, really down to the wire, but Loy was trained in and ready. He knew he had it in the bag to take us to the golden round.
If I'm not wrong, this is going to be the first golden round of CROSSFIRE at EWC. Glad to see it. But honestly speaking, I think Navi's still the favored side, as they are going to be playing on the blacklist. And Team Stallions, they just seem to have lost track of what they should be doing to hold on to the bomb site. So had to rely on a lot of individual performances rather than macro, like I've mentioned. So we'll have to wait and see. Yet again, a slow progress to the round. Playing very default. It's going to be Team Stallion, and so is Na'Vi. Just expecting any sort of early aggressions to spice things up. Not brought their way this time.
KLP just spotting angles here. Again, who is going to be that first player to face in? He's constantly on a swivel, constantly ducking and diving. Juan will take some damage here, but able to fight another day. What is the game plan for this Na'Vi side? They slowly start edging towards B, but that tends to be scarier and harder to get into, especially for this team. They've not favored it as much. And it does seem as well, Stallions expecting them over on the B side.
Yeah, Na'Vi was able to find more success down towards A rather than B, but it looks like they might just want to do it on the very final round of Eagle Eye 2.0 with the pop flash. Adrian is going to be inching in closer towards the B connector, followed up by JV. And for Stallions, they have to react to this now, or it might be too late. KLB on the bomb site does spot Adrian swinging in. The angles are too cheeky. KLB puts out a bunch of damage, but wasn't able to connect to a kill yet. Adrian somehow still alive as GDSC and JV finding a frag H down to the hands of KLP and NO. The C4 is now planted. Not a lot of breathing room left here for the side of Stallion.
Yeah, so much damage done, man. It's such a shame that these kills have not yet been converted. We'll see if that remains the case. NO doing his best try here. Unfortunately, it's just feeling like it's not going to be enough. The HP bar gets the better of him, but goodness me, Na'Vi, tooth and nail. Stallions were leading like the whole way through and able to just keep them one round, maybe two at times, away from evening things up. But when it mattered most, they were able to just find the seventh gear even. Really well played from them. And even into the OT, it didn't start well, but they come back into it. And this is the difficulty. You see the forlorn faces over on that Stallion side of things. They are very, 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 very disappointed in that, and I think rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, if you do remember the first 6-7 rounds being played out, how it progressed, we thought, sure, Team Stallions are going to close this one out in a swift manner, and Na'Vi basically says no to that. Just rub that in the face and somehow makes a comeback, makes all the clutches up and take it to the golden round, and at the end of the day, win it out. And this is going to be an issue for Stallions, as looks like on the back of the stage there, a lot of frustration can be seen and observed.
Yep. A lot of emotions, and again, this is one of the things with that sort of younger team. You need a player that has maybe made some deep runs in a tournament like this to just take the time, just keep you cool within the rounds. It's great to have the coach, but they sort of come in and it's a bit more serious and it's a bit more, we have to tighten up and here's an idea we can throw in. And then it doesn't work. and then you're like, oh, well, I guess nothing's working, right? So it becomes very, very difficult for them, I think, to keep their heads together now. And that felt like their map multiple times throughout, but you can just see Na'Vi starting slow, slowly building up, snowballing into the OT and the golden round in the end.
And honestly speaking, I feel like the series is going to be 2-1 Na'Vi, just because Ankara, sure, Stallions has a really good chance of winning it out, but Port, I feel like, let's say Ankara is Asian region's most favorite map, Port is the most favorite map in Na'Vi's region, so I just don't think Stallions have built enough experience to be on the global stage to win Port against another region that plays Port 95% of the time.
Yeah, sure, it's going to be a tough run now. I just honestly, again, you have to look at the sort of intangibles that we like talking about. Can they keep the mental side together? They don't have a lot of time in between maps here, right? We're just sort of rolling through, so they have to stomach it, take it on the chin, and that is really no mean feat.
That was crazy, guys. That back and forth bout between these two teams, Na'Vi just barely getting across the line. As you mentioned, Scriv, where it's like they're just behind the entire time. And if there's a guy who's going to be able to guide them through that, it is GDSZ. And, you know, it wasn't like either of the veterans were putting up big numbers. It was actually Juan who had like ridiculous numbers, almost a 2 KD with like 16 deaths still. It was almost like 32 and 16. So pretty incredible stuff from him. You know, some young players as well on their side as well. But yeah, it must really sting for the young squad from the Philippines side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing about this level of the game. It's like, how do you come back from that? Like, what do you say? What is the secret sauce? And I think that's something that, you know, we'll sort of never know, unfortunately. But we're about to find out moving forward in this series if they can indeed bring it back.
But for Na'Vi, definitely a palm sweating moment. They almost dropped the map, but some way, somehow, the veterans start kicking in the gas and was able to make a comeback, take it to overtime, take it to golden round even, and just win the map for themselves. Like you mentioned, Valdez, Juan having a huge day. I think he has, I'm not entirely sure if he's stuck at 29 kills or has broken the 30 bomb, but I think if he did break it, then he is the first player in the tournament to break the 30 kill record at EWC.
I mean, it was pretty intense what he was able to do. And speaking about things to do, you guys could get a giveaway right now. We're going to throw that up on the screen. Make sure you copy down this code. I'm not going to say the entire code, so make sure you're paying attention and you can get that cool gun, that cool skin there. And yeah, just a cool giveaway from EWC. And hope you guys are paying attention. You can get this one.
Yeah, it should hopefully be up there long enough, you know, but it's certainly, certainly a difficult code.
I wish I had my laptop
to get down. Yeah. Where's ours? But no, ultimately, I think a really keen game and, you know, just exactly what we were expecting from this matchup.
Yeah, so what are we thinking about map 2 here?
I mean,
we're going to Ankara, correct?
So Eagle Eye, Ankara, and then the decider is going to be Port. Ankara, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a surefire for Stallions to take the map into their pockets, but the amount of fight that Na'Vi has put out on Eagle Eye makes me think otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. I think it's gotten to a point where it's a little hard to say, and you know, we have to be careful. That being said, if memory serves, I think it's the Na'Vi pick as well coming in, so they're going to have a bit of an idea for this one, you would assume. But again, we've seen it a couple times today where teams just maybe find the difficult game, quote unquote, and then struggle to close things out on that second map.
Yeah, for me, I just feel like it's going to be difficult for the mental game for these young players on the side of Team Stallions. I mentioned before, you know, on the side of Na'Vi, they have some newer players as well, but they have that rock. You know, you guys were saying that during the cast where it's like, you want to have this guy who's had this deep run who can actually push you through. And for the side of Team Stallions, it's Tanks, their coach, right? And he's doing a great job of talking with them, but he's also feeling the frustration, understandably, because there were so many times where they had the lead, they had the rounds, they had it in their grasp. The win was right there, but they were just falling just barely short. And I saw him kind of trying to pull his hair out, or what he's got left of it.
It faded away.
Yeah, when they were like all running into Juan one by one, that was one of the most frustrating moments for sure. And then eventually, even though they won that round, they still lost the map. So pretty difficult for them, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe they make a comeback here.
But like I've mentioned, as time passes, sure, having a veteran as your coach will help, but it's not as effective as having the veteran play in your squad, like Evolution Power with Minnow. For the side of Na'Vi, we do have Adrian, we do have GDSC, so looks like the young guys will have to start really performing out if they want to have any chances. We're about to go right back into the game. It's going to be Ankara, as Team Stallions is going to be starting things off on the blacklist side, as Na'Vi will have to hold on to the defense on the global risk.
Yeah, we're going to see here. I mean, again, so many things to talk about. We'll bring them up as the map goes on, and I think it is going to present itself. Are we going to see a slightly more nervous Stallions? You know, will they be checked? And it feels like sometimes it can just go against their DNA, as it were. These teams, particularly from the Philippines, like to play fast, like to play a very individualistic kind of game. Na'Vi have matched them at that. Na'Vi have shut them down only slightly. So it's like, do you pull away from that? Do you try and adapt on the fly in the series? Or do you just stick with the game plan?
But then again, if you talk about tempo, Brazil is never left out. So whenever Team Stallions kicks in their gears, pumps in the gas, Na'Vi can exactly do the same. So have to really just wait and see how the whole rounds unfold. But this time, Stallions is going to be sending themselves down towards middle. Lining up the flashes, lining up the smoke. Has to be responded by JV. Utils are now out. JV accurate enough to spray down one player, looking for the second. Swings out, JJ at risk, but JJ finds the better of him. But Akashi gets the drop, and now with the pistol out, looks to get KLP.
Man, it's getting crazy. What is that shot? I mean, he was low, but it still looks nice. 3-on-2 just about for the side of Stallions. However, that bomb has been dropped at the feet of these remaining defensive players. Oh, got to be careful with how they play this here. KLP looking to take a fight, misses out on the opportunity. Not loads of time, but they are just feeling under pressure, maybe not realizing that they have the C4 so readily available. And indeed, it will be retrieved. It will be a plant towards B now.
As long as GDSC is able to find the frag onto KLP, like I said, opens up the gate. Has plenty of time to work with as well. Has a nade. I mean, the C4 was down in no man's land, but eventually was recovered and is planted. Going on to the retake with the TRG. Almost landing on towards no. The time has ticked down to about half. As GDSC now progresses in towards the bomb site. Has to take down two players. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough one to ask. Not a lot of time left in the clock here. GDSC swings, and Loy is quick to punish it. And the first round will go towards the side of Stallions.
Yeah, it was looking good for a moment, but unfortunately, just not quite able to capitalize on the drop bomb. So we'll see moving forwards here. Stallions are exactly what they ordered. Look, they come in the first round. They've got an execute. They get control of the area. Let's work with that. So they do a very flat kind of round, but it's just not going to stress you out. Just get you started from a good place.
Stallions looking to continue on with the lead. Their mid-take worked out quite nicely previous round. Trying to replicate what happened last round into this one as well. They're going to be splitting out towards B through underpass. Not being watched deeply yet. Juan is going to be looking down towards underpass on the bomb site, so Stallions have a bit more room to work with. Eventually rotates out. They might be forcing the issue out towards A. Has yet to happen. This round might be it. GDSC and Adrian, the two veterans we've been talking about and shining up all the time, will they be able to hold this one down? That's going to be the question being asked here. Stallion's going to force the issue down towards Vents.
Yeah, looking good for Adrian to open things up, but he is left in a difficult spot. It's JDSC who looks good. Really solidly held. Will give the advantage across. C4 going to get planted. Can they hold on to this site now? I mean, again, this site, it's so very deadly. Just one unchecked angle results in the multi-kill moment. Unfortunately, the vent move does not work out. KLP moving into him, but they will get the trades out. Na'Vi on the board quickly.
I thought KLP almost had it, but looks like he overstepped a little too much for JV to spray him down. Tied at 1-1. Solid take was delivered by Team Stallions, but Na'Vi was able to just retake the bomb site back as we move into round number 3. By far, looks like Na'Vi is gonna try to aggress out towards A, but B is now left unwashed as Noah and JJ is gonna take down Akashi and Adrian, and they're gonna force it quite fast. JV swings out from the backside, does get the drop onto KLB, but is that enough to hold on to the aggression?
Loy meeting round this corner. Big fight here. One missing the opportunity and does get run down by that flying pistol. Really big kill coming in. Ooh, GDSC on the backside.
That's the C4 as well?
Yeah, that is the C4. Really big oversight, it feels like, from Stallions. Able to smoke it off. Still a lot of time, but it's going to allow his friend to get over here. Both of them incredibly low. If they play this correctly, Stallions should still be able to clean up house.
I mean, the rounds seem to be pretty swift for Stallions, but all of a sudden it does feel a little bit shaky as GDSC did get the drop onto the C4. 3 HP, but has the Loy gets the wall bang through. Down to the hands of JV. Swinging through connector, going for the flank. Is not being watched properly. Loy was waiting. Swings out, secures the round. Stallion puts another up on the board. It's going to be 2-1.
Yeah, keen find from them. Again, a couple moments in places where it looks nervy, but at the end of the day, held solidly. So we'll see here moving forwards what Na'Vi are able to find to keep things competitive, and it looks like it might just be another hot on the heels kind of matchup, to be honest with you. Very back and forth, even in these early rounds.
And just like last map, this could be anyone's map coming into Ankara as well, so we'll have to only wait and see. Stallions looking to creep in towards vents. GDSC and Adrian had some good hold last time. Can they deliver it once again? GDSC spotted out, so was Adrian. And bomb site is now taken. JV swings out a little too wide as well. And all of a sudden, down to a 2v5 retake. And to make things worse, smokes and nades flying in the faces of the remainder 2 players of Na'Vi. And the flanks are also being launched by KLP.
Yeah. Not too much to be expected here. It seems like Stallions are starting to steamroll a little. This is a really, really important round in terms of that narrative. Akashi, I mean, might as well just hold and, you know, try and take some kills away, but at the end of the day, it's not going to happen for him. The bomb about to go off. He might even go down as they look to get after him. A couple do fall to that bomb, but we'll see moving forwards if Stallions can keep this kind of form going. Looking to this guy again to perform massively for the Brazilian squad, but 2 times in asking, it's pretty unlikely.
Let's see if Na'Vi is going to be able to pick up some pace. Otherwise, Stallions are going to find the vulnerabilities that Na'Vi just couldn't hold it down. As KLP, what yet another great opening down towards Akashi, out towards Office and B. JV with a huge swing. It's traded out, but he does get the information the C4 is out towards middle. Once again recovered by KLB.
Yeah, just going super chaotic here, it feels like, you know, compared to some of the games that we had earlier on Ankara, it just is moving very quickly, very aggressively. And maybe Na'Vi especially just need to tone it down slightly, try not to give these early kills away as much as they are.
Not at all. For Stallions, they're thinking about just aggressing down towards B. And looks like the choice has been made. The C4 rotates in with Loy going on towards connector. Juan is a good angle to hold it down. As KLP is going to line up the smoke to block the angle. Hot flash being thrown out. That's the Q. That's the go sign for Stallions to make the move onto the bomb site. Juan in office will have to find the opening. He misses the first one. Can he get the second shot in? No, he does not. The C4 gets into the bomb site, and to make things worse, the potatoes flying his way takes him down. All down to the hands of Adrian GDSC, who was holding down A.
Yep. Again, not looking good. Bomb time is starting to fly down now, so are they going to be able to crack in here? There's a bit of nerves. I think a timeout would do them a lot of good here on the Na'Vi side of things. Trade is instantaneous. GDSC, not happening for him, of course, will go down. And it's starting to get out of hand. This is still very early doors, but it feels like Na'Vi don't have a chance in any of these rounds.
About the right time to pull attack pause, I believe. Not going to come in just yet. This time, Na'Vi shifting up the gears, going out aggressive towards B, as you can see on the minimap. Looks like Loy might just get caught off guard. Is waiting on the other side of smoke, and the rest of his squad is going to be sending it down towards middle. So all of a sudden, a weird set of aggression coming in as JV and Akashi is going to find one of each. Down to a 4v3 with the C4 down in a weird spot possible. And all of a sudden, we're playing as if Na'Vi is on the blacklist side and Stallions are on the global risk. So let's see how this unfolds.
Yeah, they're really just trying to work their way in. And again, some brute force from them. However, has been control of A secured. So weird sort of game state that we're looking at the moment. Juan gets caught as well, not expecting them at all. So all of a sudden, 3 versus 3, advanced position from JJ. I feel like Na'Vi have blundered massively here in this round, not splitting the defense, leaving a lot of pressure on Juan. JJ hidden away in the corner. Good for 1, good for 2, and that should lock it in. In all honesty, Adrian going to have his work cut out. He could certainly eliminate a couple with the low HP bars, but he just doesn't quite know where to look. 2 nades will come in. That confirms both in on this A bomb site. Not a lot of time for him, though. Really can't afford to be checking every single angle and just goes completely unchecked in those open spots. So this is getting problematic. That was a very good-looking round for Na'Vi, and they've let it slip massively.
Yeah, it was a massive blunder, like I mentioned. I thought Juan could be the anchor out towards the bomb site, holding it down for his team to rotate back in. But if he goes down, then the bomb site is completely left on the watch. So, and even JJ having some huge moments, spraying down 2 players before going down. So eventually, Stallions are going to lead out even further, 5-1, starting to assert a certain amount of dominance, I would say, in their favorite map of Ankara. Nonetheless, Na'Vi needs to start responding, otherwise they're going to have to go into port. After a successful A-take last round, the Stallions are thinking about just brute forcing it down towards A. Worked out last time.
It did. Maybe moving faster than I would like. We've got Akashi as well. Not in a bad spot in terms of the B information. So I think they're going to be ready for this A hit to come in. Nice little re-smoke there. That splits them up. The main attack is going. Oh, this could get very messy. Very quickly indeed. The bloodbath ensues here on the A bomb site. Adrian's still alive at the backside. Get some nade damage down. Able to dip back and just allow them that site. Go in for the retake a little later on, they say. As these smokes look set to dissipate in just a moment. KLP firing across, nothing that he can find. C4 retrieved, and plant should come in momentarily, but actually, no, maybe? Yeah, okay, just clearing out all the angles. I thought they were going to go wild and try and get B, but not happening. Meanwhile, Na'Vi giving a lot of respect to Cross here, you have to say.
Yeah, KLP tried to swing out towards spawn area to buy the dire room needed for KL to just cross into the bomb site to get the plant through. Eventually happened. Adrian, though, whilst holding the bomb site down, had huge 3K spray down. KLB trying to hold the bomb site down. Not gonna happen as Akashi and Juan will find the piece each. The retake is on, and Scriv, I think this might just hint to us the same repeat of whatever happened on the last map. I think the same occasion happened. Na'Vi dropped 5 rounds. They picked up 1 and somehow picks up the second and the comeback happens.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Time going to tell on it, of course, if we get a bit of a rinse and repeat, but that's where it starts to come back in for the side of Stallions. They have to be very, very careful now to not let Na'Vi refine themselves, as it were.
Let's see if that round was enough to get rejuvenated for the side of Na'Vi. Going out aggressive is GDSC, hit the TRG of his own, gets the first frag, looks for the second. Well, reposition himself, retreat back in towards connector. No, with the C4. Rotates out, JV. What a swing. Takes down KLB. Adrian went out a little too aggressive, didn't he?
Yeah, just a slight overface. Have to be careful to nip that. Make sure that it does not cause them any problems moving forwards here. Slow play, as you would expect from the Stallions. They look to try and knock on the door of this A site. Maybe there is something available for them over here. And at the moment, technically speaking, just one player who also looks set to bail. I'm not quite sure where this is coming from, but they seem to have an idea of what's going down. And, well, the read might just work in their favor.
Na'Vi reading the tactics like a book is going to have a strong defense line set up out towards middle. KLP tries to swing, doesn't spot anyone out just yet. And Team Stallions, they will have to fall out from middle. The C4 rotates in towards B connector, leaving KLP as the anchor. Swings in, not going to happen. JV swings out, takes the drop. All down to the ends of no, having some huge days here and there. But is he good enough to take down 3 players? Does a bunch of damage towards JV. Couldn't quite connect to a kill.
NO. Moving round, might just be able to get the drop here if they're not careful. But he reveals himself, and JV now can play around that information. Akashi had him too. Looks good in the end. Na'Vi closing the gap. Still not scary quite yet for the side of Team Stallions, but it's getting there.
Slowly but surely, it's getting there. And the comeback dream still lives on. For Na'Vi, picking up 3. Stallions going for the quick aggression down towards middle. JV at risk, swings out, but Juan is there to help. Finds a quick double, and all of a sudden, a lot of wind has been taken out from the sails. Lowy was there to get the trade kill, but at the cost of 2 more members. Akashi, though, not quite there to hit the shot. Adrian left all alone in a 1v3. Spotted out as well.
Key round that Na'Vi needed, I think, if they were to close this gap. Keep things as competitive as they possibly could. C4 goes down. Easy find in the end, as not going to happen for Adrian. So here we go, getting a bit serious now. The gap not quite closing. It's a slow start once again from Na'Vi. Maybe a side swap here will do them some good.
I mean, we do always say 3 rounds is all you need to make a comeback possible. And now that we are switching sides, like you mentioned, Scriv, could bring some new air for the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it always does, but it's never really a guarantee that you can lean on, is it, I suppose? Akashi going to find the first down through middle. KLB's got to be careful with his aggression as well. Another sniper kill coming round for the Na'Vi side of things. So that's that big start we were looking for. Wow.
Akashi patiently waiting with open arms. JJ goes down. And that leaves KLB to rotate out from A, leaving the bomb site completely open, but Na'Vi not showing interest into the bomb site just yet. Swings out towards middle. KLB gets spotted out. And all of a sudden, KLP in a 1v3. The C4 still patiently waiting before showing an interest towards any of the bomb site here. I think Na'Vi's anticipating that Stallions is going to be going on a huge rotation, huge flank. And looks like the answer was yes. KLP not quite there to hit the shot. Is taken down. Read like a book, we say. Na'Vi is going to be able to find the round.
Yeah, kind of conceded the moment. For sure. But we'll see here. Na'Vi absolutely needed that one. They're going to be able to get it, and I think that they will be really, really happy with the position that they find themselves in now. Just keep this going strong. The Blacklist side, I think, gives them a bit more presence, the ability to find those, or at least try and find those opening kills.
I mean, that's what they needed in Eagle Eye too, weren't they? Keeping the rounds at arm's length against Stallion, and eventually was able to find a comeback. And this time around, in Ankara too, which is supposed to be Stallion's map, to be favorite, still keeping the rounds at bay. Na'Vi just 2 rounds away, looking for the third as well. Adrian swinging out towards middle, followed by GDSZ. They want to find the frags. JJ has to hold it down. Is he looking to swing or not? KLP spots the players. Going back and forth, not quite dare to hit the shot or even take the chance at it. We'll have to rotate back out towards the bomb site. So does grant a bit more ground for Na'Vi, and that just might have been enough for Huant to take Lloyd down, who was sniffing out towards vents, instantly punished.
A lot of damage done as well. Some of these Stallions players really looking worse for wear. So this looks like a keen chance for Na'Vi. The clock's starting to run down a little. Either way, the expansive B bomb site is going to be their site of choice. KLP to get through, always going to be scary. Slow but sure moving in. KLP just round the corner as he goes to check in. He's going to have maybe a nasty surprise on the other side. He threads the needle though. The pistol good for another as well. So it gets a bit interesting now. No, the back end of the site potentially could slow them, could stop them even. That's what he's going for. Getting in the face. The flash is super effective. However, only 20 seconds to get the bomb down. Just got to try and keep it together. JJ creeps around the edge. He knows where JV is at. 10 seconds now. Not a lot of time at all. JJ second guessing himself though. Maybe he's gone away. Maybe he's gone back towards a different angle. Not going to be the case. Gets that C4 down. JJ with a quick flank around. And JV now looks to be the one that's not quite ready. Gives it a quick check. He will clear out the angle, and now there's only one place he could be, but JJ still manages to find the kill, and Stallions retain their strong lead.
I thought that round was justifiable by Na'Vi to just win it outright.
Felt that way, didn't it?
Absolutely felt that way, but JJ just had better gun firing skills, I would say. I don't even know how he took him down. He himself took a bunch of damage, but eventually found the tip of the head of JV, securing the round. But even that round still came down to the wire, didn't it, Scriv?
Yes. It always feels like it does with these teams, to be honest with you. I think that there's a lot of chaos happening in this particular series. Certainly here for it, but Na'Vi, I think they will be getting more and more annoyed at how some of these rounds are just slipping away from them.
Absolutely. A good nade hit towards JJ. Loses about half HP there. Na'Vi still not a long shot away from tying it back up. And not the toughest question to be asked here as well. Looking to split down towards B, maybe. The C4 moving in closer towards office. In that case of scenario, we'll have Akashi springing out towards middle to provide the flank. Minute 30 left onto the clock in Na'Vi. Definitely showing some signs of interest down towards the B bomb site. Costly, like I said. But if they're able to just find the opening frag, then it definitely weakens up the defense, as B is one of the harder bomb sites to hold. Easily flankable.
Yeah. It does seem as well Na'Vi leaning more towards that B side, which Stallions did not like very much. So maybe speaks to trying to stay away from it. But here we are into the late round. KLP going to get an advanced position here. Good timing, and again in for the double. He's been so good with the quick switch. And now starting to confirm that it is going to be this B bomb site. I hear them behind me getting quite heated on the Stallion side in terms of the comms. NO drawing them in. The rotations are now here as well. It's looking pretty damn good. It's all on Akashi, and he's surely too far away to really get anything going. Keen headshot onto one, keen headshot onto another. You do have to show him the respect, but there's not loads of time. 20 seconds remain for him to come to them to get that bomb up, and down he will go. Oh, looking very good, and it would seem that, you know, you were correct. This region and this team in Stallions, of course, very proficient on Ankara, so a risky move here from Na'Vi to pick into it.
But then again, the Stallions, they're just not able to close the round in a rather clean manner. Everything really just comes down to the wire, or it comes down to a 1v2 clutch. So, yeah, I mean, a round is a round, but I would hope to see them just have a cleaner performance to close the rounds out if they want to advance further in the EWC. 8-4 on the scoreline. No swings out, little too wide, punished by Juan, and now KLP goes down as well. So that fast aggression down towards B pays off dividend for Na'Vi. Akashi in underpass gets swung by Lloyd. The information has been given, but it's going to be a 5-on-3 retake. It's going to be a tough one to ask, isn't it, Scriv?
Yeah, 100%. They have to work their way in here, and it's just not happening. JV is clean, leaving Lloyd to do it all. Wild one through that smoke. But nonetheless, 1 versus 5 overall, no help at all. And I mean, just trying to trap them in, I guess, as this bomb goes off. Take a couple kills on the way out with him. That will be the case. You talk about cleanliness. Na'Vi also lacking some of that.
Lacking some of that for sure, but at the end of the day, another round given towards Na'Vi. Still keeping the dream alive, as long as they have not given the map point away just yet. Still in the talks. And good to see them changing up the tempo after some of failed slow rounds being progressed. They shifted up the gear, pumped the gas, sent it straight down towards B last round. Worked out nicely. And this time around, in round number 14, are they thinking about just brute forcing it down towards vents, towards A? Oh, they're going to full send it. They're fully sending it.
Again, yeah, not wasting any time getting into the site here. It looks good. Na'Vi seem frustrated at their wits' end with the slow play, and the faster play working very well for them. You see there's a flank as well coming round here from JV, so he looks to lock it in. He looks to confirm the round before it really gets going. He will drop, but he's keeping them at bay pretty solidly. They are so very late here on the rotation. A good spot from Juan, as he should be able to shut them down if they even do decide to really go for this. The bomb plant's a little late, so maybe they will indeed try and give it a look in if they can find the keen frag. KLP's in a decent spot. Will Juan give him a check? He does indeed, so information going to be gained here. Juan just trying to keep them in. Quick shots coming. He will go down. This looks slightly dicey. I think they just have to run the clock down on that bomb. NO does fall on the trade attempt, so KLP got some info, but he can't get it. Here we go, Na'Vi. It's edging ever closer.
It's getting very dicey here, Scriv. Na'Vi inching closer and closer, and Stallion is just... the frustration is building in them right now, I can tell. Wasn't the cleanest rotation, wasn't the cleanest retake. And Na'Vi trying to juggle with the mines is going to be sending the C4 down towards B this time. It's going to kind of going back and forth. A, B. Might be the get-go here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, just trying to find the magic. What works for them as they are changing up bomb sites like you say, but also changing up pace now. Not moving as fast as they were. So we'll see a slow B move, and you can kind of see as well Stallions playing off B, so that could come back to bite them.
Yeah, investing 3 players down towards A and both players closer towards middle might just cost them the round. Ooh, KLP, the timing a little bit off for him. Wasn't able to spot the players crossing in towards the bomb site. Now going for the pot shots, but is not going to stop the C4 being planted. And then now timer ticks against Stallion. Has to go on a retake, full retake, 5-on-5.
Yeah, one of these unicorn rounds, we call them, where everyone's still alive and there's not even really been any big fights going down. It's just walking into the right place at the right time. See whether it pays off for them here. The bomb halfway gone, so again, just maybe don't let them all the way in, but they're going to pick up the pace. The chaos now ensues. Adrian with an overface. Not loads of time left on the bomb. Into the 1 versus 1. Where is he? Eno trying to close the gap and find this final player. He runs out of ammo and just about able to hold on. But again, it is so damn close.
What a round. Had to come down to the wire once again. 1v1 with the C4 ticking. But Na'Vi slowly but surely making it closer to a comeback. Once again, 7-8. 1 round away from tie. And looks like they've chosen to go for the A bomb site, switching things up, AB. And Juan even finds the drop onto KLP, who was going a little too aggressive. And this might just punish Stallions once again for not keeping the composure to themselves. Having to defend the bomb site with only 2 players against the 5 squad of Na'Vi if they're getting isolated. Now, No tries to swing out, gets the info, gets the 1 kill, but gets traded out, and this makes things worse for Stallions. Now JJ has to hold the bomb site by himself. The rotation is coming in, but I don't think there's enough time. JJ gets 1 before going down, but the bomb site is completely open. The rest 2 members of Stallions now running in.
I mean, here pretty quickly, definitely looked scary for a moment there that they might have just been able to creep through at the right time. Keen finds from Akashi, and we've evened it up. This is what happens, man. Those Brazilian teams, you know, you have to bear in mind, yes, there's the thick and fast style of some of the Filipinos in particular, but the Asian teams in general. But I think the Brazilian teams are also very capable of an explosiveness. And you see how clean those trades are, man. Like, there's obviously been a conversation around, right, let's tighten up, let's work together. So well played. They've evened it up now and looking to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here if they play their cards right. Another keen find to open up. It's heavy aggression coming in. Very vocal now behind us, but the Ks, the Loys, they will hold the line here, looking good. Adrian trying his best, but it's not going to be enough, and Stallions, they were sick of it. They've now snatched the lead back themselves.
Decide to pump the gas themselves. Stallions goes out aggressive towards A-Long and does pay off. However, that does give the information to Na'Vi. Okay, this is what Stallion has prepped for that round. Let's see what they have got for the last round, possibly, for this map. 9-8. And once again, if Na'Vi is able to somehow find this final round, possibly, then we go into overtime once again. And the attack pause might just do the work here.
Really important pause here, of course, and it has to pay dividends. It has to result.
I feel like this is the perfect timing of all things to pull that attack pause here.
Really, really dangerous.
At risk.
At the very least, they have secured themselves an extension of play, I suppose, on the Stallion side. But Na'Vi, the momentum that they had, just absolutely brilliant. And they have, unfortunately, let it slip at the worst possible time. So all to play for, and you can feel it, man. You can absolutely feel it.
For Na'Vi, best case scenario sure is to go into overtime, take the map away, clean 2-0 series. But even if they do drop Ankara, they still have the shot at port, which definitely is favored more by them than Stallions. So a lot of pressure for Stallions, and let's just hope that it doesn't really bite into their minds for the round here. Gonna take a bit of a work for the coach to warm the boys up. Looks like the attack pause is over as we go into the possible final round of the map here. 9-8. And this time Na'Vi realizing that there's no greed outside of A-Long. More composure now, finally, for the side of Stallions. Not going to force the issue and take the fight to the face of the blacklist.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have obviously conditioned them pretty well with the previous round. Just relentless aggression, looking for those kills.
Yeah.
So I think they've slowed them down, scared them off ever so slightly, and now they have to be careful of every which way. Again, though, resources may be in the wrong place here. Stallions have to be very careful of the A bomb site. It does look like the bomb maybe wants to end up there.
But so does Na'Vi. It's like as if they're walking on an ice lake, gotta tap every step, you know?
Yeah,
so they don't
sure.
fall into the crevices.
I picture it.
Like Sneaky Frog once said, he's got the photographic imagination.
Sure. A little bit.
A little bit. But Na'Vi looking to force the issue down towards A. And they did rotate the third player out. Stallions has to hold on to the bomb site with only 2 players, but Na'Vi is going to guide themselves in towards middle. Not being watched properly, so this may just give them enough room to take us into overtime here, Scriv.
Hard to tell. KLP, it really all comes down to him. It seems like his angle will be very, very important. Is he going to get bested? Is he going to get drawn away? What's the move? It's going to be an execute coming round here. So they'll look to keep it simple on the Na'Vi side. Actually going to go rolling through
underpass.
A different little angle, and just try and catch them off at the end of the day. Loy, though, is holding strong. Big kills from him, keeps them at bay. Do they have any options to get round? Not sure, not sure. Akashi goes down, that's a big find, and now this is looking all but over. 20 seconds to recover the bomb, get some kills, break into the round, and it just hasn't worked out. The kills do come back, but there's just not enough time to get that bomb and to get back into this here. The old guard will go down, and it will be Stallions taking us to a guaranteed third map.
It was pretty dicey, wasn't it? Even for Stallions.
It was. I think Na'Vi have
close the map out there
to close things up, and then just when they needed to punch through the ceiling, they completely filter off. So, yeah, you can see some head shaking coming in. They will be annoyed at themselves.
But coming before, just like we talked about how this is going to be the most close matchup in the series, in the whole tournament rather, for this group. Had to go into the overtime. And for the second map, it's a 10-8, 4 rounds being played out. So one of the rather close matchups, I would say. But now, Scriv, I really don't know who is going to come out on top. Sure, Na'Vi has a better score in ports in general, but based on how Stallions have played so far, I really don't know who's going to survive this one.
Yeah, it's been a very taxing series, right? So, you know, can you make it to the third map? Can you survive 4 or 5 rounds in a row to kick it off? You know, Na'Vi have been fighting on the back foot the entire time. They're lucky to even still be alive, to be honest. Stallions really could have closed that first one out as well. So Na'Vi not quite as clean, not quite as effective as we maybe wanted them to be, particularly there on Ankara, which, you know, felt like a somewhat risky pick. But all the same, a very exciting game, which I think is kind of what we're here for. And it keeps delivering in these unexpected moments, these wild sort of clutches. And it's a shame for Na'Vi. I like the pace change that they had. Maybe could have lent on that a bit more, and they just didn't have the confidence to do it towards the end.
But I just do definitely want to point out that the rounds won by Stallions really had to be relied mostly on the individual performances. Like, even for the last round, it had to be in the hands of Loy to take the 4K and close the round out. Otherwise, Na'Vi could have just broken and brute forced themselves into the bomb site.
Well, guys, I'm back after that crazy back and forth one once again. This time it didn't go into overtime, but it easily could have, right? This is just the closest matchup that we have. Congratulations to Team Stallions for winning map 2. They haven't gone all the way just yet. They're going to have to go over to Port, which, as Ben Chi mentioned before, definitely should be a strong map for the region of Brazil. Talked a little bit Sneaky as well over the Philippines caster, and he was like, yeah, not so confident about Port for this team of Stallions, but has been a little bit iffy about their, you know, their mental state and their performance so far today. Thinks they're choking a little bit, think they can play a little bit better. So definitely going to have to wait and see how their form looks like on Port.
Yeah, I think both teams, to talk to the mental game, have been shaky in that sense. You know, a few over peaks, a few moments where it just feels like they shouldn't really have let this slip, and XYZ, 4v2 comes a bit too close. So it's a very, very stressful game, I think, and eventually you are going to crack in those moments. Maybe not entirely, but certainly for a round or two where it's going to be very, very important, playing in a super high-stress environment like that.
Yeah, to me, it feels like this series has fallen into the game of who makes less mistakes, so to speak.
Yeah.
Sure, some rounds were clean, some rounds were dirty, some rounds are dicey, but I just feel like Stallions have a messier game, but they do win the round somehow by the kill scores. For Na'Vi, they do have cleaner executions, but it just really comes down to whether can they get onto the bomb site in time.
Yeah. Guys, by the way, we do have that giveaway once again, so make sure you are paying attention here. We've got that code on your screen right now. SA8A4AE092F9.
You're reading this one out this time.
Yeah.
Why don't you do it last time?
I need a little bit of practice, Like I went in the back, I read it like 10, 20 times, make sure I had it down. But yeah, make sure you guys go ahead and redeem that for a very cool skin. Thanks to EWC. So yeah, it's going to come down to this final map. I'm like at the beginning, I thought I had an idea. I was like, yeah, Na'Vi for sure should be able to take this, but it's going to be close. It's been even closer than I could have imagined. I think that port, though, is their map, and I would be surprised if they don't win it from here, especially in a longer series. It's been kind of a long day. These guys came in earlier and were practicing, and you go all the way to Game 3, all the way to Map 3, up against some veterans. I think it's going to be hard to take them down.
Yeah, they just have to keep it together. I think that, everything should really be in their favor at this point. A suitable map, and they've had some really, really strong individual performances. That's maybe something that's been lacking in places, is just like a consistent kind of individual. We had Juan on map number 1, but he was really asked a lot. And then into map 2, we didn't have the same sort of ability from Juan himself. We had maybe a little bit of Adrian, but he was left in more like clutch situations that felt unwinnable in a lot of cases. So yeah, I'm maybe looking to someone on Na'Vi to just carry that mantle.
Yeah, so who's lifting the heavyweight here for Na'Vi for map number 3 port? But Na'Vi, they do seem to be the favorite side for map number 3. Stallions, they have played port like 4 times, but it was 1 win, 3 losses in their region. So gonna be a tough climb, I would say. Really just depends on how Na'Vi can respond to the early aggressions most likely is going to be put out by Team Stallion. So, well, can only wait and see.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I think that for a lot of the players, as Adrian is like, he's a little bit tired and getting ready for this third map, he's going to have to put that focus back on. But yeah, this is the kind of series, this is the kind of map that builds some of those veterans, that builds up the stories of these guys and how they were able to work through the adversity of this one. So I'm going to throw it back to you guys for game number 3.
Yes, indeed. Final time for today. As we shall see, Na'Vi, a lot of questions going to be asked of them. Can they keep it up? Can they keep it going? It's always easier said than done. Nice and simple for us to talk about from here, but can they keep it together?
But Na'Vi should feel more comfortable playing this rather than
It's true. It's nice for them to finish up here after a couple of difficult maps. But
absolutely.
Again, it's something we've lent on. It's like regional knowledge and stuff like this. And so far, Stallions very nearly have thrown that all out the window this series. So,
I mean, even on global stages, I think when Brazilian teams took down a Chinese team, it had to be on port. So
okay,
that might just repeat. Rather, Stallions from a different region, but let's see what unfolds in front of our eyes. Adrian has already taken a significant amount of damage to himself. JV swings and somehow gets the kill onto KLB. What happened? JJ swings out, finds a quick double frag, falls right back. Na'Vi struggling to find the refrags at all.
Yeah, absolutely wild, man. Absolutely wild as they just go flying round. Akashi will get a trade back, though. As they're looking to find a way in towards a bomb site. Tough to say which one at this point. Akashi, though, keen finds from him. He's just been left to his own devices, getting advanced. There's no one really near him to trade out or whatever, but he's found 2 and nearly 3 kills. super, super low HP bars on the opposite side of things. Creeping round though, JJ hiding. Oh my goodness, a keen angle that he's found. He's able to capitalize down to Juan. And he will indeed find it. JJ keeping it together. Okay, Stallion's able to recover that round out of nowhere.
4K for JJ to clean that round up. And my gosh, this round also has been stretched down to the last couple 20 seconds there. But Na'Vi, especially Akashi down towards middle, was able to show the tricks under his sleeve, swinging out, get the kill, falls back, and swings out once again, drops another player. So let's see if he's able to provide more. Otherwise, so far, Stallions are going to lead out 1-0. Might just be enough foothold for their Stallions to take the map in their favor. Minute 50 on the clock, and Na'Vi pulling off the same strat from the last round. Have a couple players out towards B, have a player out towards middle. See if they can poke and prod, get some information. In general, global risks don't necessarily swing out too wide out towards A long, so they're trying to count that off. The nades are being lined up, hinting to us a possible B take.
Oh, yeah, little jump peek there. KLB ready for them to come his way. Will hold the line. Contact flashes as well, looking good. As they'll hold it together, a lot of kills coming in. Most of them for that defensive side, though. The global risks holding keenly, and they will indeed get it over. And my goodness, Tank's getting super loud there, even during the round. Very, very vocal.
Yeah, Stallion now getting vocal here. And I don't know, mate. Na'Vi a little bit frustrated from not so clean execution onto the bomb site.
Yeah, and these things are going to stack, aren't they, when you've had a poor start sort of into the series and then a difficult second map. It's tough to keep it going, and this is where the young guns as well are just going to have a bit more of that energy to them, a bit more of that excitement to them. Happy for the competition, whereas GDSC is going to be like, listen, 5 years ago I would have got that kill. You know? I'm sure we're all getting to that point.
Well,
it comes to us all.
Can get the kills 5 years ago. He does get the opening frag this time.
He does.
In 2025. At CROSSFIRE, at EWC. KLB goes down. Shifting up the tactics here in Na'Vi. Showing some interest of an A split. Does have Akashi all the way out in A long behind the boxes. Not entirely sure if they're trying to get into the connector area. Stallions, well aware, will leave NO at bay at watch. Goes for the pot shot's not going to hit. Let's see where Na'Vi wants to dictate this round into Scriv. Possibly A.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? They're moving pretty slowly again, though, as Na'Vi are not wasting any time in these rounds. Trying to fake things out, it would seem, cut off some rotations, but make it look a bit more like a B hit. KLP on high. Whoa, so blind, falls down. Can he get some trades out here? No, he just starts to become unblind, but it wasn't fast enough, and Na'Vi looking good. Loy going to be on the backside. Just got to be careful here. Not to give him too much. Nade goes in and can't quite get those final kills, but look at how low the HP bars were. One or two more bullets really changed that round.
Na'Vi finally puts up a round up on the board, but the misstep from the sniper on top of the bomb site, falling down from the ladders. I think that's what costed them the round there. Just the sniper not being able to put out any damage. Completely blind as well from all the flashes to just rub into the wound there.
Yeah, of course. Going to be difficult to survive, I suppose. But the execute looked good from Na'Vi. That'd be nice to keep in the pocket and hopefully pull out.
Nice counter boost.
A couple times.
By Stallions, sending No into the connector. And here's the replay. Just Adrian swinging in like a madman. Finds KLP, who just wasn't able to find the right steps, so to speak. In the meantime, JJ took a bunch. He's going to be taken down to about 20, 30 HP there. Na'Vi after a successful A take. Where do they want to guide their aggression into? Haven't tried mid all that much. Akashi, I mean, sure, was showing some interest a couple of rounds ago, was able to find 2 huge frags, but not the team as a whole. Or are they looking to replicate what happened last round, forcing the issue down towards connector, down towards A? KLB, what a nice spray down through the wall, will take JV down. NO counter boosted, this could be crucial. Can he find the frag? He does get one, but Adrian, he can pop flash himself at the pistol play. Not quite there as NO. The counter boost absolutely paying off dividends. Quick double kill for NO.
Really nice finds from him. Really well played as well in those fights, keeping the 1v1s, making sure that he's not overextending. Really well played. Akashi with a nice find. There's a few more of those on the cards if he wants them. But at this time, just playing things a little slow. Akashi will look to join his teammate.
Yeah, it looks like they might send it down towards middle. Only KLB is watching it, but his shots are there. Takes 1 kill and takes Akashi down super low. 1v3 and stuck in no man's land. Eventually goes down, and Stallions going to be able to secure the lead. But then again, even that round didn't seem all that clean for Stallions. So
sure.
Once this match ends, the coach has a lot of work to do here, Scrib.
Yes, this is true. Going to be a difficult day for whichever team ends up losing here. Such a hard-fought battle, but looking good. Stallions getting aggressive early. They will manage to find the first, and they've corralled them away from A in towards B. Exactly what they wanted, but again, able to pull back, able to look a little more defensively. Trade is fast. It's the advantage retained right here for Stallions.
Yeah, Loy finding the second frag of his own is going to be able to hold the aggression down towards middle and now rotates in towards the B bomb site. Sending KLB to hold mid as Na'Vi now showing some interest. Swings out, JV. Quick drop onto KLB, is going to open the gate up. Equalize back down to 3-on-3. C4 walking in towards the B halls. Not entirely sure if Stallions has any idea. Is going to send out a smoke to buy some time. And more nades as well. But Na'Vi has made up their mind. Has all 3 players in B halls. Flank from Ruloy once again might just do wonders here. He's been the one poking, prodding, just sniffing his nose at everything, every angle. Worked out on Eagle Eye. And is about to do it again. Huge flank. Gets in, gets 1. Takes JV down super low. The pot shot's being thrown out. It's going to be JJ to take the kill, but Loy's flank will work wonders. Grants another round for Stallions.
Yeah, he was so good at those, of course, as you mentioned. I think able to keep it together. Just making sure to lock that kill in. Looking very, very clean here. I think it's safe to say Stallions starting to edge ahead. Na'Vi, no strangers to this, but they have to refine themselves. And not 1, not 2, but 3 maps now where they're going to have to fight from the back foot. They've had some good showings in places and just managed to edge it out in the golden round of map 1, but already they've started to lose some energy in this series, and they're going to have to find it again.
I don't want to say Port is as wonky as Mexico, where you have about like 1 or 2 rounds in the blacklist side and you switch your side and make a huge comeback. But Port has had some history where the blacklist side has about like 2 rounds and somehow they make a huge comeback on the global risk. So we can only wait and see what happens as yet again Na'Vi setting out and executing down towards middle. JJ at the response, not being able to hit the shots here, and now the flank is on towards A. NO has to hold it down. KLP did go down. JJ with a huge rotation is going to find 1, but not quite there to hit the second shot. Juan gets knocked out. NO through connector gets the frag down to a 2v2. The C4 soon to go onto the bomb site here. The plant is now being posted, and the rest of Stallions is going to have to go on a retake. Ooh, JV in a duel with Loy, spotted out, but takes a bunch of damage. Akashi will have to help as NO takes down JV. 1v2 and a Dream. Akashi now about to get swung down by Loy. Gets the shot done. Quick headshot with the pistol will do the work. 4-2.
Hey, really, really, really close once again. Stallions make them work for it, but Na'Vi able to just keep it together at the end there. Very, very, very scary prospect, though, if this again continues and Na'Vi are constantly having to battle. You can see the vocality as well, stepping up a little. Maybe the frustrations start to come out in the game, in the comms. A lot of old guard players here, a lot of players that know each other quite well, so gonna have to watch that. Takpor's coming round to just try and keep it together, and yeah, I think it's all about the mental side now, it feels.
Yeah, sometimes it's just only a round or two to really get you going. And Na'Vi, they did finally found their second round. So let's see how that works in to the mentality of Na'Vi. And at the same time, how does it work into the mindset of Stallions here, Scriv? Because right now, as you can see, there's a bit of questioning going on for the side of Stallions.
Yeah, I think so. There's also a few unresolved issues, it feels like, for Na'Vi. So both teams are really getting to their wits' end, aren't they? A long series, a difficult series. End of the day, never going to be easy here. And long talks being taken as well. So, yeah, really, really trying to work it out. You can hear Tanks in the background, for us at least, getting very vocal over there.
Absolutely. But it looks like we're reaching to the end of the pause here as we are getting ready to bounce back right into the game. 4-2. Quick reminder, Stallions still in the lead, but Na'Vi slowly but surely inching in closer towards a tie. And their mid-take has been rewarding them. So it looks like they might just want to do it again. Coming into round number 7, Adrian not being greeted by Eno counter boosted this time, so he does gain control of Connector. And the nade stack is going to tick away a bunch of health of KLP holding on the top of the bomb site. A third nade might have just done the work, but wasn't there.
Yeah, not going to be the case. Still could come back to benefit Na'Vi later on in the round. We like that. We like a change up and, you know, something that at least has been worked out and talked about in the timeout.
Na'Vi shifting over towards B, leaving Akashi as the lurker in towards middle. But Stallions, look what they're doing. They're pushing out towards A long, buying the valuable information of where Na'Vi is going to be possibly at. Instantly, you can see the third player rotating in towards the B bomb site to help on with the defense. And Na'Vi counteracting to what Stallions is bringing is going to send the C4 out towards A. And this game and this round just might become very messy, Scriv.
Big find here as they'll work their way in towards this B bomb site. Comes a little late in the round, but ultimately looking good for Stallions as they've held their ground, ready for the fights all round long. And it looks set to pay off. Just 2 remaining now for this Blacklist side of things. Going to try and get that bomb in towards A, which I think they have a pretty good chance at the plant, he says. Maybe, yeah, the KLP angle, unfortunately, going to slow down GDSC, and it's looking very, very good now.
Stallions lead out one more round. It's going to be 5-2. And definitely one of the better rounds for Stallions to be put out.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if they can continue on with the trend. Na'Vi, quick aggression out towards A long. KLP in this KLP angle, like you've mentioned, could do some wonders. Gets one, almost got the second, but eventually goes down. Juan will find the trade kill onto JJ and the bomb site almost being opened up. GDSC with a quick spray down will get the job done, but KLB says no to that. Finds a double kill of his own now on top of the bomb site with the C4 down. What can Juan do? I mean, he had a very strong first map, but the second map was a little bit quiet for him. Can he perform out in port? Is going to be the question. He has 5 kills, sure.
Yeah, he's doing okay.
Find 2 more to make a 1 KD.
This would be the moment to do it. Doesn't have the bomb. Just playing things slowly, see if there's a face that comes towards him.
has a bunch of time to work with, at least.
Of course. May well be able to thread the needle here, go all the way around the back of A. Yeah, he's going super deep here. Just trying to spot on these nasty angles.
I mean, as long as he can find one and bring it down to a 1v1, things are a lot more possible. But KLB says no. Swings out, peeks, gets the kill, and gets the round. 6-2, I believe, is going to be the scoreline. Na'Vi trying to devise whatever's left in them. It's going to be splitting B on the early round.
Just not getting going, are they? They've really struggled in support here. We maybe had given them the benefit of the doubt, given the history, but like I said, man, Stallions, they don't really care too much, and I think that they are feeling pretty damn good about this. And those individuals, there's been a couple struggling on this map. There's been a couple struggling all series long, you know, a few names that we've just not really talked about all that much, whereas Stallions, seems like the whole squad is getting involved. Loy might be the one to point towards for his impact, but, you know, you've got No here, who's absolutely flying, but doesn't necessarily feel like it. They're just very, very consistent with their multi-frag moments. Port looking better and better as it goes on. Loy, spoke about him. He will chime in for a couple. Looking for more, and he's going to get them. 4 walking into the crosshair. A big multi-kill to finish out the half.
Took only 4 kills for Loy to close the round there. 7-2. Whooping first half for Stallions here. Just need to find 3 more to make the series under their name and push themselves into the winner's bracket. For now, we do have the switch of sides, and Na'Vi gets to play on the global risk, which I think should be enough driving force for them to get some more rounds. We've surely seen them do that on Eagle Eye. The question is, can they do that on Port once again?
Yeah, the $1 million question, you might say, or, well,
$2 million question, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. 750K, if we're getting technical. Juan looking good here. As the round actually falling quite nicely for Na'Vi, opening things up into this second half. Listen, Stallions have got so many rounds. They just test the water, see what we can get away with. Let's throw the kitchen sink at the A-bomb site, and there might just be a chance for us to break in. Unfortunately, not the case. It's not going to be that easy, fellas.
JJ still keeps the hope alive for Stallions for the round. Found the opening. 1v3 now, but the C4 down in no man's land, and look at all the angles the Na'Vi is covering. Especially JV, tucked all the way deep in A long. If JJ doesn't spot him out, this could be an issue. Using the box to his advantage, JV swings out, gets the kill, and Na'Vi secures their 3rd round. It's going to be 7-3 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's still a ways to go before we start believing again, I think. But Stallions, like I say, trying something out, getting a bit experimental, see what works. And maybe a faster round is not what they're going to be able to get away with here. So they might go to the other end of the spectrum, play things a bit slower, go for an execute. We saw Na'Vi even find success with some executes. So makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, sure, 7-3. 4 rounds seem like a lot of rounds that you can experiment with, but in reality, it's actually not a big margin, especially if you're playing against a team like Na'Vi, who can easily bounce back and be put on track. Well, have to wait and see if as Stallions has figured out the key to success in closing the series out. They're going to be poking, prodding down towards middle, throwing some pot shots here and there. Not quite connecting, only giving away information that there's 2 or 3 players across the mid connector. As Na'Vi also playing with patience here. Not really going out too aggressive, only GDSZ tucked up in B halls, which actually buys the room for the rotation of the second player down towards middle to hold it down. Akashi, what a nasty shot. KLP had nothing to do about that. Clean tap. That was going to be the opener for Na'Vi. It's going to be 5-on-4.
Could be big. Could be very, very big indeed. As keeping them away from a single round as long as possible is going to be a very big deal. Adrian holding keenly. This bomb site looks pretty impenetrable to me. A missed shot coming round. The pistol not quite able to do it, but there's just so many on the Na'Vi side. Goodness gracious. Absolutely wild finds there. Chaotic, again, to say the least, but I think Stallion's just struggling to figure out how to break in. It's still early enough for me.
Screw, you know how we were just talking about Adrian was somewhat quiet on the first map of Eagle Eye? And now look at this guy finding 3K, finding 4K on port. So finally comes up on the board, provides the food for his team, gets the crucial round they needed. Still a long leap for Na'Vi to make a tie, but they have found their 4th round. And now here's yet another tactical pause for Stallions, I believe. Now I'm wondering, what can Stallions do to break the defense that Na'Vi is providing right now? Because, like I've mentioned, GDSC pokes and prods, gets the information, holds B by himself in the hut, which allows for the second player to rotate out towards middle, thicken the defense down towards middle. And whenever, if there's an A hit, then the second player in middle can always just run down towards A, and that's exactly what happened last round. So what is the response by Stallions against Na'Vi as they're putting out a superior defense so far?
It's a big question. It is a big question. I think, you know, a timeout like this is much needed and really, really good foresight coming in from the coach there of Stallions. So makes a lot of sense to me, but they just are set to figure things out. And I would say the way to break it again is these pace changes seem really popular. A solid execute seems pretty popular as well.
Like the blue-headed guy once said, gotta go fast, and might be the round here for Stallions to start just taking the fight early on, but rather, it's gonna be a more default round. The tempo has been adjusted as Na'Vi yet again going for the 1-2-2 split. Single player holding down towards B and 2 in middle. Stallions are just gonna wait patiently, but Na'Vi hasn't swung out aggressively or wide. No punishment can be given if Na'Vi is playing this passive.
This is true. I think Na'Vi, of course, you have to bear in mind, yes, it feels like one team rather than the other is going to benefit or at least use the timeout, but Na'Vi also get it. And they will have talked things over within touching distance now, aren't they, of closing things. So, gotta keep it even, and the longer they can stop Stallions getting a blacklist round, I think the better, of course. But just denying that first round is really, really important.
Keeping the rounds at arm's length is going to be the importance for Na'Vi to continue dreaming about making a comeback. Stallions, they're waiting to execute out towards B. Can Na'Vi respond to this? GDSC whiffs the first one, whiffs the second shot as well. The flashbang did blind them out just a little bit. Now the fake is being sold by KLP, but I don't think Na'Vi's buying it, or rather, GDSC rotates out, and here comes the go sign. JV gets knocked out. JJ also takes down another player, so bomb site completely wiped open, and Lloyd, to make things worse, is going to take down GDSC, all down to the hands of Adrian. Sure, this guy had some huge moments, but I don't think it's in there in a 1v5 with the C4 timer ticking away from this man.
Yeah, I mean, just pulled away by the one flash, and look, the bodies were still there. It's not like they'd fully rotated or anything, but just 2 or 3 players like turning away from the site, making for much easier kills, of course. Simple, yet effective. Seems so simple that surely there's got to be more behind this flash, is what Na'Vi say.
And now, without pauses, Adrian just buying time for his team to talk over whatever happened in that round.
Yeah. They will be kicking themselves. I think that, you know, falling to something as light as that, but it just goes to show like the tension is quite high, making a lot of these panic decisions because they're really on the precipice, whereas now the round's gone the way of Stallions. I think that this gap is going to grow, and we might just see them turtle into themselves again on that Na'Vi side.
Definitely a little too preemptive on the rotation there on that previous round. This time, Stallions is going to send NO very deep in middle, instantly punished by Akashi, who was watching well over that angle. And now KLP on top of Connector does find one with the pistol, almost make the third and make that a triple kill for this guy. All of a sudden, Na'Vi mightily shaking to even hold on to their lives in the rounds here. 8-4 could soon be a map point and the match point.
Yes, as predicted, I think that things have maybe fallen by the wayside very, very quickly. It will be down to Adrian. Bomb has yet to be planted. They are coming towards his domain as well, but now I think that his location is confirmed. That bomb will hightail it out of there, and KLB, his mission is just to ultimately keep this guy trapped in, buy more time, etc. Actually takes a dangerous cross, but thankfully the flash was effective. And now Adrian left somewhat guessing. Where are the danger zones? Oh, gets the catch. It's a tough fight. JJ tries to trade things out. Adrian actually bringing it close here.
I mean, if anyone is to put to the test the clutch, it's Adrian of all the squad for Na'Vi to make this one happen. JJ takes a bunch of HP away, and the nade is going to distract as JJ pops out once again, gets the drop, gets the kill, and looks like, boys, we have a match point secured by Stallions.
Yeah, that's a little disappointing and kind of heartbreaking in a way as well for Adrian, I think, as he's going to be pretty sad to not get that one over the line.
And here's the replay of the 3K of KLP.
Yeah, of course, crazy guy. But it still comes close. Na'Vi, you have to give them credit. They never really give up. They're never really out of a round. And I think they're always going to be capable. Adrian back with a bit of a vengeance here into this following round. He will get sideswiped, however, and it's Loy, of course, coming in from the side to find a couple, looking very, very good. Juan's super low, not got a chance. Nade's nearly taking him, and it looks set to go over the line here. Juan, of course, will fight tooth and nail to try and keep Na'Vi alive, but the Stallions into port. They had more gas in the tank. The young blood with all the energy in the world, leaving Juan with no chances.
Trying to keep the dream alive. Took 2 kills, but needs to find 2 more. But Eno seals the deal. Puts the nail to the coffin. And Stallions is going to come out alive from this series against Na'Vi.
Yeah, man, you can see what it means as well. You know, it's the first game. It's a big victory. It's a decent game. It's maybe one that going into it, if you know, gun to your head kind of thing, you maybe would have given it towards Stallions, in all fairness. You've got Na'Vi, yes, from a good region, but maybe a few players who are hanging on, and they're not quite as exciting as some of the other Brazilian teams that have made it here to EWC. Stallions, though, I think are one that are really turning some heads as they've started ramping massively in the past few months. Really, really cool to see, and a well-fought victory. As we said, though, going into that third map, which team's going to be able to keep it going? Which team is going to be able to tap into that next level? And it was the Stallions. Na'Vi with a couple here or there, but you can see good start. And again, similar to the rest of the series, which is always going to be hard to bounce back from, Na'Vi on the back foot. Na'Vi having to claw back the rounds and lose the clutches. A really tough game for them.
Like you said, Scriv, Stallions, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place as they dropped Eagle Eye. It was more like they had to pick their poison of either going to the loser's bracket or win ports. Tough question, but at the end of the day, they were able to secure the third map into their pockets and come out alive. And I believe our friend Sneaky over there at Stream A is going to be quite happy with the results here.
Yeah, I would have thought so. He was, you know, talking them up all of yesterday while we were in rehearsals and everything. So, yeah, I think so indeed. We get to hear from the horse's mouth now. Over with Paladin, a winner's interview on the way.
Team Stallions here victorious against Na'Vi, and I've just got to ask you, man. I mean, you talk about the loss in the golden round. I'm so worried about potentially the Stallions trying to come back. How do you guys lock in there and try to claw it back in that 3-map series?
We lock in the second map. We don't want to lose. We don't want to be in a loser bracket. We want to be in an upper bracket.
Well, talk to me about this group, right? Because there's no real clear favorite for that second spot, I'd say. What are the expectations for the Stallions now moving forward?
We can make it to the playoffs maybe and top 8, yeah.
Yeah, okay, solid. And then last question for you. Goodness. I'm so sorry, I had a question for you. Yeah, I guess talk to me about just the nerves on map number 1, because it felt like things slowed down there when you're going back and forth. It didn't feel like you guys really had control. Was the nerves really a factor here for you?
No. I just play simple, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, congratulations again, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
Well, thank you very much, Paladin, and of course, No there for that awesome interview, getting to hear his deep thoughts on the topic of making it into playoffs and essentially the fact that there were no nerves and saying that, you know, we're just here to play our game. They locked in map 2, and ever since then, they were the victors since then. I was really impressed by their port, actually. You know, it looked like a standard port where they got like 7 rounds on GR side, and it was going to go the way of Na'Vi once they made it over to the GR side, but that was not the case. They just came out and showed they were the better team.
If you do ever remember the game we casted of Ubek Maniac back in 2024, of them playing ports, this is definitely out of the picture that we could have imagined, but it looks like they were able to pull it off, so big kudos to them.
Yeah, I think so. They've played a very good game. You know, we talked a lot about the mental and whether they'd be able to keep it going. I have to give a lot of credit, I think, to Tanks, who's coming behind them, you know, and just calling these timeouts at the right time. He's always there, very, very vocal, even within round, you know, just supportive and things like that, but keeping them locked in. And we've seen that a couple times today where, you know, a coach has to sort of readjust and just get the ship back on course, as it were. But it felt like Stallions, for the most part, you know, nerves can be good sometimes. Maybe could have helped them on that first map, but they definitely learned a lesson, I think, with how close things came there, and the rest of the series was pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a fantastic performance from the Stallions. I'm glad they made it onto the winners bracket as they liked. And speaking of brackets, let's take a look at the brackets here that we have for all of the different groups. Starting out with Group A, which we did see earlier on in the day. Gaming Gladiators did take down Twisted Minds, and Akadia Esports did win over King Zero. And so that's going to be the winners bracket, and taking a look at Group B as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think Group B, we didn't get to check too much with the A-Stream side of things. Makes a lot of sense. Team Liquid looked very, very good. I think could have been our cleanest team of the day, but unfortunately that second map maybe getting a bit closer than they would have liked. But Q9 going to be a real test for Team Liquid as well in the winners side of things.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, they can always go back to the hotel. They still have plenty of time left in the daylight, so could utilize the time. Go back to the drawing board, fix up some issues, you know, crank up some gears, and get back in shape. So Q9 versus Team Liquid and ROC versus EVOS is going to happen tomorrow. And for ROC versus EVOS, one of them will get knocked out.
Now let's take a look at Group C as well. We've been calling this the Group of Death all day long. And we, of course, did do our match of Evolution Power Gaming up against Inner Circle. Unfortunately, Inner Circle kind of the odd one out in the Group of Death, whereas every other team is insane. Although Baisha did make very quick work of Team Falcons. And so just Baisha Gaming seemingly on form. We are going to have a Chinese matchup here in the winners match.
Yeah, for sure. I think some people may be disappointed that it comes so early, but it was always going to happen, right? That one of the Chinese teams has to, you know, very reluctantly knock another one out or knock another one down. But ultimately, yeah, Falcons not quite performing. I think that they've come through as this sort of Vietnamese super team. Also, as I understand it, have like a different play style than the rest of the region. And I think maybe that's something that's been pretty heavily analyzed. They're turning a lot of heads.
But not to leave out Group D, as we saw Team Stallions barely making out alive against Na'Vi. It is going to be in the winners bracket with all gamers of all teams, and Virtus Pro and Na'Vi has to fight tooth and nails to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of the AGL versus Virtus Pro match. It was like map 1 was really kind of close, but it felt like all gamers were eventually going to win. You know, even though it was really close, it was like, okay, well, when are all gamers going to win? It was like Virtus Pro were refusing to lose. I didn't get to watch much of Game 2, though, so I assume, you know, probably was more of the same. Those are two fantastic teams. Obviously, all gamers the favorites, but it took them a little while to get through Virtus Pro.
Yeah, we've had a lot of teams, I think, slow on the warm-up, as it were, today, and, you know, half maybe getting away from them or something like that. And that is going to come back to bite you at some point further down the line. So hopefully into day 2, no more excuses, and a bit of that squeaky bum time, you know, where it is kick out if you're not careful.
And for the teams that has made into the winners bracket can have the sigh of relief, but for the teams that are in the losers bracket, it's going to be tough, mate. One of the teams will be eventually eliminated and have their key crushed, so a lot of stakes on the line.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult, but not difficult for one guy here that did earn the Sony MVP of the day. Let's take a look at who was able to earn this honor today. It will be XQQ from the side of Evolution Power Gaming. That was an absolute stomp, and he was a big factor in that win.
Yeah, for sure. I think in terms of the stats, there's maybe a bit of a fight for the top end, but in terms of like impact, I felt like XQQ, yeah, absolutely deserves it. You know, he was involved in a lot of clutches, a lot of 2vx situations that they were able to pull back. So yeah, definitely deserved that.
Yeah, XQQ definitely one of the so reliable player on the squad for the side. So yeah, all in all, I was the one watching the game, so in the backstage. So I really enjoyed the performance being put out.
Yeah,
top superior gunplay. Let's put it that way.
For sure. I mean, he was just insane today, and I think we can go on and on about that, but we do have to talk about tomorrow's schedule as well, so you guys know what to expect for tomorrow. As here on Stream B, we're definitely going to be getting some big ones, as we do have the upper brackets coming through. Alcancia Esports versus Gaming Gladiators, Q9 versus Team Liquid, Baisha Gaming versus Evolution Power Gaming, and AGAL up against Team Stallions.
Some bangers, some real bangers for sure. Yeah, very excited to get into that and happy that we get to, cover some of the top end and say, congratulations to a couple of teams making it through to the playoffs.
Well, any final thoughts on today, guys? It was we had some stomps, but we also had some really fun back and forth matches. So anything that stood out to you guys?
I mean, my takeaway is that today was a roller coaster of emotions for the teams and the performances as well. So have to really look forward to what the teams are going to do and prep for tomorrow's matches back in the hotel.
Yeah, I feel like we had a few teams that came in as underdogs and they were ultimately able to perform, take a map or bring things close. So some mostly competitive games. We maybe leave EPG to one side, but the rest of the games it felt like there was always a trying chance for the underdog team.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an awesome day of games we did have today, but that's going to do it for us. We're going to leave you with the Kidia top plays of the day. Make sure to check those out as we say goodbye for today, and we'll see you tomorrow.